You are now tuned into Then Radio. If you enjoy our videos, we ask that you consider joining our Patreon to support our channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe so that you never miss a new video. We hope you enjoyed today's episode, and as always, thank you for watching.
Now, Autolite and its 60,000 dealers and service stations present
Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you Van Heflin in Cornell Woolrich's famous 3 O'Clock, a suspense play produced and directed by Anton M. Leader.
Friends, get in step. Give your car a rep for pep. Replace those narrow gap spark plugs with wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. Your car will idle smoother, smooth as silk and satin. Give you tip-top power and performance on leaner gas mixtures. Actually save gas dollars. That's right, actually save gas dollars. Autolite regular type spark plugs have long been standard factory equipment on many leading makes of cars and trucks. And now 6 of these leading makers of cars and trucks have switched to Autolite resistor-type spark plugs for factory installation on their new 1949 models. The new Autolite resistor spark plugs are the spark plugs of today and the future. Remember, you're right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite presents Van Heflin in a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Francie signed her own death warrant. She signed her own death warrant, didn't she? You're a good husband to her, and yet she's two-timing you with another man, isn't she? And you made up your mind weeks ago to kill her, didn't you? Well, now, at the last second, what are you waiting for? You've got everything down here you need to do the job. That box near the wall filled with explosive, 2 copper wires already capped. This alarm clock, what's holding you back? Memories of your honeymoon? She's two-timing you with another man. Weigh that in your hand. All right, then, get to work. First, set the alarm. When she gets back from shopping around 2:30, you better set it for 3 o'clock. Good. Now then, wind it up. Now then, put the cap into the wires into the little holes you drilled in the box. Oh, no, wait. That explosive's kind of tricky, temperamental. Don't touch that box any more than you have to. First, attach the wire to the alarm clock. I wonder why more people haven't thought of this. Probably wouldn't know how to go about it if they did. There. Now the cap into the wires into the box. Careful now, careful. There it is. Check it over now. You don't want any slip-ups. At 3 o'clock, the alarm goes off. It sets up a spark. The spark runs along the wires to the detonators in the box, and that's all there is to it. Don't just stand here. Get back downtown to the shop. What are you doing in my house?
Hey, Duke, somebody is home.
That'll hold him a couple of seconds.
Suddenly he was standing there. Must have been down in the cellar all the time we was here.
And you said you cased this place for 3 days. Get me something to tie him up and let's
No!
go.
No, don't tie me up. Don't tie.
Slug him again. Okay. Got the cellar down there?
Yeah.
See if there's any rope around.
Coil a rope on a shelf down there. I'll get it.
No, we'll carry him down and tie him up there.
No, don't tie me up. This house is...
Shut up, you. See if he has a handkerchief. Roll it up in a ball.
Listen to me. This house is...
All right, shove it in his mouth. Shove it in. Take off his belt and buckle it between his teeth, too. Fast. Okay.
What's he putting up such a fight about? This place is a lemon, nothing in it.
Take his legs. Okay. I did my last stretch just on account of leaving a guy in the open where he could put a squad car in my tail too quick. Okay, dump me here. Now, give me that rope. I'll hold him.
Hey, what's he putting up such a fight about? Look, mister, we ain't gonna hurt you. Just leave you here in the cellar. He still ain't convinced. I can't figure him.
Okay, that does it. Wait, I'll tie him to this pipe. Otherwise, somebody's liable to come home right after we leave and hear him thrashing around. These houses are like matchboxes.
I wonder what he's trying to say.
Don't leave me tied up down here. I won't call the cops, I swear it. This place is gonna blow up, don't you understand? Explode. This house is gonna explode.
Who cares what he's trying to say? Let's go. We'll pull another job tonight.
Hey.
This time I'll do the picking.
Well, it looked like a good setup, standing way off like it is. Hey, mister, will you relax? You'll never get out of them nuts. Hey, what's he so bug-eyed about? What is it, mister? This alarm clock over here? What do you care what time it is? You ain't going anyplace. Hey, should we take the clock, Duke?
Nah, couldn't raise a buffalo nickel on it. Ordered it, Sue. Let's go. We got work to do.
Right.
Come back. Don't leave me here. This house explodes at 3 o'clock. Listen to me. It blows up in an hour and a quarter. Come back. Come.
All set. Let's take the back way.
Gone. They're gone. The only people in the world who know where I am. I've got to get out.
For Suspense, Autolite is bringing you Van Heflin in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Look here, Holloway. Can you help me with my income tax?
Why, I'm just the guy. Here, just fill in Form W-1066, IOU, RSVP, your telephone number, and ALRSP.
ALRSP? Autolite resistor spark plug. Harlow, why, they ought to jail you for this. After all,
Hey, do you and your income tax reports want to look good?
Well...
Then save, Hap, my boy. Save gas, for instance. Replace your old narrow-gap spark plugs with wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. They make your car idle smoother, give you better performance on leaner gas mixtures. Actually save gas dollars.
Harlow, with me all tied up in taxes and internal revenue,
For internal revenue for your engine, switch to wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. They're ignition engineered by Autolite to meet the highest standards of automotive engineers, to give you smoother idling, more mileage for your dollar.
I'm worried.
You don't have to worry, Hap. Why, with wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs, you even cut down spark plug interference with radio and television reception. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Van Heflin as Paul in 3 o'clock. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I can't get out. Nobody knows I'm here. 56, 57, 58, 59. 12 minutes to 2. It goes so fast. That second hand goes so fast. 5, 6, 7. Less than 72 minutes. Help me. Somebody help me. Help me. Help me. 11 minutes to 2. Only 71 minutes. Not even that now. 3, 4, 5, 6. Francie, come home and get me out of this. I love you. I can't help being jealous, can I? I'm sorry I tried to kill you. It's because I love you so much. I'm jealous. But you deserve it. You deserve to die for what you've done to me. Can't you imagine how I felt that day last month when I came home?
That you, Paul? Paul, you're home so early. Are you sick? Another one of your headaches?
Oh, I feel fine, honest.
Why are you home so early?
Well, I don't know. I just got lonely for you, and I said to myself, well, you're the boss, old boy. It's your watch repair shop. Now, if you want to close ahead of time, who's to say no? Come on, hold still a second. Your lipstick is smeary.
It is? Well, I was lying down. I guess
Well, it's all right. Now, come on, pucker up. Well, you smeared again.
Well, I'll fix it. As long as you're home early, why don't you rest a while? The morning paper's still in the den.
Oh, I guess I will at that. I had a heavy lunch, pot roast and potatoes and apple pie. And what'd you do today, honey?
Oh, the usual. Cleaned the house, went marketing. Wish we could afford a car. I mean, isolated the way we are, walking 8
I sat down on the couch, and there it was in the ashtray on the end table. A cigar butt, still moist on one end, still warm on the other. Any, visitors today?
What'd you say?
I said any visitors today.
No. None. Not even a peddler.
You're a liar, Francie. You lied to me that time. Time. 42, 43, 44, 45. No clock has ever gone this fast. Of all the thousands I've looked at and set right in my shop, not one has ever gone so fast. Its quarter hours go around like minutes, and its minutes like seconds. 3 minutes to 2. That's cheating me. It's not keeping the right time. That second hand's whirling like a pinwheel. Make it stop, somebody. When the clock says 3, the house explodes. Make it... Oh, somebody's at the door. Come in, please. Please come in and find me and let me out of here. Please.
Gas company.
Gas company. The one call in all the day's routine from the earliest morning till latest night that can possibly bring anyone down here to the cellar.
Anybody home in there? Gas company. Anybody home?
I am. I'm down here. Don't wait for somebody to answer the door. It's not locked. Come in. Please. He's gone. No. He's coming around to the back.
Why don't we what?
I said, why don't we go in and read the meter anyway, even if nobody's home?
Yes.
Company policy. We never go in to read a meter unless somebody's home. I'm sure they're never home when you want them to be.
But I am home. I am. I'm right down here. I can see your legs through the window. All you have to do is to bend down and look in, and you'd see me. No, don't go away. Stay. Look, I'll kill you if you go, so help me, I'll kill you. No, I didn't mean that. Please stay. Look at the time. 1 minute past 2. 59 minutes left. Not even an hour now. 59 minutes less 8, 9, 10, 11. How long 59 minutes seems when you're waiting for someone. Like the night that I waited for Francie to come home from a movie, and she was late. The night Francie was late coming home from a movie. Yes, in a pig's eye she was at a movie. She was with her boyfriend. Well, sure, I was worried. What did you think? You said you'd be home before 11, and here it is almost midnight. I was about to call the hospitals and the police.
Oh, Paul, I'm sorry. Really, I am. All those short subjects, and then the bus was late. I'm sorry you worried.
Oh, forget about it. How was the movie?
It was all right. Nice Western.
Oh, a Western? I thought you were going to see Three Musketeers.
I was, but I changed my mind. I saw Red River instead.
Well, I didn't know that was playing in the neighborhood.
Well, I went downtown. I thought as long as I'm out of the house, I might as well do a little shopping.
Well, the stores were open tonight?
No, did I say shopping? I meant window shopping.
Oh. What was the movie about?
You know, a Western. A lot of shooting and riding.
How was Gary Cooper's performance?
Oh, good. I've always liked him.
No, I didn't mean Cooper. Cooper's not in it. I meant John Wayne.
Oh, was that John Wayne? You know, they all look alike to me. Those big hats.
That was the night that she signed her own death warrant. Little things put the official seal on it, like the cigar butt in the living room, like the gasoline drippings on the street in front of our house, and we don't even own a car. And it wasn't a delivery truck either, because the drippings showed that it stood there a long time, an hour or more. And like the time last week when... The time... 12 minutes after 2? No. Oh, no, that can't be. It was just 2 o'clock. It can't be that late already. 12 minutes past 2. Only 48 minutes and... less than 48 minutes. It's 47, 56, 55, 54. Look at that second hand. Francie! She's in the kitchen. She's putting down her parcels. How can I make her hear me? There must be some way. And now she's at the hall closet, and he must be hanging up her coat. Oh, Francie, thank you so much for coming home early. I love you so, and I need you. How could I have thought of hurting you? I must have been crazy, but I'm not now. Back to the kitchen. Why doesn't she come down here to look for something? She might stay up there all afternoon, lie down. She might wash her hair. She might stay up there till it's time to get supper ready. What if she does? There's no supper, no Francie, no me. Francie, come down here. I know that you can't hear me, but come down here, please. Please, come down here.
Hello? Yes, Dave. I just got in this minute. Oh, Dave, I'm all upset. I have $11 table money in the kitchen, and it's gone. And the wristwatch Paul gave me is gone, too. We must have been robbed.
She knows we've been robbed. I should get the police now, and they'll search the whole place, and they'll look down here.
Well, I'll look again, but I know it's gone. Paul will have a fit.
Oh, no, I won't. I won't, honest.
No, I haven't reported it yet. We have to be so careful.
You're not kidding.
I called Paul at the shop while I was out, and there was no answer. I hope nothing's wrong.
Can't you guess there's something wrong if I'm not in the shop?
But maybe you'd better come out. Okay, goodbye.
Yeah, that's good. Sure. Come on. If I go, both of you go with me. What time is it? Oh, no. It can't be 2:19. Only 41 minutes left. 33, 34, 35, 36. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Oh, there I go. Stop it, and think fast. Think like you did last week when you came home and she threw her arms around you and hugged you and, well, that little liar.
Hi, Paulie.
Hello.
No kiss?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Oh, what's the matter? Hard day? So hard you can't even force a smile? I'll make you smile. I'll make you laugh. Kissy, coo. Come on, smile.
Stop tickling. Wait, will you? Cut it out.
What's it? This in your pocket?
Francie, don't.
A present for me?
Yeah, I said don't. Give me that.
All right. You don't have to grab. What is it?
Well, it's fertilizer. That's what it is.
Fertilizer?
Yeah, a sample package. I figured maybe we'd start a little garden in the back. A few flowers, maybe.
Oh, well, that's a nice idea. That's just what I'll do.
Yeah, well, I'll keep it down in the cellar. The fella gave it to me, said that it should be kept in a cool, dry place. I'll buy the seed just as soon as you make up your mind what you want. Fertilizer. She never even suspected that it was an explosive. I brought other things home last week, too. Every day something else. Some more sample packages of fertilizer, which I carefully packed into a soapbox that I had in the cellar. And copper wire and dry cell batteries. And this clock. And she never suspected a thing. She was so flustered trying to cover up the fact that she had a caller that I could have brought in a grandfather's clock under my arm, and she probably wouldn't even have noticed it. Oh, but, Francie, that doesn't matter now. If you'll just come on downstairs. He's here. Her boyfriend's here.
Hello, Dave.
Well, did it turn up yet?
No, and I haven't heard anything from Paul either.
The police will think I did it, I suppose.
Oh, don't say things like that. Come on into the kitchen. Coffee's ready.
What are they going to do? Just sit there? Don't they know that it's 28 minutes to 3? Only minutes left now. Minutes, not even a full half hour anymore.
Don't you think we ought to tell Paul about us?
I don't know. How'll he take it?
Paul isn't narrow-minded. We can't keep on like this. It's better to go to him ourselves and tell him about you than wait till he finds out. He's liable to think something else entirely.
What's she talking about?
I know he didn't believe me that night when I helped you find the furnished room and told him I'd been to a movie. I'm so nervous and upset all the time. I feel as guilty as if I were one of those disloyal wives or something.
Oh, didn't you ever tell him about me at all?
I told him you'd been in one or two little scrapes, but I let him think I'd lost track of you and I didn't know where you were anymore.
Well, that was her brother she said that about.
I'm gumming things up for you all right. An escaped convict for a brother.
Oh, Francie, I didn't know. Why didn't you tell me it was your brother? Why didn't you tell me?
Let's go downtown and talk it over with
Paul. No, stay here. Don't go downtown. Stay here.
You shouldn't be seen with me. You would get into trouble yourself. Telephone Paul to come here instead.
Yes, stay here. With me, please, stay.
I'm not afraid.
What can I do? This pipe leads upstairs. Hit it with something. With what, though? What? My head.
What was that?
What? I didn't hear anything.
I thought I heard a noise in the cellar.
yes, you did. You did. It's me. It's me.
Want me to take a look?
Yes.
No, I guess I was wrong. Let's go, Dave.
Francie! Come down here and look. Only 22 minutes left. Francie! Oh, Mama. It's gained another minute. Help me, Mama. Help me, Mama. Help me, Mama.
Be careful what you're doing, Bobby.
What? Oh, that's a kid bouncing his ball against the house. Yeah, it's a little kid.
Bobby, come away from that cell.
Oh, no. Let him stay. Stay there, Bobby. Don't move.
Did you hear what I said, Bobby?
Bobby, just turn your head this way and you'll see me. A little more, Bobby. That's it. He's looking right at me, but he doesn't see me. Don't you see me turning my head from side to side, back and forth, back. He sees me.
Bobby, what are you doing? Mommy, look.
Does he understand what he sees? Oh, if he were only just a few years older, a child of 7 or 8 could understand that.
Bobby, are you coming? I'm waiting.
Stay where you are, Bobby. Make her come to you.
Did you hear what I said? When I call you, I want you to come to me.
Mommy, look. Funny man.
Why, Mommy can't peek into strange people's houses. Come on, dear.
Funny man. Tied up.
Yes. Well, say goodbye to the funny man tied up.
Bye-bye, funny man tied up. Bye-bye, funny man tied up.
Oh, let it blow up. What do I care? No. How much time is left? 10 minutes? Well, someone could come down here now, or even 6 minutes from now, or 7, and I could still escape. 42, 43, 44. The clock's beginning to look like people, like Mama. Oh, my head hurts. Mama, I'm sorry for what I've done. Paul's sorry. He won't do it again, honest. Just let him go this time and not punish him. He's learned his lesson. He'll never do it again. Poor Paul. Oh, that must be Francie. It must have found the shop closed, trying to find out if I came back here while she was gone. When no one answers, will that tell her that something's wrong? Why should she think I'm stretched out down here in the cellar if I don't answer the phone? Bye-bye, Francie. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Tick-tock. Bye-bye. Tick-tock. 7 minutes to 3. In 7 minutes, the alarm goes off. 7 minutes to 3. The alarm rings for me. That's a poem, Francie. It's a funny poem. 7. Please let time stand still. 7. Now it's 6. What a precious number, 6. So round, so comfortable. Let it be 6 forever, not 5 or 4, but 6 for all eternity. Let time stand still at 6. Oh, that's 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 4. 4. Bye-bye, 5. Paulie says bye-bye, 5.
Good morning, Paulie, dear. Good morning. Wake up, sleepyhead. Wake up. Do you know what time it is?
No. What time is it?
Take your head out from under the pillow and see for yourself.
All right. It's exactly 1 minute to 3. 1 minute to 3. Oh, I was dreaming. 1 minute to 3, not even a minute. Barely 50 seconds. 50 seconds to go. 50 seconds to live. Help me, Mama. Help me. Francie, Paulie needs help.
He dies in 40 seconds. 39, 38, 37. He's not a bad little boy. He always means well, so help him. Help, little Paul. Mama, where are you? Quick, I haven't got much time. I have 20 seconds. 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Take it easy, ma'am. The doc's working on him. Meantime, just a couple more questions.
All right, officer.
You say when you came in, he was all tied up and this alarm clock here was ringing.
Yes.
I say.
Nancy?
Yeah, Doc.
Dead. With heart failure.
Paul!
I'm sorry, ma'am. Now, look, just one more thing in this box. There was some wires going to it from the clock, and I pulled them out. Do you know what was in it?
This box?
Yeah.
Nothing. It used to have some fertilizer in it, but I took it out this morning and used it. I've been trying to raise flowers in the back of the house. Paul loved flowers.
Thank you, Van Heflin, for a splendid performance.
Hello, about my income tax report.
Oh, forget it, Hap, and be happy. Ask for those mighty marvels, those gas and money savers, those ignition-engineered Autolite resistor spark plugs. They're made by the Autolite men who make over 400 products for cars, trucks, airplanes, and boats in 28 Autolite plants from coast to coast. Autolite also makes complete electrical systems for many makes of America's finest cars. Batteries, spark plugs, generators, starting motors, coils, distributors. All ignition engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, folks, don't accept electrical parts that are supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, here again is Van Heflin.
First, I'd like to say that it's always great fun and a lot of work to appear on Suspense. And second, come on out here, Tony. That's right, come on out. Ladies and gentlemen, Radio Mirror magazine has asked me to call Tony Leader, the producer-director of Suspense, down out of his glass cage up there for a very special reason.
What's it all about, Van?
Tony, I'd like you to meet Miss Ann Daggett, Western editor of Radio Mirror magazine.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mr. Leader? As a Suspense fan of long standing, I am very happy to have the privilege of presenting to you this scroll. It is in recognition of the fact that Suspense has been chosen radio's outstanding mystery show by Radio Mirror magazine, which will be on the newsstands tomorrow.
Well, that's wonderful. And on behalf of our writers and our actors and musicians, Lud Gluskin in particular, and technicians without whom Suspense couldn't even begin to suspend you, I want to say thank you very much.
Well, my congratulations, too, Tony, and I'll be tuned in next week to hear Gregory Peck in Murder Through the Looking Glass, another gripping study in
Suspense.
Van Heflin appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor picture Little Women, starring June Allison, Peter Lawford, Margaret O'Brien, and Elizabeth Taylor. Tonight's suspense play was written by Cornell Woolrich and adapted by Walter Newman. Music was composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. Remember, next Thursday, hear Gregory Peck in Murder Through the Looking Glass.
You can buy Autolite electrical parts, Autolite resistor spark plugs, Autolite stay-full batteries at your neighborhood Autolite dealer. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
Here's great news. Suspense on television may be seen in many parts of the country every Tuesday night. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. Tonight, Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Mr. Gregory Peck in Nightmare, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
Friends, Autolite welcomes you to Suspense. And this is Harlow Wilcox, urging you to do yourself and your car the great big bountiful favor of replacing old worn-out narrow-gap spark plugs with a set of new wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. That's the biggest news I know. But I've also been told to tell you that Suspense is going to receive a great big important national honor tonight during our usual between-the-acts intermission. And say, when it comes to honors, you'll want to award your car a set of wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. Your engine will idle smoother, give better performance on leaner gas mixtures, actually save gas. And if you want the real lowdown on how Autolite resistor spark plugs reduce television interference, see a copy of this week's Saturday Evening Post and turn to pages 8 and 9. See your Autolite spark plug dealer today. And remember, you're always right with Autolite. Oh, and remember, too, Suspense on Television returns to many stations throughout the nation Tuesday night, September 6th.
And now, with Nightmare, and with the performance of Gregory Peck, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
They say every nightmare has a prelude, something that inspires it, something that happened or almost happened that your inmost mind seizes upon. It lives there in the back of your head, and it multiplies itself and fattens on tiny fears until it's grown into a monstrous, bloated horror. And then, when it's full-sized with dread, it springs out at us from evil blackness at night when you're defenseless in sleep. The prelude to my nightmare occurred at 6 o'clock that evening, the 3rd of July. Since Elsa's illness, I'd been walking home from the station evenings instead of having her meet me. It's a pleasant 6 or 7 blocks along Hartsdale Road and then up the hill to Ridgecrest. Just at the corner there, the kids play baseball. The signs say slow children and everything, but it's a nasty spot, and coming down the hill, a guy might... Look out! Look out! Hey, you, what's the matter with you? Don't you know that
I
you
didn't
could...
see him, brother. They got no right to play.
Have you been drinking?
Oh, me?
No, because if you had, I'd pull you out of that car so fast and take you over to the
all
police.
Right, brother. Calm down. Nobody's hurt. Nobody's hurt. Just a little scared.
What are you doing?
I was still trembling when I got home. My head ached and I couldn't eat dinner. It wasn't something I could tell Elsa about. She wasn't ready yet to hear things like that, so I just sat there at the table, looking across at Stevie, half hearing his prattle about the new fishing rod and how many fish he'd catch on our outing tomorrow, and some little story he'd learned in school about Thomas Jefferson and the first 4th of July. And then, pretty early, I took a pill and went to bed. It was the next afternoon. We were driving along, my wife, my boy, and myself. You know that winding road that leads up from Kingston to Falls Town in the trout country? A lot of hairpin turns and a few bad shoulders, but beautiful, beautiful scenery. And that's what we all needed after her nervous breakdown.
A little slow around the turns, Ben. Why do you drive so fast?
You're never driving too fast as long as you feel the car's under control.
Bet it wasn't under control a minute ago. What a curve.
Ben, the gas tank's almost empty. Why didn't you listen to me and fill up at the last station?
Well, there's always a reserve after the empty mark.
Bet we run out of gas.
Well, it seems to me, youngster, that when I tell you that...
What's wrong? Why are we stopping?
Oh, that's what I'd like to know.
You know, Dad. You know.
Yeah, I know. Out of gas.
Oh, Ben. Will you ever learn?
Well, everybody runs out of gas once in a while. Okay, well, it's a nice day for me to take a hike.
But, Ben, is it all right to be parked like this? On the curb, so close to the road?
Well, why not? Where's the traffic? Only adventurers like us know about this road. Well, goodbye, folks.
Oh, goodbye, Mr. Know-It-All.
I'll go with you, Dad.
Oh, you'll stay here. Rule of the woods. Always leave one man behind to protect the women.
Oh, can I take out my rod? Can I practice how to cast?
Sure. And you, lady, you wipe off that smile. With my feet, this is a first-class tragedy.
Well, it's a smart thing you did coming back this way. Nothing up ahead for 5 miles but the Royal Coachman.
What do you mean?
It's the name of a trout fly.
Well, I know that.
It's the name of a roadhouse. Fancy name for a saloon. Hangout for fishermen. They say.
Oh? Oh, what do you say?
Don't go there, crookedest looking bunch you ever seen. Crooks from the big town. You go to my nephew, Sammy's place in town. Sammy Crawford. Clean sheets, good beds, home cooking. Hey, good undertaker, too. Called himself a mortician.
Well, what do they need him for, the fish?
Alive or dead. He put you to bed. Well, want anything else? How's your oil?
Oh, just the gas, thanks. Are we all straight?
Yep. Oh, $1 deposit on the can. Give it to my nephew, Sammy, and let him take the $1 off your bill.
Oh, well, we may not see Sammy. We'd like to pitch camp tonight.
Yeah, got a place?
No.
Oh, that's bad. Gets dark mighty quick up this way. You sleep at Sammy's, mister. Better make a reservation. Trout season.
Well, maybe you're right. You got a telephone in there?
Sure have. 15 cents.
Oh, this is going to be expensive fishing. Oh, what's nephew Sammy's number?
It's right here on the wall, over the phone. Oh, say, look at that fella coming down the pike there. 80 miles. Bound for the roadhouse. Can't wait.
Say, there are 24 numbers over this phone.
Pick the biggest one, the one in red. Hey. Oh, look at him go, would you? Come on, you crazy fool, you. You're going to save 5 minutes if you have to kill 5 people to do it. Will you try to straighten out some of them bends up ahead? You crazy fool.
The pine trees were casting their last, longest shadows across the road as I hiked back to the car. Well, we weren't going to get too much fishing done on the 4th of July, but we had to find some for Stevie. What a kid. Teasing his old man all the time. Then I came around that hairpin turn, and there was the car a few yards away, but no family. Elsa? Hey, Stevie! No family. Oh, Stevie was asleep and she didn't want to call out. That's right, the kid was tired. A lot of excitement for one day. I stepped on something. It's Stevie's trout rod. Lying in the middle of the road. These kids have no sense of responsibility. A split bamboo rod with silk winding and a balance that was so perfect. Well, I stepped up to the car. Elsa sat in the back seat looking at me. And in her lap, she held my boy. Dead. Elsa couldn't speak. She couldn't speak. She couldn't speak. I forced some brandy between her teeth and made her swallow it. Her hands were like ice. I wanted to rub them, but I couldn't pry them loose from the boy.
No!
I didn't see him.
No! You want to make sure. I know. You want to make sure. Get away! Get away!
Elsa, how did it happen?
His trout rod. Always his trout rod. He was standing at the edge there, casting. He wasn't on the road. He wasn't. And then there was a noise, a car coming up fast. You could tell. And before he could move, it came around the bend and it swerved.
Elsa, what?
There was so much dust. So much dust and pebbles everywhere. Such a thick cloud of dust. And Stevie flying out of it.
Elsa.
Like a ball or a bird. Flying out of it.
Elsa, take some more brandy. It'll do you good.
No, I don't want any. Get away.
Elsa, you've got to take some more brandy. Elsa.
That's how he looked. Standing in the road with the bottle in his hand.
Who was standing in the road?
The man who killed us.
He came back?
He got out of his car and he came over to where I lay in the road with Stevie. He had a bottle and he took a drink and he offered me a drink and he said he was sorry. And then he drove away. He said he was sorry. Sorry.
Elsa.
Sorry.
Elsa,
sorry.
darling, Elsa, don't, Elsa.
Poor little Stevie. Poor sweet little Stevie. Poor Stevie. My boy.
And then it began to grow in me. And then the hate began to grow. She couldn't remember his car or the clothes he wore, and I couldn't make her describe his face. But I knew that somehow I'd find him. He couldn't be very far off, not in this part of the country. I'd find him. And when I did, I'd kill him.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Gregory Peck in Nightmare. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Friends, this does my Autolite heart good. It's my privilege to introduce Mr. Fred Dearborn, President of the National Safety Council, who will present to Mr. Royce G. Martin, President of Autolite, the National Safety Council's annual award for, but you can't guess, an Autolite suspense program. Yes, Suspense not only won the Alfred P. Sloan Award for Distinguished Public Service to Highway Safety, but another great honor for this same program will now be presented. Friends, Mr. Dearborn.
Thank you, Harlow Wilcox. The National Safety Council wishes to thank you, Mr. Martin, and the Electric Autolite Company for bringing to your tremendous radio audience the year's outstanding highway safety program, James Cagney in the suspense show titled No Escape. It was a wonderful story presented to perfection by Mr. Cagney and his supporting cast. The judges unanimously selected it as the winner. So now, Mr. Martin, I have the pleasure of presenting to you this certificate of award.
Thank you, Mr. Dearborn. In promoting highway safety, and you can rest assured, it is a great pleasure to have Suspense win this outstanding recommendation from the National Security Council. I speak for one and all of Autolite employees. I trust that tonight's show will make an equal contribution, especially at this time with a heavy travel over the Labor Day weekend. Thank you again, Mr. Dearborn.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Gregory Peck in Nightmare, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I plunged the car back into darkness toward the roadhouse. The killer, the dirty, dirty killer.
There was so much dust. Dust and pebbles and Stevie flying out of it. Like a bird.
Yes.
Like a bird.
Yes, Elsa.
He got out of his car and he offered me a drink. He He stood there and he said, you better take a drink.
Oh, there's the Royal Coachman, that roadhouse.
And he said he was sorry.
We'll stop here and use the phone. There's a Sam Crawford in Fallstown. He runs some tourist house and a funeral chapel. I'll call him from here.
Yes. Oh, see all the lights. Why are all the lights on?
It's a roadhouse, Elsa.
So many people going in. Why are they laughing?
Well, they don't know how we feel, Elsa. They don't know about us. Is it all right to leave you here for a moment? I want to call.
There he is.
Would you like me to... Elsa.
That's him. He killed us.
Who?
That's him.
Who? The one who hit Stevie? Where?
There he is.
Where? That one? The man standing in the doorway? How do you know? Can you see his face?
Came over and he stood close and he said, you better take a drink.
He was big and fat, and his body filled the frame of the door. He ran a pudgy hand across his face. Now, he was drunk, all right, and he was trying to shake himself out of it. Well, he'd never drink again. He'd never drive again, not after I got through with him. Elsa, sit back. Now, don't let anyone see you.
He killed us.
Yes, I know. Now, wait here, Elsa, wait here. Don't get out of the car. I watched him go inside. He walked across the lobby and disappeared in the bar. I went in after him. He was sitting there, his elbows on the bar and his head between his hands. I sat where I could watch him and still not be too close.
Yeah, with soda.
Before the bartender hardly let go, he had it down. And then his watery, bloodshot eyes looked about the room. His eyes caught mine.
Bartender.
He called to the bartender and then whispered something in his ear, looking at me, then pointing. The bartender walked over.
What'll it be, Mac?
Huh? Oh, nothing. Really, I don't care for anything.
Oh, it's on this gentleman.
Have a drink, fella. It's on me.
No, thanks.
Can't drink alone, never could. Come on now, have a drink.
What'll it be?
Can't insult a man, you gotta have a drink with him. Come on.
Better take a drink with him, fella.
Well, soda, just plain soda, but I'll pay for it myself.
Just plain soda?
Please, here's the money.
What do you think you're doing? He don't want your money. Ain't that right? Your money's no good here.
He kept breathing in my face and talking and ordering more drinks. And I kept thinking of Elsa in the car. The way her eyes changed when she saw him. The thing in her eyes when she looked at him. That fat man breathing down my neck and guzzling like nothing happened.
I'll have it again the same way. Come on, fella. Drink up. Come on. You can't drink that stuff without something in it. Drink it. Hey, give him something in that soda.
I don't want anything.
He don't want anything. He don't want anything.
No,
I'll have it again the same way.
Coming up.
He kept looking at me, breathing at me. He had the face of such an ordinary man, only very beefy. Such an ordinary man. How could he do what he did and then run away? I wondered who he was, what kind of work he did. Did he have a family? Did he have a son of his own? Was he having all those drinks to try to forget? Well, I couldn't let him forget. How long was he going to sit there? A couple of more drinks, and he finally got up. He threw a bill on the bar and started to go.
Hey, you changed.
Never mind the change.
He waved a pudgy hand. Big shot, big tipper. Very generous, nice guy. He even offered Elsa a drink after he killed our boy. I followed him into the lobby. He went to the desk.
257.
Good night, sir.
All right.
He started for the elevator. I hurried to the stairway. I ran up to the second floor. I waited off the stairway landing and watched the elevator door open.
Wait a minute. Not so fast.
Please.
I said wait a minute. Don't shut that door. Not so fast.
There's someone else ringing.
I want to ask you a question.
I have to go. People ringing.
Can I ask you a question?
Please step away from the door. You're blocking.
Answer my question.
Get away from the door, then I'll tell you.
Sure. Now answer me. When are you going to... Smart, Alec. Thinks she's smart.
He started down the hall, coming towards me. I stepped back into the stairway, took a cigarette out of my packet, started to light it. He walked past, then he stopped.
Oh. Hi.
I didn't want to talk to him, just wanted to do it and get it over with. I started toward him. We were alone. And Somebody was coming down the stairs.
You wouldn't mind coming along.
Well, I don't like it. Even the service is lousy in the place. One elevator and you can die waiting.
How's about a light?
There's nothing here to do but fish.
Well, before I could answer him, his fat, pudgy hand closed over mine and drew the lighted match to the cigarette in his mouth. He puffed loosely. His hand was damp and warm. I drew back.
Thanks.
Yeah.
See you're out.
I counted the doors as he passed on down the hall. 1, 2, 3. The 5th door down. That was his room. I walked slowly down. I stood in front of his door. So now it would happen.
Who is it? Who is it? Who is it? Oh. What do you want?
I want to ask you something. May I...
Oh, sure. Come in.
He waddled over to the bed and sat down.
Hey, you sit down.
His watery, bloodshot eyes blinking at me. I didn't know how to begin or what to do. The blind rage was gone. Something happened to me. Now, suddenly, I didn't know what I was doing there.
What do you want?
I walked over to the window, fumbling for some foolish excuse. It was no use. I couldn't kill anybody. I couldn't do it.
Ask you, what do you want?
I looked out of the window. The light from the neon sign on the roof made everything look so lonely and dead.
What's the matter with you?
And there was my car in the driveway, and Elsa sitting there. Her face, the thin outline of her face, so gray, her mouth pressed tight in a straight, hard line.
What do you want from me?
She was holding my son, holding him tight, pressed close to her, holding him. My son.
What do you want?
Why did you kill my son?
Huh?
You drunken fool, why did you kill my son?
You're crazy.
Bloodshot eyes bulging from his head, frightened and guilty. He reached for the phone and I was on him. Why did you kill him? You killed him. You killed him. You killed him. You killed him. You killed him.
Operator.
You killed him.
Operator.
It was done. All done and over with. And now I felt better. Now it would be easier. There'd be a little less pain when they buried my son. Elsa, you all right?
He's dead.
I made sure of that. Now let's get out of here. The twisted black top road unwound steadily under the headlights. But something had changed. It was no longer a road. It was a cloudy, misty jungle where everyone was old and haggard. And there were no children. And then we brought our boy into Fallstown.
If you don't mind a suggestion, Mr. Kane, you look pretty done in. And when we carried the boy out of the car, I had a look at your wife.
Yes, I know.
Good thing you didn't stop at the Royal Coachman.
Where?
The Royal Coachman. That's a roadhouse. Halfway between here and my uncle's gas station. You didn't see it?
No.
Well, it's all lit up with neon, like a regular Christmas tree. Troopers just phoned. There's a job for me. Somebody choked somebody to death. Lots of excitement.
Oh, well, who did it?
Oh, they'll find him. She looks bad, your wife. We ought to get her right to bed.
Yes. Elsa?
Now I have no son.
Well, this is Sam Crawford, Elsa. He's going to take care of Stevie. And we're going to sleep in his house tonight. I think we need some sleep, don't you?
That's him.
What do you mean?
That's him. He did it.
He did what?
He killed my son.
Elsa.
I'm Sammy Crawford, ma'am. I run the local...
He killed us. He killed us.
Elsa. Elsa. Look at me. Are you all right, Elsa?
I don't think she knows what she's saying.
He came over. He stood there with a bottle. He said he was sorry.
Elsa. Elsa, this is Sammy Crawford. He wasn't there. He was here, miles away.
He killed us.
I'll get Doc Sadler.
What's the matter with you, Elsa? I know he didn't do it. He couldn't have. I was talking to him on the telephone when it happened from the gas station. Elsa, we know who did do it. We know. And he's dead.
He said he was sorry. He said he was sorry.
Elsa. Look across the street. Elsa, do you hear me? Look across the street.
Yes.
Do you see that man walking toward the street light? Can you see him? Answer me.
Yes.
Well, just look at him, Elsa. That's all. There. Now he's under the light. Well?
That's him.
No.
That's him.
No.
That's him. He did it.
Elsa,
he did it.
Elsa, that's a minister.
He did it.
You know it wasn't a minister. You saw, and it wasn't Sam Crawford. He was talking to me on the telephone.
That's him.
No.
That's him.
No, Elsa.
That's
no.
him.
No.
That's
No.
him.
No.
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 Ben.
No.
Ben.
No.
Ben, darling. Ben.
Huh? What? Oh.
Hi, Dad. Hi.
Hello, Stevie. Hi.
Darling, what on earth? You were dreaming something, moaning and great racking.
It was a nightmare. Oh, Elsa, it was. It was.
Did you dream you lost your job?
Yes. Yes, that was it. How did you know?
Because I know everything. Come on now. Up, out of bed. We've got a big day. 4th of July comes but once a year. Garage doors open, Stevie?
Boy, will we burn up the road.
Stevie,
Wow.
stop that talk.
Why, darling.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know, instead of going up by Fallstown and up there, we'll cut across just before Kingston and find our fishing over around Litchfield, huh? I feel like Connecticut today.
Okay, Dad. I gotta go get my phone.
What did you dream about, darling? It was so awful.
Me? Well, since you have to know, I had a horrible, jealous dream. I dreamt you didn't love me.
Oh, dearest. Oh, that was the wildest dream imaginable. Now, wasn't that a waste of time?
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Gregory Peck, in Nightmare.
Mr. Peck, the subject of our show and your character portrayal won't do highway safety any harm this Labor Day weekend. Today's newspapers carried some dreadful predictions of the accidents and deaths likely to happen.
Yes, I saw them. And if I may, I'd like to add a few words of my own on this subject of safety.
The mic is yours, Greg.
Well, this evening, the Electric Autolite Company has been honored for its efforts on behalf of highway safety. You, too, can earn such an award. Of course, yours won't be quite the same. No bronze plaque or embossed certificates, and no one will pin any medals on you. Yours will be a greater, more personal reward. The deep-felt satisfaction that comes from knowing that you've taken care and not endangered your own life or the lives of others. So drive carefully, won't you? Today, tomorrow, always. Thank you.
Yes, folks, drive carefully and drive happily, too, by switching now to new wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. They're ignition engineered to work as a perfect team with your car's complete electrical system. So for a smoother engine idle and long spark plug life, just remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday for Suspense, Ray Milland will be our star. The play is called Chicken Feed, and it's the story of a man whose life was worth, literally, a nickel. It is, as we say,
a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Appearing with Mr. Peck were Lorene Tuttle and Alan Reed. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Nightmare was a radio play by Herb Meadows from a story by Samuel Bloss. Gregory Peck is currently being seen in MGM's The Great Sinner. Don't forget, next Thursday, same time, Autolite will present Suspense, starring Ray Milland.
You can buy Autolite resistor spark plugs, Autolite stay-full batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Drive right. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. Tonight, Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Mr. Ray Milland in Chicken Feed, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spears.
Hey, Hap, what happened?
Get me a doctor. Rush so fast getting here, run my battery dry.
Why, you don't need a doctor. You need an Autolite Stay Full battery. Why, these brilliant, beautiful, bouncy babies want water only 3 times a year. Yes, only 3 times a year in normal car use. Their larger liquid load is like a lake compared to ordinary batteries. And Autolite Stay Full batteries have extra protection with fiberglass retaining mats for longer life. Why, in tests conducted according to life cycle standards of the Society of Automotive Engineers, Autolite Stay Full batteries gave 70% longer average life than batteries without the Stay Full features. So, folks, get an Autolite Stay Full battery. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Oh, and friends, a reminder, Suspense may be seen on television in many parts of the country every Tuesday night.
And now with Chicken Feed, and with the performance of Ray Milland, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
All right, it was a silly thing to fight over, I admit it, but there it was. A nickel. A measly, worthless nickel. Chicken feed. But of course, that was only the beginning. Junior had asked for a nickel, and I flipped it over to him. After he left the room, Mary said I shouldn't spoil the kid. It was time he learned the value of money. And I said, great Scott, if I couldn't give my own child a nickel without her jumping down my throat, I said, after all, what's a nickel good for? Cup of coffee? Or, you know how these things get going. You keep saying things you shouldn't, and she lashes out with an answer, and before you know it, you've stormed out of the house, and you're taking it out on the car. 50 miles cooled me down a little, but not much. I automatically slowed up when I came to the sign, "You are now entering Lansing, California. Go slow and see our town, go fast and see our jail." Everybody knew Lansing. Speed trap, tough town. Driving at a normal speed through the quiet Sunday street gave me time to think of something besides the biting words Mary and I had slugged at each other. I pulled up at a little cafe next to the police station. Had a whitewash sign on the window, best cup of coffee in town for 5 cents.
And I resent that, Officer Brady. Do over easy, Sam, and heavy on the fried. What's yours, mister?
Coffee, please.
Coming up. Here you are. Say, Officer Brady, how's your star boarder?
Phillips? They're coming for him in the morning.
Think you'll be able to hold him until then? He got out of that Bennington jail like a paper bag.
But don't worry, sister. Mr. Phillips won't get out of this one.
Well, I listened to him for half an ear while I sipped my coffee. Best cup in town for 5 cents. That reminded me of our argument over a nickel. That's about all a nickel's good for. A cup of coffee some places, a newspaper, a phone call. There was a stack of the local papers nearby, and I pulled one over to look at. This Phillips is on the front page. Bank robber. Killed a teller. He had a face I wouldn't want to run into. Close. After a while, the hot coffee made me feel a little better, and maybe I'd been at fault as much as Mary. She wasn't the only one who had a bad temper. On a sudden impulse, I left my coffee, went over to the phone on the far wall. I heard the dial tone, and then I fished in my pocket for change. It was empty. Say, miss, could you change $1 for me? I want to use the phone.
Oh, yes, sir.
Well,
What's the matter, mister?
Well, my wallet, I seem to have... Look, I'll be back in a minute. No, Mary wasn't the only one with a temper. I'd stormed out of the house without changing the contents of my pockets to clean my suit. Didn't have a dime on me, not a nickel. I rummaged in the glove compartment. Mary sometimes left a coin purse, but this time, naturally, it wasn't there. I felt like a fool.
What seems to be the trouble, mister?
Oh, hello, officer. Well, I seem to have come out without any money. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, embarrassing.
I didn't realize it. I tried to phone, but I...
Oh, wait a minute, just a minute.
Huh?
Where's your driver's license?
Oh, it's in my wallet. San Francisco.
Got any other identification?
Well, the registration slip on the car.
Oh, yeah, that's the car. What about you?
Look, officer, I'm Ralph Clark. Clark and Jacobs in the Hatfield building. We're attorneys.
Attorneys?
I should have a card somewhere.
Kind of far from home to be without any dough, ain't you?
Well, I came out of the house without changing the stuff into this suit. You know how it is.
How do you happen to have the keys to the car?
Well, I don't take them out and it's in the garage.
Yeah.
Say, you don't think...
Where are you headed for?
Well, I know it sounds funny, but nowhere, really. You see, I had a fight with my wife, and I just batted out of the house to cool off.
I'll tell you what, Mr. Clark, suppose we just mosey over to the station house.
The station house? Say, what is this?
Oh, nothing at all. It's right next door, and you can call your wife from there.
But I don't see why that's necessary. If you just lend me a nickel, I could call here and reverse the charges.
Well, we'll go. You can leave the car here. I'll take that key.
And look here, officer, I don't
Come
get
on, move on,
this.
move on.
All this stupid situations to be in.
Hi, Jim. What you got this time?
I'll tell you better after he makes his call. Give me the phone, will you, Ross?
That's out of order. Went dead half hour ago.
Yeah?
I reported it. They said they can't have a man here before tomorrow.
Well, did you tell them this is a police station, for Pete's sakes?
Oh, sure I told them. It ain't dead, though. We get incoming calls, and we still got the nickel snatcher over there.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's a payphone, Mr. Clark. You can make your call from there.
I don't have any money, remember?
Oh, yeah, okay. There's a nickel.
Gee, thanks.
Let me speak to your wife when you get her.
This is going to sound fine, just fine. She'll think I really tied one on.
Operator.
Oh, I want to call San Francisco, Filmo 60098, and reverse the charges, please.
Thank you. Your number, please.
This is 460.
Hello? I have a collect call from Lansing, California for Fillmore 60098. Will you accept it?
Lansing? Well, I don't know anyone in
It's
Lansing.
me, Mary. Take the call.
Oh, it's you, is it? What do you think you're doing, 50
Will
miles?
you accept the call, madam?
I should say not. The very idea.
Hey, Mary, wait!
I'm sorry. The party will not accept the call.
Look, operator, get her back, will you? This is important.
I will ring them again.
Swell, that's a sweetheart. She's there, the little... Why doesn't she pick up that phone?
Your party does not answer.
Oh.
No soap, huh?
Well, that's your nickel.
Let me have another one, will you? I'll get hold of my partner. He'll identify me.
Look, we've wasted enough time. Come on in here.
But those are the cells.
Right.
You're locking me up?
Right again.
But what's the big idea? I didn't do anything. What are you charging me with?
I don't have to charge you with anything. I'm holding you on suspicion.
Suspicion? Suspicion of what?
Defrauding the cafe, for one thing. And I want to check that car.
You think I stole it?
Well, it's been done.
Now, wait a minute. If you'll just let me phone...
You're entitled to one call. You've had it.
But look here, officer.
Come on, inside.
In jail. All on account of a measly nickel. A lousy, stinking nickel.
Hey, welcome to our jail. Stink pot of the Santa Nueva Valley. Huh, Slim?
Yeah, you said it. What's your beef, chum?
Suspicion. Can you feature that? Suspicion. They won't even give me a nickel to phone.
You mean you ain't even got a nickel?
No, you see,
Gee, that's too bad, ain't it, Pete?
Oh, yeah, sure is. I wish we could help you out.
Yeah. Maybe we can at that.
You got a nickel?
Sure. I got 3 of them.
Well, lend me one, will you? Just one. I'll pay you back. I'll send you $10 as soon as I get out of here.
What's it worth to you, chum?
What?
Yeah.
I just told you, $10.
Yeah, I know. Pie in the sky.
Hey, my wristwatch. Why didn't I think of that before?
What's the matter with it?
Oh, nothing. Nothing's the matter with it. It's worth $50. Yeah, you fool. Look at it. It's yours for 5 cents for one measly nickel. What can you lose?
Must be something wrong with it. Is it hot?
Hot? You mean stolen? Of
Yeah.
course not.
What are you offering it for a nickel for?
Because I want to get out of this filthy place.
Oh. So you don't like our company, is that it?
Well, if you want to put it that way, no, I don't.
Oh, the man don't like our company.
Now, ain't that just too bad? Hey, what do you think of that, Mr. Phillips? He don't like us. You got any nickels, Mr. Phillips?
I followed his glance. For the first time, I saw, deep in the gloom of the locked cubicle, the face I'd seen on the front page of the newspaper. The face I'd said I wouldn't want to run into. Close. Well, it was close, and I was glad there were bars between us.
Of course, us guys ain't much, but Mr. Phillips here, he's a big shot. Robbed 4 banks and broke into 2 jails. He killed a man, too.
Yeah, sure. We're just vags. But Mr. Phillips, he's going to the hot seat. Yeah, they're coming to get him, take him back to Utah and burn him.
They don't burn him in Utah, they shoot him.
Oh.
Ain't that right, Mr. Phillips? Hey, Mr. Phillips don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, Mr. Phillips, he don't want to talk about nothing. Mr. Phillips, he ain't very sociable. Just like this.
Oh, now, look, fellas, I didn't mean... I just meant I want to get out of this jail. Here, take the watch and give me the nickel, huh?
Tell you what I'll do. I'll match you for it.
Match me?
Yeah, nickel against the watch.
Well...
Take it or leave it.
Well, all right.
Leave Pete hold the watch here, huh? I'll flip a nickel on the floor and you call it, huh?
Heads.
Tails, I win.
Hey, wait a minute. Get your foot over it. How do you know it's tails?
It's tails. Ain't it, Pete?
Sure, it's tails, all right. Here's the watch, Slim.
Say, what is
Watch
this?
it, brother.
You're not going to get away with this.
Get him, Pete.
Yeah.
That'll learn you.
This is for me and me.
Oh, don't kick me.
Hey, what's going on in there?
Officer, these men...
It ain't nothing, officer. This new guy is acting up, that's all.
Well, quiet down in there.
Now, get up.
I can't. He kicked me.
Trying to get us in trouble, huh?
No, I... Look, fella, for heaven's sake...
Shut up. Okay. Kangaroo.
I'll be the judge and you be the prosecutor, huh?
Right. Maybe Mr. Phillips will be defense attorney. You want to, Mr. Phillips?
He don't want
to. Prisoner at the bar, stand up. I said stand up.
Cut it out, will you?
Shut up.
All right, Counselor. What is the prisoner charged with?
Your Honor, this man's a desperate criminal. He's charged with breaking into jail, insulting his fellow boarders, poor sportsmanship, and fighting. A very dangerous character, Your Honor.
Oh, yeah. Guilty on all counts. Prisoner, have you anything to say before I pronounce sentence? No? Well, I fine you 5 cents. Hand it over.
You know I haven't got it.
Can't pay, huh? Well, then you can work it out. A rate of 1 cent a day. Your first job will be to shine the court's shoes.
Shine your own shoes.
Oh, he's going to be like that, huh? Hold them, Slim.
Yeah.
Officer!
Pipe down in there.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now get on them shoes.
Oh, I don't have anything to shine them with.
You got a coat, ain't you? Now get going.
The next hours were unadulterated agony. It was unbelievable, the filthy, inhuman things they could think up for me to do. It was just frightful. With every move I made, I could feel the glittering, steely eyes of the silent man in the locked cage on me, following me, weighing me. And finally, when they couldn't think of anything more, they forced me to stand at attention, looking right into Phillips's cage. They couldn't see his face. It was too close to mine. But he winked at me. and he nodded his head as though it were a signal. And then his two huge arms came through the bars and thrust me reeling across the cell, and I fell and hit my head. And that's all I remember.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Ray Milland in Chicken Feed. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Hey, Hap, get a load of this picture.
What the? A herd of camels picketing the Autolite battery plant.
Yeah, look at the signs. Autolite Stay Full batteries, unfair to camels.
Now, how do you figure that?
Well, it's easy. Those thirstless Autolite Stay Full batteries have kicked Camel's water reserve reputation into a cocked hat.
You mean because an Autolite Stay Full needs water only 3 times a year?
Yea, and verily, and also correct. Autolite Stay Full batteries need water only 3 times a year in normal car use. This extra liquid reserve expels one of the major causes of battery failure, means exceedingly excellent performance and extremely long life.
You'd say it's expedient to own an Autolite Stay Full battery.
Exactly. And for a few more Autolite Stay Full extras, get this. Extra protection with fiberglass retaining mats. Extra long life as compared to batteries without Stay Full features. In fact, 70% longer average life as established by tests conducted according to life cycle standards of the Society of Automotive Engineers. Why, with an Autolite Stay Full battery, you can tell the difference in your car.
You're right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Ray Milland in Chicken Feed, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I don't know what time it was. 2 or 3 in the morning, I guess, when I felt a stealthy touch on my shoulder. I opened my eyes. I was still on the stone floor. And Phillips was bending over me, holding a revolver. My mouth opened for an involuntary cry, and he clapped a hand over it.
Shut up, you fool. You want to wake them punks? Get up quick and be quiet about it.
I glanced quickly at Phillips's cell. It was open. So was the door to the corridor. He pushed me on and locked the door behind us. In his office, bound and gagged securely to his desk chair, Sergeant Ross glared at us. The empty holster at his side told where Phillips had got his gun.
Here. Which is the key to your car?
This one.
Okay, take it and let's move. Where's the car?
Over there.
You drive. Yeah. Well, we made it. Them hick bulls, they panicked me. Guy could spring that crock with a hairpin. But you nearly done a fine job of lousing things up. What happened to you, getting thrown in the can in the middle of the day?
Huh? Well, they picked me up on suspicion.
Well, it wasn't supposed to be till midnight tonight. And all that phony kid stuff about the nickel.
The nickel?
Yeah, all that double talk when all you had to do was slip me the word that Jerry Nichols sent you. Served you right the way them lushes treated you. Acting like a dyed-in-the-wool squid.
Jerry Nichols? Nichols! My numbed brain slowly put the meaning of his words into shape. He thought I was an accomplice, sent by a partner to help him break jail. That all my screams about a nickel had been nothing but a signal to him. A signal that I came from Jerry Nichols.
Jerry got the hideout set up?
Yes.
Well, where is it?
The hideout?
The hideout. We're going to Jerry's place first, ain't we? Then what?
Well, I'll take you to Jerry's. Then I guess he'll take over from there.
How far is it to Jerry's? Can't be any more than about 5 miles, is it?
Well, it's... Look behind you.
What's the matter?
There's a car following us without lights.
Well, I don't see it. What the? Hey, what's the big idea? You trying to cross me?
I couldn't help it. My foot slammed on the brake. That car, we've got to get out of here.
Go ahead. Get it started. Come on.
It's flooded.
I'm getting out till that car passes. You make for the other side, no tricks. Just to make sure, I'll take this key.
I'd made myself a chance, and I took it. I slipped out of the car on the other side and ran across the fields until I could run no more. After an interminable 2 miles, I found a road, and after a while of tramping along the road, a dark shape loomed up before me, a gas station. And through the glass, I could make out the outline of a telephone. I tried the door. It was locked, of course, but I found a tire iron and sprang the latch. I'd run to the phone, almost thrown myself on it. Before I saw it was a payphone. In a rage, I shook the black box. I could hear the nickels inside across a sheet of metal no thicker than a playing card, yet as inaccessible as the moon. But there must be some money in this room. My eyes focused on a battered desk. There was some change in it, and a couple of dollar bills. The kind of money a man will leave as a sup to possible burglars. Burglars? That meant me. Carefully, I abstracted a single nickel.
Number, please.
Get me San Francisco. Sutter, 15994. It's Morris Jacobs. Tell him that this is his partner, Ralph Clark, and ask him to accept the charges.
Thank you. There's an interruption on the line, and there may be a slight delay, sir. Will you hold on, or shall I call you?
I'll hold on, but hurry, operator. It's important.
One moment, please.
As I waited, a glint of light pulled my eyes away from the phone. Far down the road, headlights of a car joggled over the rise and aimed towards me. It was the first car to come by since I'd hit the road. It might be a stray, a farmer starting out before sunup, but I couldn't take the chance. Hastily, I hung up the receiver, closed the cash drawer, snapped the lock on the door, then I crouched beneath the desk.
Open up! Hey!
I've tried to wake that geezer before. He sleeps like a dead man. He may be back on the bottle again.
We'll get him up. Hey, Jerry! Jerry!
To my horror, I heard the creak of bed springs from the rear of the station. A light appeared under the door. I'd thought it was just a rear door to the outside. It opened, and 2 hairy, barefoot legs under a flannel nightgown came through and made for the front.
Who is it? Brady and Ross, open up.
Well, you're a fine bunch of cops running out of gas in the middle of the night.
Come on in. Chilly with the door open.
That ain't gas, pal. Phillips broke jail.
What? Oh, you don't tell me. Well, how did he do that?
Well, you see, there was 2 of them. He had an accomplice. Said he was a lawyer.
We found their car abandoned on the road back of Ferris's hop field. Ran out of gas, so they can't be far away.
Say, there was a big reward for Phillips after he broke jail at Bennington, wasn't there?
Yeah, $1,000.
Hey! You know him, don't you? Yeah! You was in the Bennington folk when he done that break. What was it? A drunk and disorderly or something.
Yeah, I had me a little too much and broke a wind in the general store. We was roommates for the night. I was pretty scared.
How'd he do it, the break?
Oh, I don't know. I was sleeping it off. $1,000 reward, huh? Man can do it a lot with $1,000.
Not that he couldn't. Don't you get any ideas now? That Phillips is a killer, and so's his partner, most likely.
Well, I ain't exactly helpless myself. Got a nice little fella on my side.
Now, you take my advice, chum, and put that gun away. They show up here, you talk soft, let us do the capturing.
Oh, sure. I'll play safe.
Well, we'll be going. Just wanted to alert you, Jerry.
Yes, thanks. Thanks. So long, boy. All right, you. Come out from under that desk. Come on out, I say. This gun's mighty nervous. Now, get your hands up and stand over there.
Look, mister.
I'll do the talking. Who are you?
Look, you've got to believe me. I'm not a criminal. I'm a lawyer, and
Oh, you must be the other one, huh? Keep them hands up.
But I got into this by accident. I don't know. He helped me escape,
Where
yes.
is Phillips?
Well, I left him in the car, and that's another thing. You can get the reward. I know who he's going to meet, and they're going to a hideout, and...
Oh, I see. Who is he going to meet?
Well, somebody named Jerry Nichols. There you are. If you let me get to that phone, I can clear everything
No,
up.
you don't. Stay right where you are. I'll plug you.
But that's my partner, my law partner in San Francisco. I only broke in here so I could phone him. He'll identify me. You don't believe me?
Oh, I believe you all right.
Then what? Answer it yourself. You'll see.
Not on your life, mister. You think I'm out of my mind?
But you've got to answer it, Jerry. You don't know what I went through to place that call. You just can't stand there and... Jerry. You're Jerry Nichols.
That's right. Oh. So you see...
Jerry!
Who's that? Turn off that light, you.
It's Phillips.
Stand over there by the window, where he can see you. Go on.
Jerry!
Come on in, Phillips.
I ran out of gas, and that punk...
Jerry,
It happened so fast that for a moment I had no reaction at all. None. I just watched it. Watched Phillips holding his chest with both hands. Watched that giant body twist convulsively on the floor and then lie still. Watched Jerry bend over him, then straighten up. Then as he turned, grinning to me, emotion, feeling came back, and what I felt was seething, overpowering rage, fury, everything I'd been through this night. It was like a boiler that had to burst.
Well, dead or alive, I just made me $1,000.
You foul, stinking scum.
What?
You're worse than he is.
Shut up. Maybe I'll get a reward for you, too. A small one.
I could feel the bullet land in my side just below the belt, and the avenues of pain spread out like the cracks in a hammered window glass. But somehow, strangely, it didn't stop me. I kept moving toward him. He backed away, surprised. He was aiming for another shot when we grabbed him. I got the gun, and he got me by the throat. He stumbled. I held onto his hand that was holding the gun. I wouldn't let go, and then as he fell backwards over the chair, I was on top of him. He wouldn't let go of that gun. And as we thrashed around there on the floor, I brought his hand up suddenly and smashed his own gun into his face. Then he lay still. I listened. I listened to his heart. He was all right. He was all right. I got up, gasping for breath. And then I realized that I was all right. Yet he'd shot me. He'd hit me. I should be lying there on the plank floor instead of that grotesque heap in the shapeless flannel nightgown. I felt my side where the bullet had struck. Brought my hand away. There was no blood on it. Yet there should be blood. I touched the spot again. I fingered the contour of something small and hard and round. I pulled it out of my watch pocket. Battered with a slug that struck it, bent almost double. A nickel. A nickel. The 20th part of $1. All a man needed to buy a cup of coffee. To make a phone call, to buy a fine in a kangaroo court, to save his life. And I'd had it all the time. I'd had it all the time. I'd had it all the time. Huh? Huh? Oh. Oh. Hello.
I have your party now in San Francisco. Shall I connect you, sir?
Huh? Yeah. But first, get the Lansing police station, will you, operator?
Lansing Police.
Yeah. Shut up, Jerry. You're gonna live. And I'm gonna be in court with you. Yeah. Well, I wouldn't give a plugged nickel for your chances.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Ray Milland in Chicken Feed.
Say, Mr. Milland, in a recent movie, I saw you as a baseball pitcher.
Yes, that's right.
You as a pitcher and Paul Douglas as a catcher made a wonderful battery.
That sounds like a lead-in for me to say that Autolite makes a wonderful battery, too.
You can say that again.
All right, I will. Autolite makes a wonderful battery.
Right you are, Ray. It's the Autolite Stay Full that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Made by Autolite, makers of over 400 products for cars, trucks, airplanes, and boats in 28 Autolite plants from coast to coast. Autolite also makes complete electrical systems for many makes of America's finest cars. Batteries, spark plugs, generators, starting motors, coils, distributors. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, folks, don't accept electrical parts that are supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday, for Suspense, Dorothy McGuire will be our star. The play is called Last Confession, and it is, as we say,
a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucian Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Chicken Feed was a radio play by Lawrence Goldman. Ray Milland appeared through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current release is Top of the Morning, starring Bing Crosby, Ann Blythe, and Barry Fitzgerald. Don't forget, next Thursday, same time, Autolite will present Suspense, starring Dorothy McGuire.
You can buy Autolite Stay-Full batteries, Autolite resistor spark plugs, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. Tonight, Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Miss Dorothy McGuire in Last Confession, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
Friends, millions of masterful motorists have been made merry by the miraculous magic of those magnificent marvels, wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. They let your engine idle smoother, perform better on leaner gas mixtures, actually save you gas. They cut down on television interference, too, and have up to 200% longer electrode life. Backed by the research and engineering know-how of Autolite, Autolite resistor spark plugs today are used as original equipment in many of America's finest cars. So, friends, don't be satisfied with spark plugs supposed to be as good. Get genuine Autolite resistor spark plugs. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. And here's a reminder. Suspense on television may be seen in many parts of the country every Tuesday night.
And now, with Last Confession, and with the performance of Dorothy McGuire, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Oh, isn't that horrible, Edna?
Let's see. Gee. Is that the way they found him?
Yeah, that's the way they found him. Oh, he was knifed. All twisted up like that. Lying there in the mud. Ooh, who do you suppose is guilty?
They didn't even find the knife. They'll never find out who did it.
Oh, sure they will.
No, they won't. Oh, Jessie, put that paper down. Every time something awful happens, you have to read all about it, down to the last detail.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do. What can you see so fascinating in horrible things? They make such a bad impression on you. Remember when we went to see Johnny Belinda in the movies?
Yeah.
You could hardly talk for a week. That imagination of yours.
Oh, look. It says here they found a lady's glove. Black. Size 5. Hey, that's my size.
Well, see, it could be anybody's size. 5 is my size, too. Just think how many people could have done it.
They'll find out. Somebody's conscience will begin bothering them, and then you'll see.
A person that would do a thing like that wouldn't have a conscience. Besides, maybe he deserved it. How do you know?
Everybody has a conscience. They'll get whoever it was. Don't you worry. I wonder who did it. I wonder who it could have been. It's funny how murders affect me. Even reading about them in the papers or listening to the radio. When someone's killed, I always feel like I did it. Still, how can one person kill another person? How can he? Human flesh and blood. And then not to confess it. How can he stand that guilt? Could I ever kill someone? You wouldn't think so. You wouldn't think I'd be the sort of... Well, then, nobody is ever the sort of person to be a killer until he's killed someone. I don't know. Every time something like this murder comes up, I keep thinking maybe I did it. Maybe when I was asleep or something, I got up and did it. Edna? What day was he killed?
What day?
Yeah, what day?
Tuesday. I think it was. It says here someplace. Wait a second. In the woods 4 miles from the city limits. No, wait a minute. Yeah, here it is. Police believe Howard was killed sometime between 5 and 7 p.m. on Tuesday, July 12th.
Tuesday, July 12th.
How can they estimate that closely?
Oh, they can, all right. Oh, is that his picture?
Yeah, here. Here, you take it.
Thomas L. Howard of Los Angeles, who was found dead in Woodland Grove here tonight.
Poor Tommy.
Tommy, did you know him?
I went out with him once. Hey, did you turn off the heat?
Huh?
Did you turn off the heat, Jessie? The house seems awfully warm.
Yeah. Oh, no, I didn't turn the heat off.
It's roasting in here. Imagine turning on the heat anyway during the summer months in Los Angeles.
Well, it was chilly in here this morning. Hey, Edna?
I can hear you. Keep talking.
Well, look at him.
At who?
At this picture of Howard, the man who was killed.
What about him? Let's see. Yeah, so what? What about him?
He's just like him.
Who?
Remember Henry Hacker's, the boy I used to go with, the one on Morella Avenue, the dark-haired one with the funny kind of eyes?
You mean the one who...
Yeah.
Oh, sure. But Tommy didn't look anything like Henry.
You're crazy. Look at that hairline and the cleft in the chin.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Well, now, don't tell me you don't see any resemblance. It's just like Henry Hacker's.
Well, a little, maybe, but... Oh, gee whiz, Jessie. You've got the darndest imagination.
Henry Hacker's. He sure wasn't what you'd call good-looking. He had a cute smile, though, and sort of funny little way he'd brush his hair out of his eyes. And then he'd walk with one shoulder just a little higher than the other. Henry Hacker's. He was such a nice boy. Although I never thought he'd want to get serious. A man can make you feel so guilty if you don't love him. Just because he loves you, he thinks... Oh, and that awful thing he said the last time. When was that?
But, Jessie,
I can't help it. It's just the way I feel about you.
But at least let me call you. You might change your mind.
I won't change my mind, Henry.
But you can't do it, Jessie. We had something, you and me. We made such a swell couple. I had wonderful plans for us,
Well, Henry,
Jessie.
I can't help it, but the way I feel is just the way I feel. It's been getting too serious lately, if you know what I mean. And when a slight flirtation grows out of hand, things can happen that'll only make people awfully unhappy when things don't work out.
Slight flirtation? Well, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. But I thought it was a little more than a slight flirtation. The nights I laid awake thinking about us.
Oh, don't get sore.
Well, I want you to know this, Jessie. I just want you to know it and remember it as long as you live. You've done something to me that's beyond repair. And if something should happen to me, and believe me, it very well might, I just want you to know you're responsible.
Henry! What a horrible thing to say. It's like a curse.
Now, if you want, I'll drive you home.
Responsible. Telling me I'd be responsible. Ah, poor Henry. I should have talked to him again after that. He kept calling. But I felt so guilty. Wouldn't it be funny if instead of this Tommy fellow here, it was Henry that got killed? Between 5 and 7 o'clock on Tuesday, July 12th. Tuesday, July 12th. Let's see. Tuesday, July 12th. I came from work at 4, and I told Edna I was going out and I wouldn't be back. Now, where was I going? Gosh, my memory. Where was I going? What's the matter with me? Where was I between 5 and 7 on Tuesday, July 12th? Gosh, that wasn't so long ago. I should remember that. I remember later that night. I remember at 11 I was in bed because Wednesday I had to be down to work an hour early to get out those new invoice forms. Hey, you know, If they hauled me down to the police station right now and began asking me, where were you on Tuesday, July 12th, between 5 and 7 p.m., I wouldn't have a thing to say. Edna?
Hey, have you read Little Abner yet?
Edna, listen, put down that paper.
Yeah?
Look, now, don't laugh, will you?
At what?
At what I'm going to say. What I'm going to ask you.
Go ahead, I won't laugh.
Do you remember where you were on Tuesday, July 12th, between 5 and 7 p.m.?
Why?
Do you remember?
Well, let's see. Sure, July 12th.
Uh-huh.
Sure, I went shopping over at Rawkins, and then I ate dinner, and then met Carl Maffaletti, and we went to a movie.
Gee, that's funny.
What?
Well, you remember so easy.
Oh, well, I know it was Tuesday because Tuesday was the day they had the sale at Rawkins. That's why I went shopping that day.
I can't remember at all.
What do you mean?
Do you remember what I did between 5 and 7?
I was gone all day, honey. I just explained
Well, it's
that.
funny, but I can't remember a thing during those 2 hours.
Well,
I must have done something. I just didn't die between 5 and 7 on Tuesday, July 12th.
Forget it, Jessie. I'm going out on the fire escape and take the sun. If the phone rings, get it, will you?
Sure. I haven't talked to him for such a long time. I'm going to call him. It's the least I can do after all the times he called me and I didn't even answer the phone.
Hello?
Mrs. Hackers?
Yes, who is this?
This is Jessie Larkin, Mrs. Hackers.
Yes?
Is Henry there?
Henry?
Yes, is he there?
If this is your idea of a joke, Jessie, it's in terribly bad taste.
A joke? I'm not joking. I'd like to talk to him. I know how you feel about the way I treated him, Mrs. Hackers, but really,
I don't know what's the matter with you, Jessie. I don't know whether you're crazy or what. You know that Henry is dead.
Henry Hacker's dead. How could I forget a thing like that? It's simple forgetting your coat in a restaurant or your purse in a movie, but forgetting the boy you used to date, the boy you refused to marry just a few days ago, forgetting he's dead. Oh, it just doesn't happen. Henry dead. How? I'm responsible, just like he said, like a curse, just like I took a knife out of the kitchen drawer and deliberately plunged it into his heart. Yeah, but could I? Could I murder? Actually murder? With a knife? Kill? A black glove, size 5, was found at the scene of the crime. Only one. Just one black glove in the drawer. Oh, Jessie. Oh. What did I wear on Tuesday? Oh, there'd be tears in the dress from the twigs. And mud, baby, from when I dragged the... No. Oh, everything's all right. My blue dress. The seam on the sleeve, and the hem and the mud on the skirt. I did it. There lies poor Henry. Henry, face down in the mud in the woods. And I did it. I did it. I did it. I did it.
Autolite is bringing you Miss Dorothy McGuire in Last Confession, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Hi, Harlow. All set for fall driving?
Ready, set, and raring to go, Hap. Put in those peppy, powerful, pistol-packing, wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. How's that?
Smooth.
That's the word, smooth, for smoother idling. Your motor purrs like a cuddly kitty with Autolite resistor spark plugs.
Take it easy.
That's the word, easy, for easier, breezier starts in cold temperatures with ALRSP.
Hey, you've improved.
That's the word, improved. Improved engine performance on leaner gas mixtures. You save gas with Autolite resistor spark plugs. Know how?
No. How?
Right. Autolite engineering know-how and research made the thrifty Autolite resistor spark plug possible. 20 millions have been sold.
How much longer can this last?
200%, Hap. Autolite resistor spark plugs have up to 200% longer electrode life.
Oh, my gosh.
Ohm is right. The exclusive Autolite 10,000 ohm resistor, engineered into every Autolite resistor spark plug, makes possible easier starting in cold temperatures.
Get on the ball for fall.
Get Autolite resistor spark plugs. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Dorothy McGuire in Last Confession, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
This is where the paper said I left him. Oh, I don't really remember the place, not really. It's like being someplace you think you've been before and you're not sure. I've got to find out. I've got to know. Gosh, I wonder why I picked a place like this. All these bushes. Oh, might be snakes and all sorts of dangerous things.
Stand where you are.
What?
Okay, you don't move. Just stay right where you are. Lieutenant Fleming.
Oh. Hello, Lieutenant.
What are you doing here?
Oh, just curious, really. You know, I read about it in the papers.
What's your name?
I'm just curious, that's all.
What's your name?
Jessie. Jessie Larkin.
Okay, Jesse. Run along. You ought to know better than to hang around a place like this, especially so late at night.
Well, it was the glove size, the black glove. I know a girl that wears that size.
Is that so?
Yeah. Have you found the murder weapon yet?
Not yet.
It's pretty essential to find, isn't it? I mean, to prove somebody's guilt.
Yeah? Sometimes they save us all the trouble, though. Come in and confess.
Oh. Say, it's terrible, isn't it? A nice young man like that.
Yeah?
Well, there you are. You still don't know who did it.
Oh, we've got it pretty well narrowed down to one of his girlfriends.
Oh.
Hey, you run along now. I wouldn't worry too much about the Tommy Howard killing if I were you, Jesse.
Howard killing? Oh. No, I won't. Howard. He called him Howard. Why? Why would that lieutenant call him Howard? I've got to buy a paper and find out if they know that it really was Henry Hacker's. But then Mrs. Hacker's told me, and... Oh, I'm so mixed up. I'm forgetting so many things. Henry's last name was Hacker's. No. Henry Howard. Henry Howard. Yes, that was it. I remember when Edna showed me the paper, that's what it said. Henry Howard. His girlfriends, the officer said. Henry didn't go out with very many girls. Let's see, there was Fran Gilbert. I know he took her out a couple of times. And, Barbara, what was her name? Oh, I gotta see them. I gotta see whether they've got alibis. If none of them did it, then it must have been me. Oh, and I gotta be clever about it. Not let them know what I'm after. I'll say, real casual. By the way, Fran, what were you doing between 5 and 7 p.m. on Tuesday, July 12th?
Well, it's been a nice chat, honey. I still don't know who you are or what you're doing here, but it's been real nice.
Well, I told you. I heard you were an actress, and I've always wanted to be
one.
Come
on, leave us own up. You're here about Henry, what's his name?
Henry. Yes.
Something about his estate? Well, he left me nothing but the memory of 2 miserable evenings over some warm beer.
No, nothing like that. I was just sort of wondering what you were doing between 5 and 7 on Tuesday, July 12th.
Between what and what on when?
5 and 7 on Tuesday, July 12th.
Wait a minute. Are you a cop gal or something? That was the time the paper said that Howard was killed.
Howard?
Look, Blue Eyes talking in circles makes me dizzy. You're either crazy or a cop or a digger with an angle. Whichever it is, I'm surprisingly uninterested. Scoot.
Well, all right. If you're sure you know what you were doing.
Just to ease your mind, milady, I was swabbing decks on the USS New Mexico with a vacuum cleaner, and the Navy will back me up. Satisfied?
Well, thank you. Goodbye. It was nice meeting you.
Oh, no.
She's got an alibi. She didn't do it. She couldn't have. She didn't even remember Henry's last name.
I don't quite understand, Miss Larkin.
I'm from the Los Angeles Police Department, Miss Keeley.
What do you want?
I'm a policewoman, you understand?
Yes.
I'm interested in a Henry...
Hackers? Yes.
Yes. You knew he was found 4 miles from the city limits in the woods?
Henry? Henry Hackers is dead, but... Well, you're talking about the Howard case. I don't know a thing about that.
Where were you, and what were you doing between the hours of 5 and 7 on Tuesday, July 12th?
See here, I don't see any reason for answering any of your questions. Do you have a warrant?
Well, I thought it best to make this an informal visit. I thought perhaps I wouldn't need to go into any legalities. We can make this very simple without a lot of complications. Now, what were you doing between 5 and 7 on July 12th?
I think you'd better talk to my lawyer, Miss Larkin. I'm answering no questions without his permission. Good day.
Very well. Goodbye. I'll be seeing you again.
Goodbye.
Just remember, we have your name on file. All of them have alibis. I knew they would, really. And that leaves only me. I must have done it. Henry was right. I am responsible for his death. I deserve what I'll get. I'll deserve it when they sentence me, and the judge, and no one to stand by me. No one in the world but Edna. Edna. I'll tell her everything. She'll understand how it is.
Jessie? Say, where have you been? Where did you go? I've been so worried.
All right, I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. I've got to trust you, Edna. You're the only one in the world I can trust.
Well?
Well, you know the murder in the papers.
Yeah, what about it?
It was me.
What?
Yes, it was me.
You're out of your head.
No, I wish I was, Edna. Honest, I wish
You
I
ought
was.
to see a doctor, kid. Honest, I mean it.
No, we were out there together in a car. I remember it so clearly, and he started getting fresh. But I mean fresh, and I slapped him. Well, I had this knife with me. I don't remember where I got it, but I had it in my purse, and I stabbed him.
Jessie.
And I stabbed him, and I stabbed him. And then I realized what I'd done, and I was terribly sorry, Edna. Oh, I was awfully sorry. But I had to get rid of him. So I dragged the body to the woods, inside, away from the highway, and I left him there. And I took the knife, but I forgot one of my gloves.
Jessie. Jessie, we've been roommates for 3 years, honey. I would have sworn you couldn't have dreamed of anything like this. Do you honestly believe
I always had a violent temper. You know that, Edna.
Not to kill.
Well, I did. And now the only thing is I can't find the knife. Where would I have put it, Edna?
Look, Jessie. Jessie, you stay here. Will you promise to stay here until I come back?
I can't, Edna. I've got to confess. I couldn't live with a thing like that on my conscience.
Promise me.
I couldn't.
Please, Jessie, promise. You're not to leave the house.
Well, all right. If you say so. See what kind of a person I am? I couldn't even keep a simple promise to my best friend. I had to go. Maybe after I confess, this terrible headache will go away. Oh, there it is. The police station. Well, I certainly will deserve what I get. I hope they give me the maximum penalty prescribed by law.
Yes? Oh, hello.
Are you in charge here?
Almost. What can I do for you?
I'd like to confess to the Howard murder. Who do I see?
Oh, Jessie. May I talk to you?
Certainly, Lieutenant. Sit down.
Thank you. Jessie,
Well, your case is solved, isn't it?
Yes,
You don't seem to feel too good about it.
I don't. I don't, Jessie.
Did you find the knife?
Yes.
Ah.
Jesse, we have a couple of visitors for you. I think after you've seen them, you'll feel much better. That's what our doctor thinks.
Visitors who?
Mrs. Hackers, will you come in, please?
Mrs. Hackers.
Jesse.
Oh, don't hate me too much, Mrs. Hackers.
You're going to be released, Jesse. The police can take no action on your case, and not at the present time. Mrs. Hackers here read about your confessions in the papers. She called us and told us you couldn't have killed Howard.
Jesse, my poor child.
Why did you call him Mrs. Hackers?
Jesse.
When you knew I deserved it? When you knew I killed him? Your only son? Tell him the truth, Mrs. Hackers.
You didn't kill Henry,
Between
Jesse.
5 and 7 on July 12th.
Jesse, don't you remember where you were?
I was... No, I can't think. I can't remember.
Now think, Jesse. Try to remember. Between 5 and 7 on July 12th. Now, if you remember, everything will be straightened out in your mind.
I can't.
The flowers, dear. You were crying. You cried when I put down the flowers.
The flowers?
You cried, Jesse. Don't you remember?
The flowers. The funeral.
Yes.
Henry's funeral. Oh, I remember. I cried when you put the flowers down.
That's right, dear. The doctor says maybe you felt guilty inside or something because he was dead. But you're going to be all right.
Yes, Jesse. Apparently, you just blotted those 2 hours out of your mind. Doc says sometimes it happens that way with some of us. Your mind just blots out a thing that's too painful to remember.
Yes, but then my dress and the gloves. Oh, no, I must have somehow. I must have.
Just a minute, Jesse, please.
Oh.
All right. Come in, please.
Oh, Edna.
Hello, Jesse.
Edna, I'm so glad you came.
Jesse, you promised me you wouldn't leave the house.
Edna, I couldn't have done it. I couldn't have. Mrs. Hacker said I was with her at Henry's funeral between 5 and 7 on July 12th. The only thing I can't figure out is my missing glove and my blue dress.
Jesse, I didn't want to tell you because I was afraid to, but that day on July 12th, I borrowed your blue dress and your gloves.
You borrowed them?
I had a date. I knew you'd be wearing your black dress to the funeral, so I... Oh, Jesse, I kept quiet when it looked as though nobody else was going to be blamed for it, but...
Edna, I don't believe it.
It's true, Jesse. If it hadn't been for you, I'd never have told anybody. I didn't know that all these days you've been convincing yourself that you...
Edna.
When I went out, when I told you not to leave the house, I went and got the knife. I buried it in the vacant lot. And I brought it to the police.
Poor Edna. All that guilt.
But I want you to know, Jesse, that Tom Howard was no good. And if anybody ever deserved... Can I please go now?
Yes. How do you feel now, Jesse?
What?
How do you feel?
Poor Edna.
She was your roommate, wasn't she, Jesse?
Not just a roommate, Mrs. Hackers. She was my best friend.
Come on, dear. I'll take you home.
Mrs. Hackers.
Yes, dear?
How did Henry die?
Of pneumonia. He died very peacefully.
Oh. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry for all the trouble I caused. I'm very sorry.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Dorothy McGuire, in Last Confession.
Notice the day's getting shorter, Harlow?
Did you say shorter? Don't use that word around here. We're only interested in things that last longer, like Autolite resistor spark plugs, those famous fast-firing, wide-gap spark plugs that have up to 200% longer electrode life. And Autolite resistor spark plugs let your engine run better on leaner gas mixtures, actually save you gas. Autolite makes complete electrical systems for many makes of America's finest cars. Batteries, spark plugs, generators, starting motors, coils, distributors. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. Get Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
Next Thursday for Suspense, John Lund will be our star. The play is called Experiment 6R, and it is, as we say,
a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucian Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Last Confession was a radio play by David Ellis. Dorothy McGuire will soon be seen in the 20th Century Fox picture, Oh Doctor. In the coming weeks, you will hear such stars as Charles Lawton, June Havoc, Van Johnson, and Betty Davis. Oh, and don't forget, next Thursday, same time, Autolite will present Suspense, starring John Lund.
You can buy Autolite resistor spark plugs, Autolite stay-full batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
Your National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis has only enough money to last 2 more weeks. Help now. Send dimes and dollars to polio, care of your local post office. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. Tonight, Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Mr. John Lund in Experiment 6R, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
Friends, I know you've enjoyed trouble-free summer driving if you've replaced those old-style narrow-gap spark plugs with wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs.
Tell 'em why, Harlow. Tell 'em why.
Because Autolite resistor spark plugs with the exclusive built-in 10,000 ohm Autolite resistor give you a full, even spark all along the line of fire.
Keep going, Harlow. You're doing great.
Well, your engine idles smoother with Autolite resistor spark plugs, performs better on leaner gas mixtures, actually saves you gas.
You're getting better all the time.
Autolite resistor spark plugs cut down radio and television interference, too. So insist on Autolite resistor spark plugs.
Okay, Harlow. Give 'em the old punchline.
Don't be satisfied with spark plugs supposed to be just as good. Get genuine Autolite resistor spark plugs. You're always right with Autolite. And here's a reminder, Suspense may be seen on television in many parts of the country every Tuesday night.
And now, with Experiment 6R and with the performance of John Lund as Morris Brandt, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Entirely fitting somehow that here in the Carlton Plaza Hotel, where he spent so much of his life, we should honor this hero of science and pay him our humble gratitude. Mr. Brandt is, as you know, at this moment in our special clinic, and it's from there that he will address us on the subject of Experiment 6R, a page in the progress of science with which his name will forever be associated. When I received his letter and heard the thrilling news that, unknown to any of us, a human volunteer had actually... Well, it was, of course, inevitable that I should call this distinguished gathering together. I won't speak any longer now because minutes are precious. We're ready. Will you speak to us now, Mr. Brandt? Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Morris Brandt.
Brandt speaking. I don't know exactly how you good people of science are going to take my little story.
the history of my own part in Experiment 6R. When I finish my story, if I finish it, you will wonder perhaps why I wish to tell it at all. Well, something about the irony of this situation appeals to me. I'm going to enjoy every minute of it. You know, even the fact that somebody just now pressed a buzzer and I jumped to attention and started speaking is ironic. Because I guess that's how Experiment 6R began, a couple of months ago. Yes, just like that. Brand speaking.
Coffee, Mr. Brent.
Very well, sir. It was precisely 3:15, and 3:15 was the time for Mr. Paul Koblenz's afternoon coffee. Naturally, it was beneath the dignity of the manager of the Carlton Plaza Hotel to have the coffee served by anyone less than me, the assistant manager. And so each day, the coffee tray with its silver urn, silver sugar and creamer, silver spoons, and graceful Limoges cups was left on my desk by a waiter, ready for the humiliating ceremony. I picked it up and went in.
Ah, Mr. Brent. You'll join me, of course.
Well, thank you, Mr. Koblenz.
A little coffee is very relaxing.
It was relaxing for him. My duties only began with bringing in the coffee. I had to set the silver tray on his desk and then wait while Mr. Koblenz detached a small key from his vest chain. Then it was my job to take the key and open the small wall cabinet near the heavily draped window, where Koblenz kept a supply of liquor. I would take out a bottle of expensive brandy and carry it over to the desk. Koblenz liked a dash of it in his coffee.
Ah, thank you, Mr. Brent.
It was this part of the silly ritual that I hated most. That locked cabinet was a symbol of Koblenz's suspicion and distrust. No one but me was ever permitted to enter his sacred office, and I didn't drink. But that made no difference. The liquor was expensive and might be stolen. By whom? By me.
Mr. Brent, I've been looking over the monthly accounts. Your latest innovation seems to be doing quite well.
The stag room? Oh, that was a lucky guess.
I think not. Your reasoning, I believe, was that businessmen like a place to lunch by themselves in quiet and comfort. It seems, Mr. Brent, that you have the rare talent of knowing what people want.
Well, I hope so.
Especially when giving people what they want can be so profitable. And lead to give you what you want. Yes, indeed, Mr. Brent. You have a very successful record during your 12 years here. Perhaps too successful.
Why, what do you mean?
Success has the habit of making a man crave something further. I think we shall have to have a talk some day soon, Mr. Brent. But that will be all for today. You may replace the brandy.
He handed me the little key to the cabinet. He had finished with me for the day. Back in my office, I thought of what Mr. Koblenz had said. Too successful meant only one thing. He thought that I was ambitious to hold his job, my only possible advancement. Mr. Koblenz was quite correct. I would do anything to have that job. Anything. Now, after 12 years of it, I was determined to have that job. Not because it was a better job, but because it was his. I didn't sleep well that night in my cramped inside room, thinking of Mr. Koblenz in his penthouse suite. But finally it was morning, and the hotel came to life again, with all its problems. There were the usual 2 or 3 bad checks accepted by the night clerk, and all the other boring, commonplace irritants. The only drama of the day was brought in by the housekeeper.
May I speak to you a moment, Mr. Brandt?
Yes, Mrs. Oberman?
It's about 1402, Mr. Brandt.
What seems to be the trouble?
The maids won't make up 1402.
Why?
The room... I know it sounds crazy, but that room is full of rats.
Live rats? Oh, nonsense. The maids are imagining things.
It's true. I saw them myself.
Very well, Mrs. Oberman. I'll see about it.
Everyone's afraid to go in 1402, so I hope you can get them out of there. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Brandt.
Live rats. What next? Room clerk, please. Hello?
Brandt speaking. Who's the occupant of 1402? Dr. Tomlinson? Is he in his room? Well, when he returns to the hotel, please let me know. I shall have to speak with him. Rats. Well, it was fairly typical of the kind of problem which is automatically relayed to the assistant manager, being hardly glamorous nor important enough for the manager to be bothered with. Some difficult and taxing assignment, like greeting Greer Garson, maybe, would be more fitting use for the time and talents of Paul Koblenz. As I thought about it, and him, I began to hear a sound in my head like a clock ticking. I recognized that it was almost 3:15. As busy as I was, I could sense, without looking at the clock, that it was nearly 3:15. It was time for the buzzer on my desk to sound out the call which symbolized all the tyranny, all the pompous authority, and the warped, sadistic soul of... Brandt speaking.
Coffee, Mr. Brandt.
Very well, sir. Again, the humiliating ritual. Performing the services of a waiter to satisfy Paul Koblenz of his authority. And today he began the talk with me that he had been promising for so long.
Mr. Brandt, you have been with us for 12 years, is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Koblenz. 12 years and 2 months.
And you have always impressed me as an ambitious man, a competent man.
Well, thank you, sir.
But you must realize that you have come as far up the ladder as is possible, at least while I am alive.
Well, I don't think that...
And I am a very healthy man for my age, Mr. Brandt. Eventually you may replace me.
But, Mr.
But
Koblenz...
it will be a long time to wait, I'm afraid. A very long time indeed.
Well, I'm really awfully busy, Mr. Koblenz.
I have observed certain signs of restlessness in you during the last year or so.
Restlessness?
You are not satisfied to be merely the assistant manager. You dream of occupying this desk someday. My desk.
Will that be all, Mr. Koblenz?
I will tell you when you may go. You would like to have my salary, which is very considerable, instead of your own, which is a good deal smaller. I must say that no one is so well qualified. If anything should happen to me, you would automatically be appointed manager of the hotel.
Mr. Koblenz, I'm sure
we
I never...
will not discuss the matter further. I just wanted you to know that I know, as they say, what the score is.
Have you finished your coffee, Mr. Koblenz?
I have finished my coffee, Mr. Brandt. Good afternoon.
It was exactly 3:30 as Koblenz handed me the little key to the cabinet, and I replaced the brandy. I took the coffee things back into my own office and closed the door. I knew exactly what Koblenz had meant. He had actually said, I know you would like to eliminate me in some way, and I warn you, I'm on the alert. Don't try anything funny if you know what's good for you. As if there were the slightest chance. As much as I hated him, there was nothing I could do. Mr. Brandt speaking.
You asked me to call when Dr. Tomlinson returned to the hotel, Mr. Brandt.
What? Oh, yes. Thank you.
Yes? Oh, yes, sir.
I am Mr. Brandt, Doctor, the assistant manager of the hotel.
Oh?
May I step in for a moment?
Well, yes, come right in. What can I do for you?
Well, I suppose you noticed your room hasn't been straightened. And, of course, it's not difficult to see the reason why. You have them caged, I see.
Oh, yes. You mean my rats. They're beautiful specimens, aren't they?
Beautiful. How did you get them into the hotel?
Oh, the cage fits into a leather carrying case. Rather clever, isn't it?
I see. Well, I'm sorry, Dr. Tomlinson, but I'm afraid those rats will have to go.
Yes, dear me, I was afraid of that. It would only be for another day, Mr. Brandt. I'll be returning to New York tomorrow. I can't leave them now. They're the subject of an experiment that may lead to the cure of an extremely deadly disease, which, for scientific purposes, we refer to as 6R.
Well, I'm sure, Doctor,
Let
that
me
you'll
show
be
you
able to...
something here. You see this yellow powder? Here, take a look at this label.
Paradimethyl... Doctor, I really don't have...
Paradimethylaminoasbenzamine. It's commonly called butter yellow, Mr. Brandt. You see, when a rat gets a bit of this daily in his food, he develops 6R within 4 months, a spreading internal growth which insidiously destroys vital tissues. And by the time the results are evident, the rat is past all hope, and in a very short time it's dead.
Yes, Doctor, it's very fascinating, I'm sure. But I'm afraid... Oh, will this powder induce 6R in a human being, too?
Oh, almost certainly, but naturally we haven't been able to try it. No volunteers.
I don't suppose it requires very large doses, either.
To develop 6R? Oh, no, indeed. Just a very tiny bit daily, and then... Mr. Brandt, surely you understand the importance of this work and why I must have the rats with me constantly? But if you insist, I shall move to another hotel, of course.
No, Doctor. I represent the management, and I ask you to stay. And I'll see that your room is straightened.
Well, I must say that's wonderful of you, Mr. Brandt. Are you interested in science?
Not until now.
Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, by the way, please tell the maid not to go near the cages. Sometimes the rats might bite, and it might be that they could transmit 6R that way. We're not sure, you understand, but it's better not to take any chances.
Yes, I understand. Is that powder, I won't attempt to pronounce it, is it quite safe in here?
Oh, yes, see? No one could find it here.
I see.
And besides, no one would know what it was. If some got lost, it looks just like yellow dust. It would only be thrown away. I have more for the experiments. Don't worry, Mr.
Brandt.
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry if we've inconvenienced you, Doctor. Oh, have you had dinner?
Why, no, as a matter of fact.
Oh, would you join me? 7 o'clock in the grill room?
Well, I should be very pleased.
Good. We'll talk some more. You know, I should think that someone who, well, is desperately ill, let us say, would be honored to be your volunteer. I know in similar circumstances, I should be proud. Until 7, Doctor.
You wish to see me, Mr. Brandt?
Yes, Mrs. Overman. It is very important that Dr. Tomlinson finish his stay.
Yes, sir.
I will meet the chambermaid in his rooms promptly at 7:15 and see to it that the rats don't frighten them.
Thank you, Mr. Brandt.
The doctor arrived exactly at 7, and at 7:10, while he was still sipping his sherry, I excused myself and went up to 1402. When the chambermaid was taking the soiled linens to the laundry wagon in the hall, leaving me alone in Dr. Tomlinson's room, I filled a hotel envelope with a deadly yellow powder. I was back downstairs before the soup was served. I have never enjoyed a dinner more. Dr. Tomlinson prattled on, but I didn't even hear. I was thinking what a pleasure it was going to be to have coffee at 3:15 tomorrow afternoon with Mr. Paul Copeland.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. John Lund in Experiment 6R, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Hap.
Yes?
My nephew went to camp this summer, and they taught him a lot of useful things, like how to send smoke signals with a brush fire and blanket.
Oh?
You should see the lovely charred hole in our living room rug.
Yes, but did they teach him about the new wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs?
No, Hap, they didn't, so I had a man-to-man talk with him. I told him replace old-style narrow-gap spark plugs with wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs for easier starting in cold temperatures, for smoother idling, for better performance on leaner gas mixtures. They actually save you gas.
That's useful information.
Right. I told him confidentially, of course, that every Autolite resistor spark plug has an exclusive built-in 10,000 ohm Autolite resistor. I said insist on Autolite resistor spark plugs now. Don't accept spark plugs that are supposed to be as good.
That's telling them.
I said, my boy, that mighty might, that Autolite resistor, explains why Autolite resistor spark plugs mean easier starting in cold temperatures, smoother idling, better performance on leaner gas mixtures. They actually save you gas. So insist on Autolite.
And now Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage John Lund in Experiment 6R, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Brandt speaking.
Coffee, Mr. Brandt.
Yes, Mr. Koblenz. A waiter had just brought the tray, set it on my desk, and left. My door was locked. I took out the envelope with the powder, put a pinch of it into one of the costly Limoges cups, filled both cups with coffee from the silver pot, and carried the tray into the sumptuous office next door, the office that would soon become my own.
You will join me, of course, Mr. Brent.
Of course, Mr. Koblenz. Of course I would. I always had. But beginning with today, I would enjoy it. There was not the slightest alteration in the usual ridiculous routine. Koblenz removed the little key from his chain and handed it to me. I got the brandy from the cabinet. Koblenz poured a bit of the brandy into his cup and took a sip.
Exceptionally good coffee today, Mr. Brent. Make it yourself?
What? Why, how do you mean?
Oh, don't take me so seriously, Brent. But knowing your efficiency in all matters of the hotel, I'm sure you could prepare a very unusual cup of coffee.
Well, that's very nice of you to say, Mr. Koblenz.
But I know you haven't time to waste in making coffee. Too busy thinking of ways you can work your way into my job, aren't you? And as I told you before, you won't get it while I live, and I come from a very long-lived family.
Yes, surely. More coffee, sir? Nothing could possibly go wrong. I had found out enough from Dr. Tomlinson to know that humans, and I stretched a point to include Paul Koblenz, that humans responded to drugs in very much the same way as rats. That was the reason rats were used for experiments in medical research. Almost invariably, the drugs that could kill a rat could kill a man. But the powder would never be detected, only its effect. When, after months of tiny doses, Koblenz would suddenly learn that he was harboring the hidden killer, 6R. I kept the powder in my jacket pocket. As the weeks passed, it became a matter of routine to put some in Paul Koblenz's daily coffee. But try as I would to remain calm, sometimes the excitement of it would become almost unbearable, particularly at the moments when I served the coffee.
Mr. Brent, I can't tell you what pleasure this afternoon cup of coffee gives me. And, of course, it gives me one of the few chances I get during the day to see my busy and trusted assistant. That is a pleasure, too.
Thank you, Mr. Koblenz.
Oh, I received a letter a few days back from a Dr. Ernst Tomlinson.
Tomlinson?
He was a guest here, I believe, for several days.
Oh, really? Well, I don't...
Surely you haven't forgotten. He wished specifically to be remembered to you. The gentleman with the rats.
Rats? Oh, yes, I do recall something.
Yes, of course. I realize, Mr. Brandt, that I have allowed many of my managerial duties to fall on your capable shoulders, which action has perhaps given you a mistaken opinion of your authority on these premises. But really, Mr. Brandt, live rats in a room.
The animals were caged?
I think I should have been consulted. Fortunately, our other guests were not cognizant of the fact that we were for 2 days zookeepers of a sort. If they had known, I'm afraid Mr. Fenwick should have immediately replaced you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Koblenz.
Yes, I am sure. The good doctor seemed quite taken by you, Mr. Brandt. Have you a personality side you've never shown me? I've always considered you rather dull.
Will that be all, Mr. Koblenz?
You're angry. Well, no matter. See, yes, that would be all. I'm rather tired today. Go, please.
Dr. Tomlinson had written, but only to compliment me. That was good. He hadn't missed any of the yellow powder. As far as Koblenz's insulting behavior was concerned, well, there wouldn't be much more of it. Dr. Tomlinson had said there were no outward effects to 6R, but the tiny admission of fatigue on Paul Koblenz's part was, I felt, a good point. I watched Paul Koblenz grow progressively more testy and insulting. 2 weeks into the 4th month of experiment 6R, and in a way I didn't expect, the last scene began. Under the insurance laws of our state, all employees participating in group insurance had a yearly physical examination. The 4 months Dr. Tomlinson had considered necessary to allow the growth of 6R were almost completed. By now, 6R would have taken hold of Paul Koblenz, sufficiently to be recognized in a medical examination, and sufficiently to be, at that point, incurably fatal. Even at this late date, there were outwardly no signs of Koblenz's illness, which would make the announcement by the insurance doctor even more shocking. It was a nervous moment. Brandt speaking.
Mr. Brandt, I have set aside 2:30 as the time for my visit to the insurance doctors. That should get me back to my office for coffee, after which, if you have no pressing duties, you may...
Yes, Mr. Koblenz. At 3 o'clock, I heard him come back into his office next door. He walked rather heavily, I thought. I wanted desperately to see him at once, to see the reaction he must have to the news the insurance doctors had given him. But I waited. Finally, it was 3:15. Brandt speaking.
Coffee, Mr. Brandt.
Yes, Mr. Koblenz. The waiter had brought the coffee tray as usual. I carried it in. Koblenz sat quietly at his desk, his face partially in the shadow from the drawn blinds.
You'll join me, of course, Mr. Brandt.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Koblenz.
Here's the key.
I set the tray down, took the little key to the liquor cabinet which stood against the wall, and bent over to open it. There was a new mirror above the cabinet, and what I saw in it made me drop the bottle.
Anything wrong, Mr. Brandt? You seem startled.
The cups. The cups.
You've turned absolutely white as death. But then I meant to talk to you. You haven't been looking well for some time.
You changed.
I beg your pardon?
You switched the coffee cups while I turned away to get your brandy.
I always do. It is an old custom in my family. An old German custom. A very old custom. A very old and long-lived family.
Have you all this time?
Yes, Mr. Brandt. All this time. Operator, connect me with the insurance doctors, please. In 308. Is it possible for you to see Mr. Brandt immediately, Doctor? Thank you. It's urgent.
And so, experiment 6R is finished. I am glad to have been of service to science, but I just couldn't die without sharing the credit with Mr. Koblenz. I'm sorry, truly sorry, that he could not be there with you today in his old capacity as manager of the hotel. But Mr. Fenwick saw fit to discharge Mr. Koblenz when it was brought to his attention that live rats had been permitted to spend the night in one of our rooms. And now, thank you for your attention, and goodbye.
I was just bringing your order, Mr. Brandt. Your friend just phoned and told me. If you'd only mentioned it before...
Friend?
Mm-hmm. Mr. Koblenz.
Koblenz? But I didn't order anything.
Oh, now, Mr. Brandt, it's no trouble. We know now about your little custom. If you want coffee at 3:15 every day, you shall have it. Come now. It's just 3:15.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, John Lund, in Experiment 6R.
John, do you mind if I ask you a question?
Why, of course not, Harlow.
Okay. What do you think of Autolite resistor spark plugs?
Well, Harlow, let's put it this way.
Yes?
I can't imagine you selling anything but the best.
Oh, well, now,
don't be coy, Wilcox. You just keep right on telling people that Autolite resistor spark plugs are the best. Any more questions?
No, John, and thank you. I'll also tell people that in its 28 plants from coast to coast, Autolite makes more than 400 products for cars, trucks, airplanes, and boats. including complete electrical systems for many makes of America's finest cars. Batteries, spark plugs, generators, starting motors, coils, distributors. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly because they're a perfect team. So, friends, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be just as good. Insist on and get Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday for Suspense, Charles Lawton and June Havoc will be our stars. The play is called Blind Date, and it is, as we say,
a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Experiment 6R was a radio play by Donald Stubbs and Harold Kahn. John Lund may currently be seen in the Hal Wallace production for Paramount, My Friend Irma. In the coming weeks, you will hear such stars as Van Johnson, Edward Arnold, and Betty Davis. Don't forget, next Thursday, same time, Autolite will present Suspense, starring Charles Lawton and June Havoc.
You can buy Autolite resistor spark plugs, Autolite stay-full batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present tonight two stars, Mr. Charles Lawton and Miss June Havoc, in Blind Date, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
Say, Hap, have you heard the one about the car that lost its head in a clutch, got its block knocked off, and hasn't had a brake since?
Slow down, Harlow. That story won't hold water.
Well, maybe not, but here's one that will. The story of the Autolite Stay Full battery, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Autolite Stay Full batteries, with their greater liquid reserve, help to eliminate one of the major causes of battery failure.
Still more, Harlow?
I'll say, Hap. Autolite Stay Full batteries have extra protection with fiberglass retaining mats for longer life. Why, in tests conducted according to SAE life cycle standards, Autolite Stay Full batteries give 70% longer average life than batteries without the Stay Full features. So, folks, get an Autolite Stay Full battery. And remember, you're always right with Autolite. Oh, and a reminder, Suspense on television may be seen in many parts of the country every Tuesday night.
And now, with Blind Date, and with the performances of Charles Lawton and June Havoc, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
The DeMarcos and Mamie had said goodbye. That left me alone backstage. I'm always late anyway. 8 acts on the bill, and I'm always the last to leave the theater. Say, just what do you mean coming into a lady's dressing room without knocking?
Hi, cutie.
I never heard of a call boy who didn't know how to say, are you decent?
Oh, relax. Take it easy. We can't all be double-jointed.
All right, what do you want?
He's outside.
Who is outside?
Some John you won't like says he's got a date with you. Oh, baby, you're closing tonight. Tomorrow you'll be in far-off Detroit. Then you'll wish you'd done the loop with me once. Come on, let's you and me do our own circuit
Well,
tonight.
I have a date, thank you.
Oh.
Now, will you go out and tell him to come in, if you please?
You can do better than him.
Yeah?
Yeah, me.
Oh,
You got real talent, honey. You need somebody to watch out for you. In the profession, I mean. Now, what's a cute little trick like you taking fourth billing to a lot of hoofers?
Look.
Yeah? Oh, Gloria, baby, this is your last night.
I told you before, I don't like to be touched. By you or anybody else.
Hey, I'm beginning to think you mean it.
Get out of here.
Okay. But your stage door Johnny ain't gonna be no improvement. Believe me.
The idea, the very idea. Doggone it, where did I put that?
I believe I'm on time. The clock on the Wrigley Tower has just struck 11. I'm Vincent Hawthorne.
Oh, yes,
She walks in beauty like the night of cloudless climes and starry skies.
Come again?
I'm not what you expected, of course
Well,
not.
Won't you come in, Mr.
Hawthorne.
Here, let me take your hat, Mr. Hawthorne. I'll only be a minute. I'm leaving Chicago. I close tonight, you know. Detroit tomorrow. I was delayed at packing and all. I'm not quite dressed. That props, anyway.
A theatrical trunk. This is a big thrill to me. Gloria Le Fay. Theater. Rush. Gloria Le Fay. Trends in Bends.
Yeah, that's me.
Well, this is my first experience in meeting an artist.
Well, really?
Gloria. It's a lovely name, Gloria. It fits you. You're a very lovely girl. She had a woman's mouth with all its pearls complete. And for her eyes, what could such eyes do there but weep and weep that they were born so fair?
Huh? Well, it's something of your own.
I only wish it were. That's a narrative poem of Keats about a woman who turned into a serpent.
Well, gee, that's a cheerful little earful, I must say. And what do you got there?
That's a flower, a rose for you. Here.
Oh, well, thanks. Yeah, I like roses.
I thought it'd look nice in your hair, Gloria.
Oh, yeah, well, thanks a lot. That's real nice.
For your hair, yes.
Thanks.
And this. Now, this is something for both of us.
Is that whiskey?
No, hardly. It's wine. It's Chablis. It has a fine bouquet. Should lend a note of cheer to our little dressing room. And 2 glasses. See, I thought of everything. Fine wine should always be sipped from crystal, don't you think?
I planned on going out. And then...
Oh, yes, certainly, but I thought...
I'll only be a minute. I'll finish dressing behind the screen. Say, Mr. Hawthorne.
Oh, yes?
What's your first name?
Vincent, my dear.
Oh, say Vincent.
Oh, thank you.
Vincent, just so we get everything clear on both sides, it's a funny situation, you see, because I don't quite know
Are
how
you
to...
concerned because we are having what is called a blind date?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you read my mind. I just wanted it to be understood on both sides that I am not in the habit.
Of course not.
But lately, I've been thinking that after all, how is an artiste like myself, who spent practically all of her life training for a profession and then finally goes out on the road since vaudeville's coming back now, you know, how's she ever going to meet people?
Yes.
You get the point?
Certainly, of course I understand that completely. We'll just have our little midnight supper.
I was
and
coming to
that's
that. When I was a little girl, say, by the way, did you ever catch an act called Diane?
all. Diane, I'm not positive.
Well, you'd hardly have forgotten her if you had. Diane was my mother.
Oh, indeed. She was an
acrobatic dancer, yeah. It's almost entirely her act that I'm doing.
Really?
Well, when we were playing Chicago once, when I was a little girl, we went to a little restaurant off the Gold Coast which enjoyed largely theatrical clientele. It's called Gregory's. I thought we'd go there. Are you game, Mr. Hawthorne?
It sounds delightful. You say that your mother is dead?
Yes. Diane died 3 months ago.
I'm terribly, terribly sorry, my dear.
Well, thanks. I'm sorry. They say the
You were
food
very
at
close to your
Gregory's
mother, weren't you? She was an artiste, too. And she taught you how to accomplish all of those remarkable feats that you've been performing on the stage.
Diane taught me everything I know.
It's really remarkable what you do at the end of your act. When you stand on that chair and bend all the way back so slowly and then take the goblet of wine with your teeth and drink it.
Well, thank you. I've worked hard. Of course, either you are double-jointed or you're not.
Of course. What did she die of?
You might say that when vaudeville began to die, Mother began to die, too.
Yeah.
It wasn't the money, but with radio and... You see, you have to see a dancer, and the radio...
In view of those circumstances, you could almost say that your mother was murdered.
Say, where do you live?
I was born in London.
London. We were thinking about playing Australia once.
London is a great many miles from Australia,
Gee,
Gloria.
I'd sure like to get over to London. They say Australia is
London
great.
is a very lonely place.
Palladium, I'll bet that's the biggest...
It's full of lonely people.
Oh, say, let's not...
The world is full of lonely people, Gloria. In your short lifetime, has that fact come to your attention?
Well, really, that kind of talk can ruin an evening. If you're going to talk like that, I don't know about us. Well, here we... Hey, what are you doing? Put away that knife.
I'm just opening our bottle, Gloria.
Oh, I told you I don't want to drink here. I want to go to Gregory's. Come on, let's put the show on the road.
Well, here's one for the road. A little glass of wine will do us both good.
No, I don't like the looks of that knife. Nobody needs a knife that big to open a bottle with.
This is a trick knife, see? You press the little button and the knife's gone, just like that. It disappears into the handle.
Well, I don't like it. People get hurt with knives.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong about that. People get... a knife's a very handy instrument.
Oh.
A good knife is hard to find. A good knife is a friend, Gloria. The only friend you can depend on sometimes. They say steel is cold, but it's really warm. It's warm as the human body.
Well, just for your information, I don't like your knife, and while we're at it, I don't think I like you either.
I'm very sorry, Gloria. I'm sorry that my knife frightened you.
I don't know. I think maybe you'd better go.
Please, Gloria, don't be angry with me. I'm most anxious to take you to Gregory's, where you once went with your mother many, many years ago.
I don't know. I think...
We'll have something that you didn't have at that time, champagne.
Huh? Well,
In a quiet corner by candlelight, there'll be music.
See, what does a girl do when she draws a gentleman like you, huh?
Why, she has a little glass of wine to celebrate. Good. Here we go.
You haven't said anything about my dress.
It's one for you.
Thanks.
One for me.
All right. Here's to a pleasant evening, Vincent.
No, Gloria. Here's to us.
Well, okay, then. Here's to us.
Ah, yeah, that's a little better.
That's nice. Vincent, I'd like to ask you a personal question.
Certainly.
What does somebody like you do for a living?
Oh, I was a part of Rembrandt and Silver's.
Yeah? Sounds like a soft shoe act.
No, they're wine merchants.
Oh.
What? Gloria, when you bend back like you do and you drink out of that glass, is that wine you drink?
Oh, of course not. That's only colored water.
Oh. Did you know that the cork in the bottle is sometimes more expensive than the wine itself?
You don't say.
Yes, it's imported from Spain, you know. Imported, that's what costs money, you see.
What?
You know, another thing I have wondered about. Is it true that it's bad luck to whistle in a dressing room?
No, that's silly. That's a chorus girl superstition. Artists, they don't worry about that.
Oh, I see. I'm most grateful that you answered my note this afternoon.
Vincent, why did you send the note to me with those 6 beautiful Cardoza sisters on the same bill?
I thought them very ordinary girls. They weren't the least beautiful, not beautiful like you.
No? Well, no.
What made you answer my note?
I had 3 birds this morning.
Birds?
Uh-huh. Tea leaves.
Oh, yes.
That means good luck, you know. And then when I got your note, naturally, I took it to Mamie. She does handwriting, too. And she said, you must be a fine gentleman. And otherwise, I wouldn't have answered you because I've never had a blind date before.
Then I'm most grateful to Mamie.
Well, I think it's about time we left.
I don't know, Gloria. I see that you have a portable phonograph. You travel with that.
It's an old one. It's no good. It doesn't work too well. I've got to have it fixed.
I'm very fond of music, Gloria. What have you got?
It doesn't work, honestly.
Let's try one before we leave.
Hey, mister, look now.
What about this one? Moonlight Madonna. Why, that's the music you use in your act. Just play it.
I told you that phonograph doesn't work. Oh, come on. Why didn't you...
Come on,
You're wrong, Gloria. See, that works fine, you see.
All right, now, come on. I finished my drink. Let's go.
Could we have another one and listen to the record?
No. I've had enough, and you've had enough, too. So let's get
Must
this...
you wear that fur piece?
For your information, Mr. Wise Guy, this fur piece was given to Diane by Mr. Nat Kalsheim of the Morris office and is practically unobtainable on today's market. You just can't get it nowadays. I can wear this anywhere at all.
What I mean, Gloria, is that it doesn't do you justice. Nothing is beautiful enough for a girl with lips.
Don't you touch me.
Oh.
Don't you ever touch me, see?
You shouldn't have done that.
When I was a little girl, one night I was standing in the wings watching Diane, and a stagehand kissed me on the neck, and I just... Well, he's still carrying the scar on his forehead. I took the heel of my shoe, and I hit him. And he... Listen, don't you ever try to touch me again, see? Never. Come on now. We had our wine, and it's 11:15, and we're going to go. We're going right now, do you understand?
We didn't hear the rest of this record, Gloria.
You get out. You get out of my dressing room.
I do not want to leave yet, Gloria.
I'll show you, Hey! What are you...
It's no use. I have the key.
Bill! Come in here and help me, Bill!
Bill is the name of the stage Norman that I met coming in. A liberal gratuity, a gentle hint, and he obligingly left you and me alone. Gloria.
And there we were, in the dressing room, backstage in that empty theater. Mr. Hawthorne, his knife, and me.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Charles Lawton and Miss June Havoc in Blind Date, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Hey, Hap, listen to this. A letter from my old Arab pal, Hassam Ben Aud, the Karachi camel keeper. Dear Harlow, he says, you win wager. I now have a dozen droopy dromedaries dying for a drink.
What was the wager, Harlow?
Oh, I bet him Autolite Stay Full batteries could go without water longer than his camels.
Oh, no.
Why, sure. And it's like taking candy from a kid. Those Autolite Stay Full batteries need water only 3 times a year. And what's more...
More?
Sure. Autolite Stay Full batteries have more power, are packed with potent pep and punch, more life. Autolite Stay Full batteries gave 70% longer average life in recent tests based on SAE life cycle standards compared to batteries without the Stay Full features.
Is that all?
No, there's more. More life insurance. Autolite Stay Full batteries have a fiberglass retaining mat safeguarding every positive plate. So get an Autolite Stay Full battery. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Charles Lawton and June Havoc in Blind Date, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
You get out. You get out of my dressing room.
There's no reason to be afraid of me, Gloria. You take your wine and sit down and listen to the music. Here.
I don't want it.
Now, why did you do that?
Because I don't want to have another drink here. I want to leave. Unlock that door.
Now, don't you be impatient, Gloria. We'll leave in a minute.
Oh, why can't we leave now? I want to get out for some fresh air.
You aren't frightened?
No, I'm not.
And then why are you...
You promised to take me to Gregory's for supper. I've done 4 shows a day for 6 days, and I'd like to relax. And tomorrow I've got to go...
would.
Listen, I'll even change my fur piece, Mr. Hawthorne. Vincent.
You know, Gloria, loneliness is a terrible thing. You can wander in a city of 1 million people and yet have no one to speak with, and you wander and you think there is no cure for loneliness, and there is a cure. As I watched you there dancing on the stage, I knew that loneliness has a cure. Just a simple kiss will banish loneliness forever.
Well, you're not going to kiss me. I'll tell you that much. I don't care how lonely you are. And I'm sick of this record, too. I wish I'd never answered your note, I'll tell you that much.
But you did answer it, and here we are.
Well, a girl can make a mistake,
No, Gloria,
you know.
you didn't make a mistake. I'm a humble man, and I apologize to you.
Unlock the door.
I have been studying you, Gloria, ever since I came into the dressing room tonight. There is more to you than just a pretty face.
Oh, that kind of talk doesn't impress me. That kind of talk will get you exactly nowhere. Unlock the door.
Now, what if I told you that you'd successfully passed the test I really have been testing?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, when first I saw you 6 days ago, I knew there was a lot more to you than just a pretty face, and that's why I've been to see you dance every day. I wanted to make sure, and I came here tonight to test you.
Well, what do you mean
When
by
I tried
that?
to kiss you, that was the test. I had to find out what you were like. A man has to be careful, too, about a girl, I mean. And when you wouldn't let me kiss you, I knew you were someone that I could... Oh, Gloria.
Yeah, I don't get you at all. Now you're almost as if you were going to cry.
I have a confession, Gloria. I have cried a great deal in my life.
Really? Have you really?
A very great deal.
Huh. Well, then, look, now that I've passed your test, you know what kind of a girl I am, don't you?
I know exactly what kind of a girl you are, Gloria.
All right, and then we understand each
Perfectly,
other.
And I know you and you know me.
All right, then, come on, let's put the show on the road.
There is just one thing.
What?
It's your dress.
What? So now it's my dress, is it?
Yes.
First it was my fur piece, and now it's my
It's
dress.
a very, very beautiful dress, but before we go out, I would like to see you for the last time in the costume you wear for your act.
Oh, you
The
would.
green
Just
one,
what do you think?
I like the green one best with the golden spotlight.
Well, it's not here. I've already sent the trunk to the station. And
I don't believe that. What's this, then?
That's my other trunk.
You give me the key, will you?
I will
All
not.
right, then I'll open it my own way.
Put the knife away,
I
will
told
you?
you, Gloria, a knife is a very handy instrument. It's a very handy instrument to have.
Stop
with-
that. Will you stop that? You're going to break the lock. Get away from that trunk.
Don't you do that. Don't you ever try to take my knife away from me. Don't you ever try to take my knife away from me. I asked you to do a simple little thing. I asked you to wear your costume for me because you look very pretty in it. A simple thing like that would take only a minute of your time. You say it's packed and shipped, but I don't think it is. I'm going to find out whether it is. It's all right. I am going to find out. There, I got it. And here's the dress right on top, your beautiful green
I won't put it on now, do you hear me? I won't put it on for you or for anybody else. And on top of everything else, you've broken my trunk. I just have that lock.
Go behind that screen and put it on.
I will
Go
not.
on.
All right. I'll put it on.
That's a good girl. You know, Gloria, I didn't mean anything by showing you my knife. It's only just that I want to see you. I want to see you exactly as you look when you're performing on the stage. You're so beautiful, Gloria. Your eyes are greener than the sea. You're so lovely.
And all that isn't going to make me forget that knife or what you've done either.
I'm just a humble man. I'm a human being the same as you are, but I'm only lonely, Gloria. I'm terribly, unendurably lonely.
You've got friends, all right.
How does that go? I have no friends, said Lamia, no, not one. My presence in wide Corinth hardly known. My parents' bones are in their dusty urns, sepulchred where no kindly incense burns. Seeing all their luckless race are dead, save me. And I neglect the holy rite for thee. Have you put on the costume?
Yeah. Well, now, here it is. All right, now, you take your look, Mr. Hawthorne. Just... Well...
It's lovely. It is.
All right, then I can...
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Well, how can you perform without music?
Perform?
Why else would I ask you to put on your costume? You're going to dance for me.
I'm not putting on a special act for anybody. You're not...
No, you can't imagine the effect that this has on me. It is the way you twist and turn slowly and silently, so slow, so lovely, and so alone. Oh, so very much alone.
Alone? How could I be alone in a theater full of people?
You can be alone in a city of 1 million people. You had no one in that theater, Gloria, even though it was crowded. And now here in your dressing room, you have me to watch you, and you can perform for me alone.
Oh. Hey, what's the idea of turning off the lights?
All but the ones around your mirror. You see, that's your spotlight.
Oh,
You're on stage now. That's for me and no one else. Don't you scream again. Don't you scream, whatever you do. That upsets me.
Look, Vincent, if I do my act for you, if I do it just the way I do it on the stage, only this time just for you, If I do it for you like that, will you please go away?
Yes, Gloria. That's all I want you to do. I just want you to do it as if you were on the stage.
All right then. Sure.
Oh. Oh, that's right. Oh, that's graceful. Oh, that's so graceful. Turn and twist. Now, down. Down. That's right. Go slowly. Why can't you do that for me? Why you went clumsy in the theater when all those other people were watching?
Honest, I'm sorry. It's such a small room, and when I do my kicks, I can't...
Never mind. You go on, will you?
No,
go on.
No.
That's right. Easy. Oh, slowly. Please remember to do it slowly.
What you're going to do, and I don't know what. I just can't go on to my act anymore. I can't do it. I'm a decent, self-respecting girl, and I accepted your invitation. I thought you were going to be nice because your handwriting. You're going to be so scared. No matter what you do or say, I just can't seem to please you. Why can't you go away? Why don't you get out of my dressing room and leave me alone? I hate you.
You hate me. I knew that when I came in that door tonight that you hated me, and I'm accustomed to being hated. And let me tell you something, every girl with a nice dress and a pretty face hates me, Gloria. I don't care anymore. I was lonely. I went to the theater. I saw you there on the stage. I thought you were beautiful. I thought if I could see you alone in the same costume, that if you wear it just for me and perform just for me, that I wouldn't be lonely anymore. That'd be enough. But it isn't enough.
No, don't you come near me. Don't you touch me.
A kiss is the cheapest thing in the world.
No.
Now, kiss means nothing to you. To me, it means everything. A kiss would cure my loneliness, Gloria.
I'll never kiss you.
I think you will.
A knife. Oh, please.
Now then, just tilt your head a bit. That's right. Now.
Vincent, darling.
What'd you say?
I said, darling.
Why did you say that?
What would you say if I really kissed you,
What do you mean?
When you said it, a kiss means everything to you. Do you want me to really kiss you?
I can't believe it.
Oh, I'd kiss you. Really, I would, but...
What?
No, I'm afraid of your knife.
Do you actually want to kiss me?
Yes. But the knife scares me.
I never meant to use that, Gloria. Here, you take it. Now.
I'll kiss you! I'll kiss you! What have I done? Oh, what have I done? They'd been looking for him ever since he left London. They knew all about him. So they let me go. Self-defense. Loneliness is a terrible thing, he said. Well, no matter how lonesome I get, I'll never have another blind date as long as I live.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's stars, Charles Lawton and June Havoc in Blind Date.
Mr. Lawton, if you'll release Miss Havoc from your clutches, I'd like to get her in mine.
From clutches to cliches.
Well, we might say that, yes, Mr.
All right,
Lawton.
Mr. Wilcox, I'll do that. But I may say that it's being done with a great deal of reluctance, June.
Thank you. Mr. Wilcox, I'll bet you want me to tell you about the Autolite stay full battery in my car, right?
I surely do, June. What is the woman's slant?
Well, Harlow, women are traditionally supposed to be unaware of an automobile's innards. However, I'm one who wants to know what's in my car.
Well, more women should, for more women drive cars today than ever before.
And an Autolite Stay Full battery is my insurance that I'll get to the studio and other appointments on schedule. I get a hurry call, step on the starter, and I'm off.
June, you've got the best car starting insurance there is with an Autolite Stay Full battery. It's made by Autolite, makers of over 400 other products for cars, trucks, airplanes, and boats in 28 Autolite plants from coast to coast. Autolite also makes complete electrical systems for many makes of America's finest cars. Batteries, spark plugs, generators, starting motors, coils, distributors. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, friends, don't accept electrical parts that are supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite, original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday, for Suspense, Van Johnson will be our star. The play is called Defense Rests, and it is, as we say,
a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Blind Date was a radio play by E. Jack Newman and Harrison Negley. During the next 10 weeks, Charles Lawton will appear at Eastern universities and concert halls, reading from his favorite books. June Havoc will soon be seen starring in the Universal International picture, The Story of Molly X. In the coming weeks, you will hear such stars as Edward Arnold, Betty Davis, and Victor Mature. Don't forget, next Thursday, same time, Autolite will present Suspense, starring Van Johnson.
You can buy Autolite Stay Full batteries, Autolite resistor spark plugs, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Mr. Van Johnson in The Defense Rests, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
Much as I hate to mention this on radio, I was watching television the other night.
Shh, Hap, we're on the air.
Yeah, well, people gotta know this. I found out that cars, trucks, and buses equipped with ordinary spark plugs kick up a frightful fuss with TV pictures.
Well, that's not true of Autolite resistor spark plugs. Wonder of wonders, these wide-gap whizzes cut down television cut-ups.
They sure let your engine idle smoother, too, don't they?
Yes, Autolite resistor spark plugs let your engine idle smoother, give better performance on leaner gas mixtures, actually save you gas, and they have 200% longer electrode life. Autolite resistor spark plugs are backed by the research and engineering know-how of Autolite, leader in resistor-type spark plugs. Get Autolite resistor spark plugs from your Autolite dealer tomorrow. You're always right with Autolite. Oh, a reminder, Suspense on television may be seen on many stations throughout the country every Tuesday night.
And now, with the defense rests and with the performance of Van Johnson, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
A People versus Robert Tasker. The defendant charged under the indictment with murder in the first degree.
Is counsel for the defense prepared to proceed?
I am, Your Honor.
Very well, Mr. Krieger.
Your Honor, if the court please, I think it's fitting that for a moment I should speak openly to Your Honor and to the jury on a matter which has a substantial bearing on this case. I refer to the rather unique relationship existing between myself and the defendant, Robert Tasker. It is true that in my interest in him and in his fate is far greater than the normal interest of a lawyer in his client. This interest might reasonably be described as fatherly. And yet I ask Your Honor and the gentlemen of the jury to think of me in all fairness and without bias, simply as a lawyer defending his client.
My name is Robert Tasker. I am sitting in a courtroom on trial for murder. As Mr. Krieger, my lawyer, stands there now telling the judge and the jury about me and about him, I can't help thinking that if it weren't for him, I wouldn't be here today. And thinking what an irony it is, too, because Mr. Krieger is the only friend I've ever had in the world. I'm an ex-con. My sentence was for 10 years. After I'd been there about a year, I began to write. Just short stories, little things. I had lots of time. Finally, I sent one to a magazine, and they published it. Mr. Krieger happened to read it. He wrote to me. Then he came to see me. He remembered my case. He said he'd try to help me. Then one day, I was called to the warden's office.
Hello, Robert.
Hello, Mr. Krieger.
Robert, I've got some good news for you. I've got your parole. You're free. Well, you happy?
Sure, it's just that I still don't quite believe it.
It's official, Tasker. Here are your papers.
Papers? Oh, that'll make everything easy, won't it, Warden? Passport to a brilliant future. Ex-con.
Robert, I know it's going to be a little hard to adjust at first, but there's a job in my office.
Thanks, Mr. Krieger, but I don't want charity, even from you.
Oh, it isn't charity, Robert. I need a clerk in my office, or I wouldn't have offered you the job. You don't have to stay if you don't want to. But you'll be doing me a great favor if you try it.
Well, I guess I owe you at least one favor.
Well, Tasker, goodbye and good luck. Just remember that what's happened up here is water over the dam. Don't hold any grudges.
I don't hold any grudges, Warden. There's one man I hate, that's all.
A man you hate, Robert?
His name is Arthur Hines, and I hate him. It's simple as that.
Forget it, son. Hines was DA, then he was just doing a job, that's all. He had nothing against you.
He was doing a job, all right.
Robert, you mustn't feel that way. You'll get along with Hines, all right?
Get along with him?
In the office. Well, didn't I tell you? Arthur Hines is my new partner.
Well, it certainly threw me for a second to hear I was going to be working side by side with Hines. But, well, I made up my mind to play ball. The work wasn't hard, and I was able to do some writing on the side. Mr. Krieger always encouraged me in that, and Peggy helped me a lot, too. She helped me to believe in myself. All that time, I never saw Mr. Hines. He was out of town or something. And then one day, he came back. I was nervous at the idea of seeing him. He was in his office with someone. He'd come in the private entrance. Mr. Krieger was in that day, too, in his own office. I was out in the anteroom with Peggy by the switchboard.
Krieger and Hines. I'm sorry Mr. Hines is in conference now. Can you call back later? About half an hour. Thank you.
But what's he really like, Peggy? I've never seen him except that time in court.
Oh, he's all right, I guess.
How do you mean all right?
How do I know what he's like? I just work here. I'm not married to the man.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Robert. I guess I'm kind of jumpy today.
Well, what's the matter, Peggy?
It isn't anything. Nerves.
You've been that way ever since Hines came in.
Mr. Hines, how could he have anything to do with it?
I don't know.
Understand the English language? No. Now get out. Don't give me that, Hines. You've either got it or you know who has.
I don't know anything about it, and I don't want to know. Don't you think I've got enough trouble nowadays keeping mugs like you out of the pen without being a fence for what you stole? Now get out of this office and stay out.
Okay. But I'll be back. $50,000 is a lot of money.
Well, what do you want?
Why,
Robert works here, Mr. Hines.
My name's Robert Tasker. Didn't Mr.
I
Krieger...
knew I'd seen you before. You're that punk kid I sent up to San Quentin. It was for 10 years. What do you mean you're working here?
Mr. Krieger got me out. He gave me a job.
A job of what? Snooping outside my office?
I wasn't.
Don't talk back to me, you dirty little jail rat.
Why, you...
Robert, don't.
Let go.
Don't. No.
Leave me alone.
No.
Robert. Let me go.
Stop it, both of you. Calm down. What's the matter?
What's the idea of bringing this ex-con into the office, Max? Isn't it bad enough to have to work with criminals all day?
Robert is not a criminal. He's here because I want him to be here. Because I believe in him and trust him.
Well, I don't like anyone hanging around outside my door when I'm having a private conference, that's all.
Now, look. Robert Tasker's one of the finest, most gifted young persons I've ever known. I want him to get along here. And I want him to get along with you, too, Arthur. You understand?
I can get along with anyone.
Well, sure you can. Everything forgotten now, eh? Start right off with a clean slate, eh?
Sure. Well, I'll see you later in the afternoon, Max.
Well, Robert, come into my office for a minute, will you?
Sure.
My boy, I'm terribly sorry. I don't know how to begin to apologize.
Why should you apologize? I just don't like him. He doesn't like me.
No, Robert, you're wrong there. It's just that things have been happening lately to upset him. Like this fellow Marvin and his $50,000.
Yeah, what's that all about?
Well, there's a poor fellow who's been in prison for the last 5 years. He claims he had quite a lot of money when he went in.
He thinks Hines hijacked it on him, huh?
Well, he says he left it with a pal of his, and later the pal was killed in a gunfight. Gallucci, you remember the case?
Yeah, I remember something about it.
Well, anyway, just before he died, Gallucci told somebody he'd left the money with Hines. That's how the story goes, anyway. But you know how these things travel on the grapevine. It's all nonsense, of course.
That guy meant business just the same.
Well, that probably explains the whole thing. Hines was a little scared. But don't let it worry you, Robert. You will stay, won't you?
Well...
Believe me, it's for the best.
Well, okay.
That's the spirit. And any other little troubles, you just bring them to me, will you?
Thanks. Well, I guess I'd better relieve Peggy on the board.
Keep your chin up, son.
Sure. I'm sorry I kept you waiting, Peggy.
That's all right.
Well, what's the matter?
Shh, please don't say anything.
Peggy, what is it?
Robert, I'm scared.
Scared of what? Hines? Don't be silly.
No, it's not him.
Well, what is it?
Rob, I shouldn't, but I've got to tell someone.
Sure you have, but take it easy now. What is it?
I've never told anyone before. Neither Mr. Hines nor Mr. Krager know. I'd die if they did. You wouldn't tell anyone, would you?
Of course I won't. Come on, spill it.
You saw that man who was in here, who was arguing with Mr. Hines about the $50,000.
Yeah.
Well, it's true. There is $50,000 somewhere.
Yeah? Well, how do you know all this?
I know. And I'm scared. Robert, he's a killer.
That guy? Well, I wouldn't be surprised, but how do you know?
Because he's my brother.
I had a hunch to lam out of there right then. I knew something was going to happen. But I hated to run out on Peggy when she was in a jam and might need help. And I didn't want to let Mr. Krager down either. I promised I'd stay until I could get sort of a start on my own. And he was the only man in all my life that ever treated me like a person instead of a thing. So I stayed. I didn't have any more trouble with Hines. We didn't speak to each other much. There wasn't any need to. And he was out of town most of the time anyway. He was out of town until that day. The day that he died.
Krager and Hines, I'm sorry he's out of town. You might try later this afternoon. Yes, I'll tell Mr. Hines.
Say, Peggy.
Uh-huh.
Do you know when Mr. Krager will be in?
Well, he didn't say. He's still over in... Harry.
Where is he?
Who?
You know who? Hines.
Oh, Harry, I told you not to come. I begged you not to.
Sure. Always a little pal. Always a little... Hey, wait a minute. What does this guy know?
I told him that you were my brother. But nobody else?
Yeah, sure. Okay, what do I care? I only care about one thing.
Harry, you promised me you wouldn't come up here.
Where's Hines?
I don't know. He's out.
And I'll wait till he comes back.
Harry, you mustn't.
I'm staying. I'll get it out of him.
Harry, your sister says you should leave.
You keep out of this, punk.
I don't like that word, pal.
Robert, listen, will you watch the board for a few minutes?
Sure. It's lunchtime anyway.
Harry, I've got some things I want to talk over with you privately.
What things?
About Hines and, you know. Come on, we'll go downstairs to the grill in the lobby.
You wouldn't be trying to ease me out of here, would you?
No, honest, I've got to talk to you, Harry. Come on.
Okay. Now, you listen, pal.
Yeah.
If Mr. Hines comes in, you tell him I was here. And you tell him he better come across. Or else.
Is that all?
That's enough, isn't it? He'll know what I mean.
Sure. After they left, I just sat there with this guy, Harry, feeling the way he did, even if he was a screwball with a jackpot like $50,000 kicking around somewhere, no matter who had it. I knew it was a cinch there was going to be a blow-off. And I knew I was going to be right in the middle of it. I didn't know how then, but I knew I was. A guy with a record always is. And there wasn't a thing I could do about it. So I just sat there waiting for trouble to happen. Krager and Hines.
Hello, Robert. This is Max Krager.
Oh, yes, Mr. Krager.
You there alone? Peggy out to lunch?
Yes, she is.
Oh, well, it can't be helped. I'm in a hurry. I'll tell you what I want you to do.
Yes, sir.
I'm across the street in the courthouse, Judge Andrews' court, the Ellsworth case. There are some notes I've got to have over here right away. They're in my own handwriting, pencil, and clearly marked Ellsworth.
Yes, sir.
You'll find them in Mr. Hines' office, the pages all clipped together. I don't know exactly where in his office, but keep looking until you find them.
All right, sir.
Then bring them over to me right away. Got it?
Yes, sir.
I'll be waiting for you.
I left the switchboard and went into Mr. Hines' office. I started looking around for the notes. I looked everywhere. I looked on top of the desk first, and then I looked in all the drawers. Then I looked in the filing cabinet. I even tried to look in the safe, but it was locked. Then I stopped and sort of looked around the room to see if there was anything I'd missed. And I noticed some yellow papers on top of the bookcase. I reached up and took them down. I was standing there with my back to the private entrance, looking the papers over to be sure they were the right ones.
What are you doing in here?
Mr. Krager wanted some papers, Mr. Hines.
I thought I told you to stay away from my office. What are you snooping around here for?
Mr. Krager told me to look in here for the...
Yeah, there's something mighty funny going on around this office.
There's nothing funny. Mr. Krager
I
told
say
me...
there is. What's the switchboard girl doing sneaking around the lobby with Harry Marvin? They tried to avoid me, but I saw them. First, the switchboard girl turns out to have a crazy ex-convict for a boyfriend, and now...
That's a lie. He's her brother.
Her brother? Oh, so that's it.
Oh, I shouldn't have said that, Mr. Hines. I don't know anything about it.
Oh, you don't? Well, I do. I get it now. I knew there was something, and all of a sudden, I get it.
Mr. Hines, there's nothing to get.
So the girl and her brother go down to the lobby and set themselves an alibi because they know I'll suspect them and get you to do their dirty work for a nice fat cut.
Please, Mr. Hines, don't talk that way.
Well, you didn't find it, did you? And you won't. Now you get out of here, you little punk.
I said don't talk that way.
You dirty, thieving little butt.
I told you not to talk that way. He fell and just lay there. For a minute, I didn't know what to do. Then I knew I'd have to tell Mr. Krager. I knew I was all washed up there anyway. I couldn't very well expect even a man like Mr. Krager to choose between his law partner and me. And I couldn't stay in the same office with Mr. Hines after what had happened. Somehow, I wanted to tell Mr. Krager myself before anyone else did. I went out to the switchboard and dialed the courthouse number.
Judge Andrews, Court Johnson speaking.
I want to speak to Mr. Max Krager. This is his office calling.
Well, I don't see him around here right now. The court's in recess.
I know, but try to locate him, will you? It's important.
Okay, hold the line.
I sat there waiting for them to find Mr. Krager. And all of a sudden, I remember the papers he wanted. I cut off the call on the switchboard and went back to Mr. Hines' office. He was just lying there, just as I'd left him. And yet there was something different. I went over and looked at him more closely. His face was a terrible gray color. I touched his wrist, feeling for his pulse. And next thing I knew, I was down on my knees, tearing open his collar. But even then, I knew it wasn't any use. Mr. Hines was dead.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Van Johnson in The Defense Rests. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Hey, Hap, did I tell you about my hobby?
Hobby?
Yeah, I collect old-fashioned narrow-gap spark plugs that have been replaced with smooth-firing wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs.
You got many of the old-fashioned plugs?
Many. I've got millions. That's because millions of Autolite resistor spark plugs are in use today. And that means millions of masterful motorists are enjoying the bountiful benefits of these wide-gap wonders.
Did you say benefits, Harlow?
Yes, sir, Hap. The new wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs have 200% longer electrode life. And in addition, they give smoother idling and better performance on leaner gas mixtures, which means actual gas savings. Also, famous Autolite resistor spark plugs reduce spark plug interference with radio and television reception. Years of research and the engineering know-how of the leader in resistor-type spark plugs are behind the famous Autolite resistor spark plugs. Get a set today from your nearby Autolite dealer. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to a Hollywood soundstage Van Johnson in The Defense Rests, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I don't know how long I stood there in the room. It might have been hours. It might have been only a couple of minutes. I just stood there, my mind dazed, and yet at the same time racing through 1,000 half-formed plots and schemes of escape, of what I could say, of some way out. Then the switchboard began to buzz with an incoming call. It sort of brought me to my senses. More out of habit than anything else, I went out to answer it. Krager and Hines.
Robert, you still there?
Mr. Krager,
Where are those notes? Haven't you found them yet?
Yes, I found them all right.
Well, bring them over here. I need them right away.
Mr. Krager,
Robert, what's the matter with you?
I just killed Mr. Hines. Pretty soon the police came. I called them myself. Mr. Krager said it was the only thing to do, and I knew he was right. He said he'd be in touch with me as soon as he was through at court. I didn't know what he could do. I didn't think there was much he'd want to do, but it made me feel better to have him talk that way. The police took me across town in a squad car. I knew what I was in for. The police don't like ex-convicts, particularly one that they think has been mixed up with murder.
Yeah, you're just making it hard for yourself, Tasker.
I've told you what happened. In a pig's eye you have. I don't have to talk if I don't want to. No? I'm waiting for Mr. Krager. I told you that.
Krager? What do you think he's going to do for you?
I don't know, but he told me he'd come down.
Oh, sure, of course, he'll come down to give evidence against you. Ah, now, listen, Tasker. If you give a full confession, we may be able to get a break for you.
Yeah, Mr. Krager's outside. He wants to see you.
Oh, yeah? Okay, send him in.
Okay, Mr. Krager.
Hi, boys.
Hi.
Hello, Robert.
Hello, Mr. Krager.
They've been treating you all right?
Pretty good.
Fine. I don't like to have people get rough with my clients.
You're what?
You heard me, Captain. While you're at it, you might as well take those handcuffs off him, because from this moment he's out on bond, released in my custody. I got the papers right here.
Say, are you crazy?
Certainly not. I simply don't believe the boy did it, that's all.
Look, Krager, why try to kid us? It's an open and shut case. Tasker's the only person who had the opportunity. The only one who had a motive. Well?
Not to speak ill of the dead, Captain, and although Arthur Hines was my law partner, it's unfortunately true that quite a number of people at least thought they had a motive.
Oh, sure. So maybe this other ex-con, Harry Marvin, had a motive. Maybe even the dame on the switchboard had a motive, for all I know. But they couldn't have done it. 50 people saw them together downstairs in the lobby of the building at the time the murder was committed.
Oh, you've talked to them, have you?
Listen, this kid admits he had a quarrel with Hines. He always hated him anyway. He admits he hit him. So he picks the paperweight off the desk, smashes him over the head.
Wait a minute. You didn't say anything about that, Robert.
Oh, I didn't even know about it before. I didn't hit him with any paperweight.
Oh, stop it, will you? The back of the man's head was bashed in with that paperweight, and this kid's fingerprints were all over it. Well, what's so funny? This is murder, mister.
I'm sorry. But you'll find out if you ever try to bring this boy to trial for killing Arthur Hines with a paperweight.
Listen, Krager, you're not going to make a chump out of me. This boy is going to be indicted for murder, he's going to be convicted of murder, and he's going to burn for murder.
Indicted, convicted, burned. 3 promises. And the first one's already happened. The second one? Well, even I can see we don't stand much chance. And the third one, I just try not to think about. But there is Mr. Krager up before that jury, acting as though it was an absolute certainty that I'd be cleared. Pleading for me as though I were the only guy in the world, because, well, that's the kind of a guy he is.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my firm conviction
that when you have heard this boy's story from his own lips and gained an insight, as I have, into the depth and integrity of his character and spirit, you will also believe him innocent. He is innocent. Now, Robert, I'll ask you to take the stand, please.
Raise your right hand, please. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be seated.
Now, Robert, just for the record, will you tell the court your full name?
Robert Loring Tasker.
Your age?
24.
Your mother and father are dead. You have no living relatives?
No, no one.
Now, before you begin your story, there are one or two extremely important points that I particularly wish to emphasize to the court. Now, tell me, Robert, how long was it between the time you quarreled with Mr. Hines and the time you went back into his office and found him dead?
Not long. 6 or 7 minutes, perhaps.
6 or 7 minutes, eh? Long enough for someone to have entered Mr. Hines' office by the back entrance, struck him, and left again. Now, concerning this famous paperweight the prosecution has talked so much about, I have it here. Do you recognize it?
Yes, it was always on Mr. Hines's desk.
Now tell me, when you went in his office at my order to look for certain papers, you touched this paperweight, did you not?
Yes, I touched just about everything on the desk.
Exactly. In other words, your fingerprints would be found not only on this paperweight, but on practically everything else in the room.
Yes, they would.
In due course, Your Honor, we shall demonstrate that such is, in fact, precisely the case. Now, Robert, when Mr. Hines found you in his room, he was irate and highly suspicious, was he not?
Yes, he was.
In fact, he even suspected that there was some plot against him, involving Peggy, the switchboard girl, and a client of his named Harry Marvin.
Yes, he did.
You denied this, saying that, in fact, they were brother and sister.
Yes. How is... Yes, that's right.
You denied the charge of a plot, saying that Peggy and Harry Marvin were brother and sister. Then Mr. Hines went so far as to accuse you of stealing.
Your Honor.
Yes?
Your Honor, there's something I've just thought about, some new evidence. I'd like a few minutes alone with my lawyer.
Well, if counsel has no objection.
Oh, Robert, what is it?
It's just something that I think I ought to tell you in private.
Oh, very well. If Your Honor, please, then...
By all means. Perhaps you'd like to use my chambers.
Thank you, Your Honor. Come along, Robert. Well, you didn't have to lock the door, Robert.
I want it to be private.
All right. But, Robert, you mustn't worry like this. Let me do the worrying. They can't convict you if there's a reasonable doubt. That's the law. And there is a reasonable doubt. Someone did come in and hit Hines in those 6 or 7 minutes. It must have been that way.
Yes, I know.
Well, of course you do. We've been over the whole thing. Now, let's go back into the courtroom.
Mr. Krager, there's something I haven't told you.
Something you haven't told me? What?
It's a little thing, but it's kind of important because it's something I never told anyone except a dead man.
Well, what is it?
I never told anyone that Peggy was Harry Marvin's sister except Mr. Hines.
Now, Robert, don't you think that's a little trivial?
No, because you know about it. You just said so in the courtroom.
Well,
And there's only one way you could have found out. You must have been in your office when I had the fight with Hines and heard me tell him.
Oh, Robert, that's ridiculous.
Oh, no, it isn't. Because you're right. Somebody did come in those 6 or 7 minutes and kill Hines. You did.
You're crazy.
It must have been for that $50,000. You hijacked the hijacker. And you knew they'd pin it on me with my record.
I'm not going to stay here and listen to any such nonsense.
Oh, yes, you are, because I'm going to get the truth out of you. You planned it that way, didn't you? You sent me into Hines's office that day, and you probably sent him.
Robert,
And you figured you were such a hot lawyer, you might even get me off for 20 years or so to ease your dirty conscience, didn't you?
Talk, Craig. You won't get anywhere using violence with me.
No?
Talk! Now, wait a minute. Even if I did confess, it wouldn't hold up as evidence. Talk! Listen, we'll postpone the trial. I can get you out of the country. I'll give you money.
That's all I wanted to know.
Talk!
You did it, didn't you? You killed him.
Stop! Talk! Stop it! Stop it!
That's where you were when I phoned you at court. They couldn't find you, weren't you?
Robert! You were killing Hines, weren't you? Stop it! Stop it! Yes. Yes, I did it.
Okay.
I killed him.
I guess we can unlock the door now.
What's going on here?
Grab him, Your Honor. He's crazy. He attacked me.
So I gather.
He even accused me of murder.
Yes, we heard him. Tell me, Krieger, where were you when this boy phoned you here at court? When they couldn't find you?
Why, Why, Your Honor, as a matter of fact, I was right here. Right in this very courtroom. I had some work to do. I wanted privacy. Your court was in recess. You were out of town.
Yes, I know. You say you were right here in this room.
Yes, that's right.
Then, Craig, there's something you don't know.
What?
On the day of the murder, the floor of this room was being repainted. And the paint, Mr. Krieger, was quite wet.
Your Honor, the defense rests.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Van Johnson.
Ever do crossword puzzles, Harlow?
Sure. Hap, need a word?
Yes, a 5-letter one meaning smooth firing.
Why, that's easy. A-L-R-S-P.
A-L-R-S-P? That's no word. Pronounce it.
I can't. But A-L-R-S-P, Autolite resistor spark plugs, are the newest sensation built for your car. They let your engine idle smoother, run better on leaner gas mixtures, actually save you gas. Autolite resistor spark plugs are just one of more than 400 products made by Autolite for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 Autolite plants coast to coast. Autolite also makes complete electrical systems for many of America's finest cars: spark plugs, batteries, coils, generators, starting motors, distributors. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, folks, don't accept electrical parts that are supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday, for Suspense, Edward Arnold will be our star. The play is called Account Payable, and it is, as we say,
a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucian Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Defense Rests was written by Roland Brown, adapted for radio by Robert L. Richards. Van Johnson appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Red Danube, starring Walter Pidgeon, Ethel Barrymore, and Peter Lawford. Don't forget, next Thursday, same time, Autolite will present Suspense, starring Edward Arnold.
You can buy Autolite resistor spark plugs, Autolite stay-full batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
The new National Guard offers men an unequaled opportunity for part-time military training at home. Get the facts, then get in the Guard. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Mr. Edward Arnold in Account Payable, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
It's a pip for pep and power.
What is, Harlow?
A beaut for bustling bounce and brawn.
Yeah, but what?
It's the famous Autolite Stay Full battery. The battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Why, its larger liquid reserve above the plates, as compared to ordinary batteries, helps leak one of the leading causes of battery failure. It has an extra life guard, too, fiberglass retaining mats to protect every positive plate.
Yes, sir. In tests conducted according to SAE life cycle standards, Autolite Stay Full batteries gave 70% longer average life than batteries without Stay Full features. So, friends, get an Autolite Stay Full battery for your car. And remember, you're always right with Autolite. Oh, a reminder. Suspense on television may be seen in many parts of the country every Tuesday night.
And now, with account payable and with the performance of Mr. Edward Arnold, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
When you wait for something, a minute seems like an hour like a century. I've heard that all my life, but now, waiting for a door to open, a door at the far end of a big office, at last I realize the true meaning of those words. He's in there, in that office, but he won't be the one to open the door this time. A dead man doesn't open doors. That body. Sooner or later, someone will have to discover that body. But why do I feel it must be later? It seems like almost all my life I've watched Mr. Waterbury's door, the door at the far end of the office marked private, bang open and that biting, snarling voice.
Mr. Baker! Mr. Timothy Baker! Will you come in here?
And I'd quickly lay down my pencil, take off my eye shade, pick up the accounts payable ledger, and walk the full length of the office. With all eyes upon me until I was at that impersonal, frosted glass door. As many times as I'd walked down that aisle, as well as I knew these people all around me, it still made me uncomfortable. And as many times as I'd been in Mr. Waterbury's office, I still trembled slightly inside.
Well, Baker, have you the accounts payable ledger with you?
Yes, Mr. Waterbury, right here.
Oh. Draw up a chair, Baker. I want to go over these with you.
I'll stand if you don't mind.
Stand. That's right. Those chairs are too heavy for you to move. That it? Too heavy.
Too heavy. Waterbury's favorite joke. Because I'm a big man, but he's a wiry giant. There were only two things we had in common, Mr. Waterbury and I. We worked in the same office, and we were both sick men. But after 5 o'clock, my life was different. I shook off my bonds, and I was king. My daughter, my Jessie, would be waiting for me. And every night I knew that there was no indignity that John Woodbury or anyone else in the world could subject me to. That wasn't more than outweighed by a single smile from my little girl. Jessie, darling.
I'll be with you in a second, Dad. Dinner's all ready.
All right, dear, I'll wash up.
Here, kiss me.
Oh, get away from me. My face is all wet.
Here?
All right. There. Not another ounce of infection until I'm fed and cared for.
I got your favorite tonight. Lamb stew.
Fine. Yes. There's only one place set, aren't you?
Mr. Timothy Baker, how can you have such a brilliant, beautiful, thoughtful daughter when you're so absent-minded?
Huh?
Wednesday night, remember? Dinner date, remember?
Huh?
Fraternity party, remember?
Oh, yes.
Oh.
I completely forgot. Tonight it is, huh? Well, and what time do you leave?
Well, I'll have a cup of coffee with you, and then I'm going over to Margaret's house, and the boys will pick us up there.
Ah, that's wonderful. At last. An evening alone.
Oh.
Peace and quiet.
Baker, you won't know what to do with yourself. Well, you'll sit up and read a mystery book till I come home. And then you'll say, home already? Didn't you enjoy yourself?
All right. You win. Who's taking you?
I don't know.
What?
Won't know, in fact, until he picks me up at Margaret's.
Oh.
Isn't it exciting?
Yes, I'm sure. Well, all right. Where's my napkin? And sure enough, I was sitting up in bed with a mystery book when she came home. I heard her close the door and come up the stairs. Jessie?
Dad, put down that book and get to sleep.
Enjoy yourself?
I had a wonderful time, Dad. Perfectly grand. It's 2 o'clock, and you've got to get up at 7, and so good night.
Good night, dear. I knew that someday Jessie would marry and leave me for a home of her own. It didn't worry me, although I thought 20 was, well, a rather tender age. She was so shy this time. No mention of the boy. Just a new bloom in her cheeks. A distant look in her eyes. During the days that followed, I was practically living in the house by myself. Jess was so lost in her own little world. Then there was a black night. The night I heard the door slam. It wasn't like Jessie not to say goodnight, even if it was only a cold word through my closed door. I sat still for a moment, then put down my book and got out of bed. I could hear Jessie sobbing.
I'm sorry. Good night, Dad.
Jessie, what's the matter?
Nothing, it's nothing.
Jessie, darling, what's wrong?
Oh, Dad, I'm so unhappy.
Oh, there, sweetheart. What's the trouble? Nothing can be that bad. Nothing in the world should make you cry like that.
It's Bill. And oh, Dad, I'm so in love with him. I know it, and
Oh, I see. You had a fight.
Oh, no. No, he hasn't done a thing except be sweet and wonderful and thoughtful and kind. And...
Well, then what's wrong? Hasn't he got a job?
Well, he's studying. He'll be a doctor in about another year. No, it's not that. It's his father.
His father?
Yes, his father. He didn't know Bill was going with me. When he met me, when he bumped into us on the street by mistake, he even seemed to like me. Until...
Until what? Come. Tell me.
Oh, Dad, Bill's father is Mr. Waterbury. And when he found out I was your daughter, he...
I felt the blood rush to my head and my body grow weak. Mr. John Waterbury. The daughter of a bookkeeper. Even his head bookkeeper wasn't fit for his son. His son was going to be a doctor. I felt myself growing dizzy.
Oh, Dad, sit down.
Huh?
Oh, Dad, it's not another attack, is it?
No,
please
no,
sit
I'm
here.
all right.
Oh, I didn't mean to upset you. Oh, Dad.
It's all right. I was prepared for the next day. I knew Mr. Waterbury would call me. And for the first time in my life, I was prepared to stand up to him. He could do what he wanted to me, but not to my Jessie. I'd quit. I'd take her to South America.
Baker, come in here at once. Well, come in, Baker.
Yes, Mr. Waterbury.
Close that door.
Yes, Mr. Waterbury.
Baker, how long have you worked for me?
22 years last November, sir.
And this is how you pay me back.
I don't understand.
You understand. Baker, my son graduates from medical school in just 1 year. He'll do it without a wife. I won't have him getting serious with a girl, especially one who can do him no good. A doctor, a young doctor, starting out today, needs to marry position, family, society. Otherwise, he's licked before he begins. You understand me?
Yes, sir.
Now, I have nothing against you. Your daughter is a pretty girl. But let her go with her own class. Let her stay in her own class.
But, Mr. Waterbury...
Yes.
Yes.
What is it?
I didn't know she was going with your son.
Well, she has been. And I won't have it, you hear? I won't have it.
Please, Mr. Waterbury, don't get excited. Your asthma...
Oh, blast the asthma. I won't have it, you understand? I won't have it.
Please don't excite yourself.
I'm not excited.
But, sir,
I'm all right. Oh, the needle in my desk drawer, top drawer. Get the needle.
For the past 10 years, Mr. Waterbury's asthma attacks had grown increasingly severe until he was forced to have an adrenaline hypodermic handy at all times. For just such a case as this, the adrenaline was magic. The coughing stopped. He sank back in his chair, white and exhausted.
That's my final word, Baker. Tell your daughter.
Yes, sir.
I think I'm going to take the rest of the day off.
Mr. Waterbury, I have to work on some records in the safe. What should I do?
I'll leave it open. Make sure you close the safe when you leave. And lock my door.
Yes, sir. How I hated myself, weakling, coward. But 22 years is a long time. The ingrained habit of 22 years kept me the bookkeeper, him the boss. I opened the safe and took out Mr. Waterbury's private ledger. In so doing, I knocked over a small lockbox. The key was still in the lock, and curiosity got the better of me. I snapped up the lid and... $500 bills. 2 thick packets of $500 bills. I counted 50 bills in each pack. $50,000. My mind raced. I remembered stories, rumors of black market operations in drugs. If this was the result, no wonder it was in cash and in the box. Waterbury had been to the bank yesterday and had come back with the package. This must be it. Undeclarable profit. Money without record, money without claim, illegal profit. If it was lost, no police force could be called in to recover it. It was, I was watching someone else. A tired old bookkeeper, removing the money from the box, putting it in a large envelope. He stuffed the lockbox with a package of blotters, and I realized that this was me. This was Timothy Bacon. I was stealing the money. I locked the box, replaced it. I was putting the key in my pocket when I heard a hand on the door. I raised the seat cushion of the big black leather chair, jammed the envelope under it, and turned to the ledger I was working on.
Oh, Baker.
Yes, Mr. Waterbury, yes.
I was halfway out of the building. I forgot something. Did you see a little black metal box in the safe?
Box? You mean that one over there?
Oh, yes, that's it. I've got to take it home. Goodbye, Baker. And don't forget to talk to your daughter tonight. A final warning, remember?
Yes, Mr. Waterbury, I will.
And remember to lock the safe.
Yes, Mr. Waterbury. He closed the door, and I stood there. I was thinking very clearly. He hadn't missed the key. But before long he would. And his next move would be to break the box open. And then he would remember. He would suspect me. That money was mine. I'd earned it. It would take me to South America. It would take us, Jesse and me, away from all the John Waterburys of the world. But I needed time. I had to get out before he discovered his loss. How? And then even if I did get away, he would know I had done it. And vindictive, he'd keep after me as long as he lived. As long as he lived. Yes, but what if Mr. John Waterbury were to die before he opened that box?
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Edward Arnold in Account Payable, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Harlow, did you ever drive a camel?
Drive a camel? Why, I've driven camels to distraction since I've been spreading the word about Autolite Stay Full batteries needing water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
You mean you've given camels a complex?
You bet. The dreary dromedaries are dejected, discouraged, distressed, and dismayed because they can't hold a candle to Autolite's larger liquid capacity.
Wilcox the camel baiter.
Autolite Stay Full batteries need water only 3 times a year in normal car use, and it's their extra liquid reserve above the plates that helps eliminate one of the major causes of battery failure. Autolite Stay Full batteries have fiberglass retaining mats protecting every positive plate. And they have extra long life, too. 70% longer average life, in fact, than batteries without Stay Full features, according to tests based on SAE life cycle standards.
It's the battery that makes camels cry.
Yes, sir. The Autolite Stay Full battery needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Get one for your car. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Edward Arnold in Account Payable, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Yes, I had the solution. Mr. Waterbury would die, and I would have $50,000. A fitting retirement sum for 22 years of hard work. But how? I looked around the room and knew that I was thinking more clearly, more quickly than I ever had in my life. My eyes came to rest upon a group of sample bottles, samples of new Waterbury Drug Company products. I picked up one small bottle marked Poison. I felt the sudden rush of blood to my head. My body seemed to be floating, weak. I was perspiring, but something kept driving me to act, and act quickly. Poison. Poison. And how to administer it. How to... The hypodermic needle, of course. Poison, self-inflicted. Technical suicide. It would be easy, simple. I emptied the adrenaline out of Mr. Waterbury's ever-present hypodermic needle and filled it with the colorless liquid from the bottle in my hand. This was the poison of freedom. The poison of my freedom.
Mr. Baker, I'm sorry.
What is it, Miss Jones? What is it?
Mr. Baker, I'm in awful trouble. Could you come right away, please? I've got Abilene, Texas on the phone, and Mr. Baker, if Mr. Waterbury finds out, I'll get fired.
All right. I'll be right there.
No, Mr. Baker, please, come now.
Oh, all right. Lock the safe, will you?
Sure thing.
It was a maddening interruption. I was shaking with impatience, and yet as I strode to the telephone, as I talked to our representative in Texas, I felt a new authority in my manner, a new strength of character. Yes, Mr. Peterson. Yes, the shipment is completely insured. You haven't a thing to worry about. No, sir. Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Goodbye.
You have lots of authority when you want to use it.
Well, Miss Jones, you shouldn't get so excited. It doesn't pay.
Oh.
And now may I go back to my work?
Of course, Mr. Baker.
Miss Jones. Miss Jones.
Yes?
Miss Jones, this door to Mr. Waterbury's office. I can't open it.
Well, you told me to lock it.
Lock it, you stupid fool. Don't you know I haven't got the key? Don't you know nobody but Mr. Waterbury has the key?
You told me to lock it.
The safe! The safe! I told you to lock the safe, not the office. How am I going to get in there?
Mr. Baker, please. Sit here, you're purple. Oh, Mr. Baker!
Yes, I had fainted. All I could visualize was that envelope under the cushion of a chair in Mr. Waterbury's office. The envelope with $50,000 so near, and I couldn't get into that office until the next day. Why, even the cleaning woman had to get a key for Mr. Waterbury himself to go in there once a week. Well, I went home. There was nothing else to do.
You look awfully tired, Dad. Why don't you go to bed?
Oh, I'm really not tired, Jessie. I'm just a little nervous.
But I've told you shouldn't be. Don't worry about Bill or Mr. Waterbury or me.
I won't.
We'll work things out. You wait and see.
Of course, dear, of course. Yes, I'll get to bed right away. But it was no use. Sleep just wouldn't come. No, I could only think of Mr. Waterbury, of a lockbox without a key, $50,000 of the broken heart of my darling Jessie, and of a hypodermic needle filled with poison. Finally, it was morning, and I was in the office. Mr. Waterbury was in when I arrived, even though I came a half hour early. The reports were that Waterbury was raging mad. I waited, on edge.
Baker! Mr. Baker, will you come in here?
Yes, sir.
Baker, when you were working here yesterday, did you see that lockbox?
Oh, of course, Mr. Waterbury. I handed it to you, don't you remember?
That's not what I mean. Did you see the key?
Key?
Key, yes, the key to the box. Was it in the safe?
I don't know what you're talking about, sir. I didn't see any key.
You fool, didn't you see anything?
No, sir.
Oh, Baker, come here. Now, here is the safe. You examine it. I've got to find that key. I've been all through it, do you hear? It's not there.
Well, I'll look for it, Mr. Waterbury.
Yes, you look there. I'll look here. Maybe it fell under here.
I'm sorry. I can't find anything that even resembles a key. The telephone.
I'll get it. Yes! This is John Waterbury. What? Oh, no. It can't be. Thank you. I'll find out about this right now. Baker! Do you know that Baker, my boy Bill...
Mr. Waterbury.
Needle. Get the needle.
I started to open mechanically the desk drawer when I froze to the spot. Waterbury was writhing on the floor, gasping for breath, turning a deep red color. I couldn't move. His eyes started to bulge, and his face was contorted with agony. The drawer which held the hypodermic needle was half open in my hand when another thought flashed through my brain. Poison can be traced. Death from suffocation in the throes of an asthmatic attack could not be. Slowly, I closed the desk drawer and stood near Waterbury. He could hardly breathe. He gasped spasmodically. Years of incessant, brow-beating flashed before me as I watched him transfixed. Then, with one final convulsive gasp, he stopped breathing and fell back. I waited until every muscle spasm stopped. I reached over and felt his heart. And I knew that at last, Mr. John Waterbury was dead. As soon as I caught control of myself, I backed out of his office as though I was still talking to him. Yes, Mr. Waterbury. I'll take care of those accounts payable right away, sir. Yes, sir.
Mr. Baker, how is he? You look scared to death.
Oh, he's bad this morning.
Oh?
He's really on the warpath. He said you're not to bother him under any circumstances. So don't let any calls through or anything until he gives you the go-ahead.
Oh, don't worry. You couldn't get me inside that office. Not for anything.
I don't blame you. I hope I never have to go in there again. I came back to my desk. An hour would give me time. An hour, and I can compose myself so that I can face that dead body on the floor without exposing myself. I need that hour. Peter Galloway, my assistant, came up to me a few moments ago and...
Tim, did you go over that ledger of the old man's yesterday?
Well, I didn't get too much chance, Peter. Miss Jones called me out of the office.
Oh, yeah, I know. Miss Jones was in a jam again. You got locked out. Yeah, I remember.
Yes.
Hey, it's lucky you didn't leave that accounts payable ledger in there. Oh, the old man would have blown his top.
Yes, but he blew his top anyhow.
Oh, yeah? I wonder what's eating him.
I don't know.
Well, I got to get to that ledger. Oh, I'll just have to go in and beard the lion in his den.
No, you can't.
Why not?
I mean, you better wait an hour or so. I'll go in there in a little while and get it for you.
Yeah, but I need it.
There's something in there I need, too. Be a good boy, Peter. Have patience. You've got a wife and a family. You need your job. I've worked here for 22 years. I know Mr. Waterbury. Now, don't go in there just now.
Well, okay, if you say so. What did you leave in there?
Why, I left... Oh, just something personal.
Oh, I see.
Something personal. $50,000 that rightfully belonged to me. After Peter Galloway went back to his desk, I relaxed for a moment. And now Why am I so frightened? Sooner or later, someone will have to discover that body. But why do I feel that it must be later? Bill Waterbury, young Waterbury, my Jesse's bill just came in. Miss Jones is arguing with him.
Look, Miss Jones, I know you're efficient. I know what a terror dad is, but this is important.
But he doesn't want to be disturbed, Mr. Bill.
I know his blood pressure's up, and I know what's causing it. I'm the doctor. When he sees me, he'll explode completely, or he'll calm down.
I know.
Did he get a phone call about 3/4 of an hour ago?
Yes, I think he did. But he left instructions.
Yeah, I know who called him, and I know what his trouble is. You catch me if I come flying out. Won't even answer. Well, here goes.
Mr. Baker, I was...
Shut up.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I mean that...
Can I have some help in here, please? It's Dad. He's passed out.
Oh, no.
Passed out? Here, Galloway. You take his feet. We'll get him up off the floor. Here we go. Get him on. That's it.
Here. You ought to get a pillow for his head. Tim, get a pillow.
A pillow?
Yeah, get anything. Miss Jones? Miss Jones, go get a glass of water. Yeah, how's it coming, Bill?
Where can I find a pillow?
I don't know. Take that cushion off the black leather chair. That'll do.
The black leather chair?
Yeah.
Don't bother, Mr. Baker.
What?
I said don't bother. It isn't necessary. My father's dead.
Dead?
Must have had a bad attack and couldn't get to his adrenaline. I knew it had happened someday. I just knew it.
What do we do? Call the hospital or the police?
I think you'd better call the police and report it.
Yeah.
Mr. Baker, would you please?
Yes. Now, come on. Snap out of it, Tim. Tim, you're shaking like a leaf. Here, I'll do it. Tim!
Mr. Baker, why, he's fainted again.
What? No, he'll be all right. He's just fainted.
Get a doctor.
Here, let me take care of him. I'm almost a doctor. I've got to take care of him. He doesn't know it, but he's my father-in-law. I married his daughter this morning.
And how is he?
Wait till I open his collar.
Yeah.
Say, this is serious.
What is it? Is he going to be all right? Oh, poor Mr.
You think
Baker.
I'd better call somebody?
His pulse is terribly weak. We've got to act quickly. This isn't a normal fainting spell. He almost feels...
Do something. Don't think so,
what,
buddy.
though? I know. Roll up his sleeve, Miss Jones.
What?
Adrenaline. A shot of adrenaline will bring him right around.
Oh.
Galloway, in the top drawer of Dad's desk, there's a little black box and a hypo needle.
All
It's
right.
filled with adrenaline. Hurry up, bring it over here. That's it. Now. Good. He'll be all right now.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Edward Arnold.
Oh, say, Mr. Arnold.
Yes, Mr. Wilcox.
I understand you own an orange ranch out San Bernardino way.
That's right.
Well, I'm glad to know that.
My lad, you have a very commercial glint in your eye.
What else? Anyhow, on an orange ranch, you're using batteries for trucks, tractors, and stuff like that there.
Your English is wrong, but your assumption is correct. All right, come on. Give me the pitch on your Autolite Stay Full batteries.
Well, time's limited here, Mr. Arnold, so I'll just repeat. Autolite Stay Full batteries need water only 3 times a year in normal car use. That's typical of the superiority Autolite builds into more than 400 products for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants coast to coast. And you'll find the same dependable quality in the complete electrical systems Autolite makes for many of America's finest cars. Batteries, spark plugs, generators, starting motors, coils, distributors. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, friends, don't accept electrical parts that are supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday, for Suspense, our star will be Miss Betty Davis. The play is called Goodnight, Mrs. Russell. And it is, as we say,
A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's Suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucian Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Account Payable was an original radio play written by Robert Platt. Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Red Danube, starring Walter Pidgeon, Ethel Barrymore, and Peter Lawford. In the coming weeks, Suspense will present such stars as Victor Mature, Lucille Ball and Desi Arnaz, and Red Skelton. And don't forget, next Thursday, same time, Autolite will present Suspense, starring Betty Davis.
You can buy Autolite Stay Full batteries, Autolite resistor spark plugs, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
The increased demand for community chest services indicates that those services are needed to help families in trouble. Children without homes, the old and sick, in fact, to provide whatever your community needs to make it a healthier, better place to live in. Give generously now to your local Community Chest Fund. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Miss Betty Davis in Goodnight, Mrs. Russell, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
Say,
Harlow, what's the idea? Why do you stand there so stiffly and keep banging your hand on your forehead?
I'm saluting, Hap.
Saluting?
Yeah.
Oh, I get it. Saluting Autolite resistor spark plug.
No. Not that those wonder-working wide-gap whizzes don't warrant a whale of a whack on the welkin. They do. But tonight, I'm saluting the truckers of America, the nifty nonpareil purveyors of conveyors who are holding their annual get-together and Gabfest in Boston, Massachusetts, starting tomorrow.
Oh, you mean the American Trucking Association?
The same. Why, they've got millions of accident-free miles to their credit. Seldom, if ever, make a mistake on the road.
How do they do it?
I'm not sure, but I think Autolite resistor spark plugs must be behind it. Because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with Goodnight, Mrs. Russell, starring Miss Betty Davis with Elliot Reed, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
There's no escaping now. He hasn't said a word for 10 minutes. I know he's turning over in his mind how he's going to kill me. Argument and reasoning are useless. Almost dawn now. In a little while, the milkman and the paper boys will be making their rounds. I'll be dead. Cafe was just half a block away from where I worked. It was a small, pleasant little place, spotlessly clean, with a large plate glass window in the sidewalk. And there was always a beautiful-looking roast turkey and a juicy baked ham in the window, and you could watch Henry carve off succulent pieces of meat and arrange them into neat sandwiches with an olive and a dab of potato salad on the plate. Every noon, all of us who worked in the Hilmar building would go there for lunch. We crowded in on the high stools and jabbered, as women do, while Henry patiently served us and put up with our female chatter. He was always the only one there.
How are you today, ma'am?
Fine, thank you, Henry. How about some of your nice baked ham?
Yes, ma'am. Coming up.
He was always especially nice to me. I suppose that was because I'm, well, a little older than the others. The other girls are all very young, very cute. Henry always seemed uncomfortable a little with them.
Yes, ma'am. Coffee?
Please, and I believe I'll have some of your cherry pie. You're an excellent cook, Henry.
Well, thank you, ma'am. I'm glad you think so. 20 and 15's 35, and...
Henry had been right in the middle of adding up my check when he stopped and stood very still and looked out of the corner of his eye with his head cocked on one side as though he were listening to something. His expression was a little horrified. I thought maybe he'd heard a sound that meant something to him, you know, like the refrigerator out of order or something. And then all of a sudden he shook his head and brushed away whatever it was he'd heard.
20 and 15's 35 and 45. You should try one of my dinners sometime, ma'am.
Henry, how about some service?
Oh, excuse me, ma'am.
That was Henry. Oh, one other thing. Funny, but Henry never smiled. Perhaps I should have realized about him because of that. But I didn't. He was so nice and clean and polite, I rather liked him. As a rule, I make my own dinner in the apartment, but one night I had to work quite late at the office, and I decided to stop by Henry's and get a little bite before catching the streetcar home. Ever since my husband's death, I felt just a little uneasy on the streets alone at night. I was glad to see the bright light in Henry's little cafe down the block. Henry was alone inside, and I could see him fussing around, cleaning up the place. He didn't hear me approaching.
What's that? Oh, you frightened me, ma'am. I didn't hear you coming.
I just thought I'd try one of your dinners tonight, Henry. You mentioned it.
Yes, I know. Sit down, won't you? Ma'am?
You weren't closing or anything?
No, not at all. What would you like?
Oh, I'll try your number 4 dinner.
Number 4. Yes, ma'am.
He seemed frightened about something or suspicious. Yes, that was it. He seemed suspicious about something, I thought. I wanted to help him somehow, but I didn't want to butt in.
This is the first time you've ever been by here at night, ma'am.
Yes, I had to work late tonight, Henry. Didn't want to go home without dinner, you know.
I see.
Is something wrong, Henry?
No. I'll get the rest of your dinner.
Delicious soup.
Thank you, ma'am. You don't often work late, do you?
No, I don't. This is the first time, in fact. My boss asked me to stay late to type some letters.
I know. You work in the Hilmar building.
Why, yes, I do. How do you...
I know lots of things, ma'am.
This is a good dinner, Henry. I guess I'm not as hungry as I thought I was. I'm afraid I'm going to have to leave some of it.
I thought you liked my cooking. You said so just the other day.
Oh, I do. I think you're a fine cook, Henry. I'm just not hungry tonight. I waited too long to eat, I guess.
You don't have to make excuses, ma'am. If you didn't like it, just say so.
Oh, no, I mean it. Your food is wonderful, Henry. If it weren't, I wouldn't have come here.
Wouldn't you?
No. Now, could I have my check, please?
85 cents, ma'am.
All right. There you are, Henry. You may keep the change.
I'd rather not, ma'am. Here.
Very well. Good night, Henry.
Good night. And, ma'am.
Yes.
Next time you come, I'll have something you like.
But I did like... Oh, good night, Henry.
Good night, Mrs. Russell.
It was good food, but I felt ill at ease in there for some reason. That's why I couldn't eat. I decided not to go back there alone. Rather hard to talk to Henry. And I didn't go back alone. That is, not for 3 weeks. Had to work late, and again, and for the last time, I went to Henry's. Hello, Henry.
Ah, you decided to try me again, I see.
Why, Henry, I've been eating here every day.
Not at night.
What's the difference?
Well, in the daytime, you're always with your friends.
I like to eat with my friends. Now, come on, let's have no more of this silly talk. How about one of your wonderful dinners, Henry? I promise to eat all of it tonight.
All right, ma'am. Which one?
I'll try the number 4 again, please. I think that way I can convince you I really like it.
Why?
Why? Oh, because I think 4 is lucky, don't you?
All right, ma'am. It's all ready.
Don't have many customers at night, do you, Henry?
No, ma'am. Not many.
I'm surprised you stay open.
Are you? There you are. I hope...
Henry, what is it? You seem to be listening for something. Is there...
Are you enjoying your dinner?
I hate to sound like I'm prying. I know it isn't my business at all, but I do think something's bothering you.
Do you?
Yes, isn't there some way I can help you?
Nothing's bothering me, ma'am.
Yes. You know, I had a son like you.
Did you?
He was in the army, killed in the war. He was very much like you.
I see.
That left me all alone in the world. My husband Leonard died 4 years ago.
Yes?
He was a wonderful man. Everyone admired him. A contractor, you know.
I see.
I noticed that as I talked away about my family and everything, he became very quiet. He sat down on the cooler back of the counter and just watched me, his face absolutely blank. I couldn't tell what he was thinking. When I'd ask him a question, he'd just answer with, I see, or yes, or no. Sometimes he wouldn't answer at all, just stare at me. I was getting uneasy again. I just about decided to make up an excuse to pay my bill and leave. It was getting quite late when my head began to feel heavy, and I began to feel sick. Henry, I feel ill. Henry, I'm awfully dizzy. I don't think I can. Henry, can't you hear me? I believe I'm going to faint. Perhaps you'd better help. Did you do something?
Good night, Mrs. Russell.
Autolite is bringing you Miss Betty Davis in Goodnight, Mrs. Russell, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Harlow, how'd you stain your tie?
Oh, that's from the alphabet soup we had at dinner. Boy, do I love that soup.
Crazy about it, huh?
Yeah. We have a special alphabet, too. Only the letters ALRSP.
ALRSP?
Mm-hmm. Stand for Autolite Resistor Spark Plugs.
Oh, brother. Say, when you eat it, do you make noises that sound like ALRSP?
Noise? No, sir. Everything's smooth with Autolite Resistor Spark Plugs because only Autolite Resistor Spark Plugs have the built-in 10,000-ohm resistor that makes practical their wider gap setting and results in
1.
200% longer electrode life. 2. Quicker starts in cold temperatures. 3. Better engine performance on leaner gas mixtures. Gas savings. 4. Less spark plug interference with radio and television from passing cars and trucks. Autolite resistor spark plugs are backed by the engineering know-how of Autolite, leader in resistor spark plugs. Millions are in use today, so get yourself a set of Autolite resistor spark plugs. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage our star Betty Davis with Elliott Reed in Goodnight, Mrs. Russell, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I don't know how long I was unconscious. It seemed just for a moment crowded with horrible nightmares and dreadful sounds. I remember hearing a woman screaming and crying horribly. It was ghastly. I must have been unconscious several hours. And when I opened my eyes, it was dark, pitch dark. A clock was ticking somewhere, and I realized that the screaming woman had been me. Is anyone here? I'm tied up. Who's there? Can anyone hear me? Help! 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 Where am I?
You're in my room, Mrs. Russell.
It was Henry. Where was he? The room was black as night. I could see nothing. What was I doing here? Why was I tied up? How did I get here? I remembered nothing after feeling dizzy at Henry's. So that was it. You put something in my food, didn't you, Henry?
Yes, I did, Mrs. Russell. I didn't want to kill you at the cafe, you see.
Kill?
Yes, Mrs. Russell. Kill you. Dead.
Why, Henry? Why?
Because you're my enemy. You and all the others.
Your enemy? I like you, Henry. I've always liked you.
Don't lie, Mrs. Russell. You thought I didn't know, didn't you? You thought I didn't know what you were up to.
What I was up to?
Planning to kill me. Night after night, I've heard you, all of you, outside my window, whispering. Talking about how you were going to kill me. Didn't you know I could hear you?
You're insane!
Oh, no, I'm smart, Mrs. Russell. And you know it. That's why all of you planned to kill me, get rid of me. Oh, it's just lucky I found out you were one of them. You'll be the first to die, Mrs. Russell. And you're going to die slowly, in the dark. How do you like that, Mrs. Russell? Be quiet, Mrs. Russell, or I'll have to beat you up before I kill you.
I tried to make myself think. I remembered you're supposed to humor people that like Henry. I tried to control myself.
No one can hear you. No one even knows you're here. And I'm not going to untie you either. Not until you're dead.
Henry, I'm only an
You'll lie here in the dark and listen to the clock for half an hour. Just half an hour, Mrs. Russell. And then I'll kill you. You see, I want you to suffer like you've made me suffer.
Henry, I'm just an ordinary woman.
Oh, I'm smart enough to see through those remarks you made.
Remarks?
Always talking about what a good cook I was. As if you felt I wasn't a man. I know what you were thinking.
Henry, I didn't mean anything of the sort. I really...
And then rubbing it in about your precious son in the army. Rubbing it in, torturing me.
Henry, that's wrong.
And always ordering number 4 dinner. Oh, I'm smart, you see, Mrs. Russell. I can figure things out. Number 4 is lucky, you said. 4 for 4F, you meant.
Henry, all those things, they were your imagination. I didn't mean them that way at all. I didn't know about the army.
Weak excuses, Mrs. Russell. Oh, you're like all the rest. I'm too smart for you, and you know it. So you want to kill me. I'm a dangerous enemy, Mrs. Russell.
Oh. How long have I got to live, Henry?
Oh, a half hour. I don't know. The alarm will ring, and then I'll kill you.
I was resigned to it then. It seemed so hopeless. But then I thought if I could just get him to turn on the light, I might see a way out. It was a forlorn hope, but I tried it. Henry? How do you know you set the clock right? Henry!
I heard you.
No, you didn't answer, I thought.
You thought you could get me to turn on the light. Sorry, Mrs. Russell.
Henry? You're torturing yourself more than you are me, Henry. Do you know that?
What do you mean?
Well, you don't know when the alarm's going to ring either. You must be sitting on the edge of your seat waiting to hear it. Aren't you? You see, when it rings, I know that I'll have to die, but you know that you'll have to commit a terrible crime. Murder, Henry.
Shut up!
It is true, then, isn't it?
You can't trick me into turning on the light. I'm too smart for that. Oh, you're going to suffer in the dark. As I have. I decided to turn on the light, Mrs. Russell.
At first I was blinded, having been in the dark so long. Then I saw his hands. They were long, slim and brown. Blue veins stood out on the backs of them. I looked up at him. He was glaring at me from beneath his bulging forehead. Then he picked up the alarm clock and looked at it. Henry, I see it's 10 minutes to 3.
Yes, Mrs. Russell. You have 10 minutes to live. Can you wait?
It was a tiny, neat living room. I was on a couch. The shades were down. There was no phone. Well, the front door might be unlocked. It might be. I can wait, Henry. 8 minutes now. Somehow, with the lights on, I felt more optimistic, though. The hands were racing each other around the face of the clock. If I could just get untied now, there'd be a chance. I'd have to be careful, but quick.
5 minutes, Mrs. Russell.
Henry, what are those things strapped to that board over there on the wall?
What? Oh, that's my collection.
A collection?
Match folders.
Oh, do you collect match folders?
Oh, yes. I'll show them to you.
I held my breath as he took them down off the wall. If that clock would only stand still for 5 minutes.
Here. See? I have folders from all the famous night spots. Here's Ciro's and the Stork Club and 21. I bet you didn't think I'd been to all those places, did you?
Why, no. Have you, Henry?
Oh, sure. Lots of times. People would never believe me. That's why I have these.
They're lovely, Henry. Henry, my arms and legs are numb from being tied up like this. Could you?
No! I warned you not to get tricky, Mrs. Russell.
I just wanted you to loosen my hands so I could look at your collection.
Well, just your hands.
I've forgotten about everything. His collection for the moment. But that alarm would go any second and that would remind him.
Here.
As he untied my hands, my eyes fell on a large jade bookend beside the couch.
There. Now, be careful, Mrs. Russell. You just wanted to see my collection, remember?
Yes, Henry, show it to me.
Now, oh, see this one? That's from the Coconut Grove.
Yes,
And,
Henry. I
and
let
this
my
one
hand steal along the couch toward the bookends.
New Orleans. Isn't that beautiful?
Yes, it is, Henry. I had it in my hand.
You're not paying attention.
Oh, yes, I am, Henry! I don't remember doing it, but somehow I'd gotten the bindings off my feet, and I was outside in the night. He'd been telling the truth. His house was completely isolated on one block. I ran down the block as hard as I could. I didn't even think about direction, just ran. I knew he'd come to in a minute, and I had to get out of sight. I'm not used to such exercise, and my heart was pounding so hard it ached. In the middle of the next block, I stopped for a moment and leaned against a tree to breathe. And I looked back, and I saw him. I could see him beneath the street lamp. He'd stopped, not knowing which way I'd gone. He was wild. His mouth was hanging open loosely. I shrank back further in the shadows and prayed he'd go the other way. He didn't. He started walking rapidly again in my direction. There was a house on this block, a big rambling place. It was after 3 a.m. and the people would be asleep, but I knew I could run no further. Help! Help! Let me in, please! Please open the door! Open! And then I saw the note pinned to the door. It said no milk for 10 days. I could hear Henry's footsteps down the street, and I knew he must have heard me. My heart felt as though it would burst. The street was deserted. And then I heard a car approaching. It was a block away. I ran out of the street and waved my arms. Help! Help me! Stop, please! Please, stop! 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 Help! 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 Help!
Hello, Mrs. Russell.
Henry!
Come on, Mrs. Russell.
But
Come on. Now, we're going home again, Mrs. Russell.
There's no escaping now. He hasn't said a word for 10 minutes. I know he's turning over in his mind how he's going to kill me. It's almost dawn now. In a little while, the milkman and paper boys will be making their rounds. I'll be dead.
You shouldn't have tried to get away, Mrs. Russell. You made me very mad.
I know.
You shouldn't have hit me either. You were even smarter than I thought, Mrs. Russell. You almost made it. But you weren't smart enough. Were you?
If you're going to kill me, Henry, please do it. Haven't you tortured me enough?
You see, it just didn't do you any good to be my enemy, did it? Oh, I don't like to kill you, but I have to. It's the only way I can protect
Don't
myself.
you see you're not well, Henry? Please try to listen to me.
I'll have to kill all the others, too. If I don't, they'll kill me.
The others.
Oh, don't pretend you don't know, Mrs. Russell. Oh, I've heard them whispering about me. You must have heard them, too. The voices.
The voices?
All the time. Just like I told you. When I'm at work and even here at home, I hear them plotting. They don't know I know.
Henry, there's no one. It's all an illusion. Don't you see?
Just like you are. They're afraid of me because they know I can outsmart them. I'm too clever for them, and they know it. That's why they want to kill me. That's why you want to kill me, isn't it, Mrs. Russell?
I don't want to kill you, Henry. If only there
I've
was...
sort of got to like you, Mrs. Russell. If you weren't dangerous to me, I might let you live.
I'm not dangerous to you, Henry.
Oh, yes, you are. I've decided to choke you. If you close your eyes, it will happen very quickly. You'll hardly know it. Are you ready, Mrs. Russell? Please don't struggle. It'll be much easier for both of us. Aren't you going to close your eyes?
No.
What's that?
What?
Listen. You can hear them. Don't you hear them? The voices.
The voices. The voices.
Don't you hear them?
Yes, I hear them, Henry.
See? Now you believe me, don't you? You hear what they're saying?
Yes. Yes, it's just as you said, Henry.
They must be right near.
Yes, right near.
Oh, there are a lot of them. Too many!
You'd better hide, Henry.
Yes. Yes, but where? They sound louder all the time.
They're getting closer. Have you a closet?
Yes, that's it. The closet. Over here.
Shall I help you, Henry?
Yes, yes. But be quick. This closet. I'll hide in here.
All right, Henry. I'll protect you. There. A good place to hide.
What if they find me here?
I'll lock the door, Henry.
No. I don't want to be locked in.
They're getting closer, Henry.
You'll unlock the door when they're gone?
Yes, Henry.
Lock the door, Mrs. Russell.
You'll be safe now. Good night, Henry.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Miss Betty Davis, with Elliot Reed.
You know, Harlow, it's really marvelous how safely and courteously American truckmen drive.
You said it, Hap, and Autolite cooperates regularly with the American trucking associations in their excellent highway safety programs.
Say that's swell, Harlow.
Swell? Say, that reminds me. We haven't said anything about the more than 400 products Autolite makes for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants, coast to coast. They're swell, too. And Autolite makes complete electrical systems for many of America's finest cars. Batteries, spark plugs, generators, starting motors, coils, distributors, all engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly because they're a perfect team. So, folks, don't accept electrical parts that are supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday for Suspense, Victor Mature will be our star. The play is called Momentum. And it is, as we say,
A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's Suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Good Night, Mrs. Russell was an original radio play written by Ben S. Hunter. Betty Davis will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers production Beyond the Forest.
You can buy Autolite resistor spark plugs, Autolite stay-full batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Mr. Victor Mature in Momentum, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
Say, Hap.
Yes, Harlow?
This morning I was telling a cantankerous cartoon of a car it would run better with Autolite resistor spark plugs when it reared up on its differential and replied, "What do you think I'm waiting for?"
A talking car.
Well, every bright buggy knows that Autolite resistor spark plugs mean a smoother idle and better engine performance on leaner gas mixtures.
Why, that's common knowledge among cars.
Right, you are, Hap. Autolite resistor spark plugs have 200% longer electrode life. And they cut down on spark plug interference with radio and television, too. Why, millions are in use. Backed by the engineering know-how of Autolite, wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs assure top, all-round spark plug performance. Get Autolite resistor spark plugs. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with Momentum and with the performance of Victor Mature, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
I look just like any other guy standing on a platform waiting for a train at night. The other people walking up and down here waiting for their train, they might look and they might not. Just a guy waiting for a train, waiting to say goodbye to New York. They don't know I'm different. It's starting to snow. They think the way I'm clutching my coat collar together is because I'm cold. They don't know I've got a bullet in my neck. Yeah. This is some of that bad trouble my wife always is telling me I'm going to get myself in. Bad trouble. All those people dying on account of it. Like a snowball when it starts rolling itself up, gathering, what is it? Momentum. Well, in another 20 minutes, her train will be here, and I'll meet her, and we'll be on our way to San Francisco, and things will be different. Things will be a lot different. I never thought today was going to be like this. Since noon today, it's already lasted a couple million years. A couple of million years.
Dick, get up.
What's the idea?
Oh, Dick, get up. It's noon. 12 o'clock, and you haven't even gotten out of bed yet.
What? 12 noon. Hey, you're going to be late for work.
I'm home on my lunch hour. I thought you'd do something like this. Sleeping all day.
I was up late last night.
Shooting pool.
All right. A guy's got to have some relaxation.
You've been relaxing for 6 months. You haven't even tried to get a job.
Oh, nuts.
Nobody's out of work these days.
Look, I told you, it's got to be the right thing, that's all. I don't want to take the first stinking job that comes along.
Or do you want me to go on supporting you?
You didn't have to say that.
Well, everybody's saying. The people downstairs, the landlord, everybody. I didn't have my little job. How could we eat?
So everybody's saying you're supporting me. Is that it?
Well, isn't it?
I'll show 'em. I'll show 'em all. Who are they with their cheap little ideas and two-bit jobs? You don't have to work like a slave to make a living.
Oh, Dick. When you talk like... Sometimes I'm afraid you're going to get in trouble.
The guy's a little down on his luck, and all of a sudden, little wifey's a martyr. She has to go out and work.
Dick, please.
That's it, isn't it? You're a martyr.
No, darling, I didn't say that at all.
Oh, yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Dick, when I get home from work tonight, we're going to have to find a place to live.
Now, this place isn't good enough for you, huh?
No, darling. This is our last day. We're being evicted.
Says who?
The landlord stopped me this morning. We owe him 3 months' rent. I simply haven't got it. Well, we have until tomorrow morning.
Well, listen, nobody throws Dick Payne out of his own place.
I'll try to get home early. Find a hotel, maybe.
Wait a minute. Don't bother. I'll get some dough. I know just where. Mr. Burroughs.
Oh, Dick, you're not going to Mr. Burroughs.
Why not? He owes it to me. He's making money out of my invention, isn't he?
Dick, you know that when you worked for Mr. Burroughs, you were paid for everything you did.
Yeah, if you call a couple of bucks a week pay. Burroughs is making a lot of dough in that stinking shop just because of my invention.
But he's not that way. I worked for him, too, remember?
Then you ought to know how he cheated me. Yeah, that's what he did. He cheated me.
You know Mr. Burroughs isn't that kind of man. The firm isn't run that way. If you had anything
Go ahead. That's right. Stick up for that shyster who robbed your own husband. I'm going over and see him today for a showdown.
Oh, Dick, please don't go over there. Don't make any trouble.
We need dough, don't we? We're being evicted, aren't we? Well, I'm going to show you a little action. I'm going out and get her some dough.
You know Mr. Burroughs won't listen to anything so foolish.
He'll listen to me, and he'll pay too plenty.
Oh, darling, no.
What are you crying about? Look, when I get that dough, you won't have to support me anymore. Cut it out. Go on back to work. I'm going to lie here a couple of minutes and figure this out. Go on, go on. I guess I was pretty sore when I talked to her like that. But it made me mad. You know, like one of those things leads to another and the whole thing gets going like momentum. By the time I cooled off, I was up in the Bronx where Burroughs has his little office and machine shop in back. I phoned from a drugstore on 192nd Street. And the girl said there'd be a lot of people there all afternoon. So I killed time with a double feature. But I was back there at 6:30, just after dark. And I was mad again, thinking about the eviction and all. There was a light in his office, so I got around the side street. And I tried to see what was going on. The blinds were down over the window, but there was enough space for me to see the part of the room. Someone was in there with me. I couldn't see who it was. They were just shaking hands.
Well, good night. Don't you worry about it anymore. Good night.
I waited right there by the window until whoever it was had gone. Then I walked around and up to the door. But I didn't have to knock.
Oh,
Good evening, Mr. Burroughs.
I was just leaving you. You want to see me about something?
Yeah. Yes, sir, I do.
Well, all right. Come in, come in. It's chilly out tonight. Feels like snow, maybe. Well, sit down, sit down.
Thanks.
Now, what?
Well, I used to work here in the shop once. I quit 6 months ago. Remember me, Dick Payne?
I most certainly do remember you, Payne. Married the best secretary I ever had. Yeah, Pauline, a wonderful girl.
I think so.
I'm sure you appreciate that. She's a very fine girl.
Yeah, she's all right.
How are things with you and Pauline?
Good. Good.
Want to come back to work, Payne?
No, that isn't what I came to see you about. It's about that lug wrench you're still using in the shops, the one with the long side screw.
Yeah, what about it?
I invented it, Mr. Burroughs.
Oh, really? I thought Tim Riley worked that out.
Well, Tim worked on it, but it was me who figured out how to set that thumb screw.
Hasn't the thumb screw always been set that way?
Not high on the wrench, no.
Oh,
And
I see.
Since I figured it out while I was here, and since you're using it, well, I think I ought to be paid for it. I worked on it a long time.
Payne, I just don't believe this, frankly. Tim Riley's been my foreman for 12 years. I know him pretty well. He'd have been the first to tell me if you'd contributed anything to perfecting that wrench.
Well, he wanted all the credit himself.
No, Payne. It's not a matter of credit or money or anything else.
Now, look here, Mr. Burroughs. Look here, Burroughs. I'm not going to be cheated out of anything.
Stop it, Payne. I'm not obligated to you in any way.
Look, you're still using the wrench, aren't you?
I don't want to argue with you, and I don't want to be bothered with you. If it weren't for Pauline and the respect I have for her, I wouldn't even listen to you. I told her just the
Let's
other...
leave her out of this, huh? She's my wife.
Unfortunately for her. You know, Payne, I expected you to try something like this, and I'm ready for it.
Yeah, well, where's my dough?
Here. I want you to sign this. Here.
What is it?
A release. Although I don't owe you anything, for Mrs. Payne's sake, I'm giving you some money, because I know you both need it. This release will be my receipt. It'll insure me against you bothering me about this again.
Yeah?
Go ahead, sign it.
Where's the dough? Where's the dough? How much?
$200?
Well, why didn't you say so? Oh, no, you don't, wise guy. I want more than that. Look, if it's big enough to make me sign a release, it's big enough to bring in a lot more dough.
Get out of here, Payne. Get out of here.
And who's going to make me?
I'm smaller than you, Payne, but so help me, I'll throw you out myself. You're a no-good, worthless...
Cut that!
How Pauline could ever have seen
Look,
anything...
I told you to leave her out of this, didn't I?
Get out of here before
Give me my dough.
Get out of here!
Oh, no, you don't. You don't like that, huh? Well, try this. All right, now, Mr. Burroughs. Come on, Mr. Burroughs. I didn't mean to... Mr. Burroughs. You see, it was just one of those days. He said something, and I said something, and it all piles up like a snowball. The first thing somebody gets, hurt. If he'd listened to reason and, well, if he'd have just listened to reason, he'd be alive now. When I felt his pulse, there was nothing. I opened his coat to feel his heart. And that's when a black shiny billfold fell out. It was crammed with money. My money.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Victor Mature in Momentum, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Hey, Hap, what's the book you have there?
Just a story I'm reading, Harlow. Ruggles of Red Gap.
Really? Say, maybe you'd be interested in my life story, Wilcox of Wide Gap.
Wilcox of Wide Gap?
Mm-hmm. It's all about my sterling and sensational success selling Wide Gap Autolite resistor spark plugs.
Sensational success? You?
Certainly. Didn't you know that over 20 million Wide Gap Autolite resistor spark plugs have been sold? And small wonder. Who can resist having a set of Wide Gap Autolite resistor spark plugs installed in his car when I tell him these Wide Gap whizzes mean smoother engine idle, better performance on leaner gas mixtures, actual gas savings? Why, everybody goes for Autolite resistor spark plugs with the exclusive built-in 10,000 ohm Autolite resistor. You get smoother, faster, easier starts in cold temperatures, 200% longer electrode life, reduced spark plug interference with radio and television reception. So, friends, see your neighborhood Autolite spark plug dealer and have him install a set of the famous Wide Gap Autolite resistor spark plugs in your car. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Victor Mature in Momentum, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
11:50. The train will just be pulling out of Grand Central now. It'll be here in 10 minutes, 12 o'clock. It won't be long now. Another 10 minutes, and I'll be safe on that train with Paulie. And all of this will be over. I'll make it. Nothing's going to stop me. Nothing. Not even this bullet. He started it all, Mr. Burroughs. And then the whole thing got going. Momentum. I didn't mean to kill him. I just went there to get my money, the money he owed me for using my invention. But nobody saw me do it, and I got out of there. All I wanted to do was get home to Pauline. But first I had to stop somewhere and get a drink. I needed it bad. I found a little place on 3rd Avenue, 60-something. It was empty except for the bartender.
Hello.
Hello. Business is kind of slow tonight, huh?
Big television shows don't start until 8. What'll it be?
I'd like some whiskey. Just whiskey.
Just whiskey, and whiskey it is, mister.
Yeah.
Chase it?
No. Give me another one.
Sure. Kind of dry, huh?
Yeah.
Another one?
No. That's enough, thanks.
That's $1.20.
$1.20? Oh, that's no problem. Just take it out of...
Oh. Something wrong, buddy?
Oh, no. I changed my mind.
Yeah, what about?
I think I'll have another drink. Yeah, give me another one. Only make it a double this time.
Sure. Want to pay me for the other 2 first?
I'll pay you when I'm finished.
House rule.
Huh?
Every 2 drinks we always collect in this place. That way, in case anybody tries to run out on a tab, which they don't generally do, 'cause I don't like things like that. We don't lose much if they make it.
Just a minute. You don't think that
Which they don't generally do.
Look, I'm not trying to beat you out of anything. I got money.
Sure you have. You know, there's some guys around this town you just can't tell about. What's the matter?
I feel a little sick. Where's the washroom?
Door right back there behind the cigarette machine. Want to pay me now?
I'll be right back. Just my luck. The drinks were more than the change I had in my pocket. That meant I had to break one of those bills I took from Burroughs. They were all 50s and 100s. I couldn't take a chance on that bartender. He might think it was funny and remember and tell the police. I got panicky. It was another one of those snowballing things. I had to get out of that place. In the washroom, there was a window that led off to the alley. I just raised it, and it was climbing up on the sill when the bartender walked in. He was carrying a gun.
All right, wise guy. I thought you'd try something like this. Come on, get over that ledge.
Look, I was only opening the window to get some air in here.
Yeah, sure. Tell it to the cops.
I'll pay you. Look, I'll pay you anything you want.
Deadbeat. I spotted you the minute you walked in the joint. I can spot him a mile off. Now, come on, get moving.
No.
Let go of my arm, you crazy fool.
Tell me.
Floated, you might get scared.
Let go of me. You.
You're crazy.
I stood there with the gun in my hand. I didn't mean to hurt him either. But he tried to turn me over to the police for nothing. I hit him in the leg, but he was out cold. I didn't know what to do. I didn't dare leave the gun. I just didn't know what to do. Finally, I thought I heard somebody coming in the front. I found a back door and ran until I was out of breath. I went up the stairs of our apartment house 2 at a time, and by the time I got inside my door, I thought my knees were going to buckle. But I had the safe feeling that a guy's own place gives him, no matter how stinking it is. Pauline was cooking supper.
Dick? Oh, Dick, hello.
Liver and onions again?
I heard you come in, Dick. I'm glad you're home.
Liver and onions.
Well, I know it isn't one of your favorites, but liver was on sale.
Turn it off.
All right, but I'm going to eat it.
No, you're not. Neither one of us are.
Dick, what is it now? You've been drinking.
2 drinks and I'm drunk, huh?
I didn't say that. But when you drink, it means something's happened. What is it this time?
I made up my mind.
Oh, you mean you're going to take a job?
Yeah.
Oh, darling.
Well, you haven't heard it all yet.
I don't need to hear anymore.
Listen, I know I haven't been a model American husband.
Oh, Dick.
Nobody ever voted me the guy most likely to become a millionaire, but, honey, well, I didn't always get the breaks,
No, of course not.
You need to get a certain amount of momentum to... Why kid anybody? It's been my fault.
No, it hasn't, darling. Mm-mm. You've tried in your own way.
Don't keep it up. Everybody thinks I'm a sponge or a deadbeat. You told me they did.
They don't know you like I do.
Nobody believes in me. There's no reason why they should.
I believe in you.
Do you really?
Yes, darling. Yes.
Say it again.
I believe in you.
How much?
As much as anybody could. More.
Would you believe in me in Chicago, in Milwaukee, or in San Francisco?
Anywhere. Anywhere in the world.
All right, then we're going.
Going? Where?
San Francisco.
My
From
job.
now on, I'm doing the work for this family.
Well, how can we
Look,
pick
I've
right
got
up...
the money here. Look at it.
Dick. How much is this you have? Where'd you get
Never mind. Look, I got it, and it belongs to me. Take half of it. Go ahead. Take it.
Well, all right, but I
Now, look,
already...
go down to Grand Central and buy 2 Pullman tickets to San Francisco on the 9 o'clock train.
Well, I'll have to pack. Did you rob a bank?
Don't bother. Buy what you need downtown. It'll give you something to do. From now on, we forget this stinking place and start over from the bottom up. New clothes, new landlords, jobs, new friends, and new enemies. Dick Payne will show them. Yeah, I'll show them all what I can do.
Well, why do you want me to go alone to the station? Why aren't you coming?
I got business to do first. And I'm going to pay off all my debts, everybody I owe. How do you like that?
Oh, it's wonderful, Dick, but honestly now, where did you get that
Skip the
money?
questions. It's my dough. I work for it. Satisfy you?
Well,
Now listen. You get reservations at Grand Central and get on the train. It stops at 125th Street. I'll be busy uptown, so I'll get on at 125th. You got it?
125th Street Station.
Right.
Yeah.
And when that train pulls out of that station, the guy sitting next to you is going to be me.
Oh.
And we'll be heading for a new life, baby. A new life. If she knew what was really on my mind, she'd never have left. I couldn't risk hanging around 42nd Street, showing up at Grand Central with all its bright lights and its cops. I had to hide in some uptown dive where nobody'd find me and then sneak on the train to 125th Street, where they got only about 3 bulbs and no cops. I stood at the window and watched her cross the street. That's when I noticed this guy. A guy standing on the other side of the street looking up right at the apartment. Big, bulky, with policeman-type shoes. I jumped back from the window as he started to cross the street. I pulled my gun out to see if it was loaded. I heard him. I heard him coming up the stairs. There was nothing to do but wait for him. What do you want?
You Richard Payne?
No, Anderson's my name.
Isn't this apartment 12?
Yeah, it is. I moved in this morning. Pay moved out yesterday.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You fit the description I got until I find out better you're the man I want.
Look, I tell you
we got a little business, you and I don't...
I reached out and I jerked him off his feet into the room. I knew they'd find me, but I didn't think it would be this quick. He was big and he knew how to handle himself, but I swung the butt of my gun against the side of his head and he went limp. I held him up against the door. I didn't want to touch him, but I thought maybe I could find something in his pockets that would tell me how they knew about me. He didn't have a gun or a badge, only a piece of paper. He was a bailiff from the city hall. He's come to evict us. Evict us, and I'd killed him. I wasn't a killer. It was this momentum. Everybody I met. 3 people in 3 hours.
Hello, Payne.
Out of my way.
What do you do with a gun in
Out of my way.
You've gone crazy. This place is a regular fuck house.
Why, Mr. Payne, what's the matter?
Move that baby carriage. Get out of my way.
Don't point that gun at me.
Move it.
Stop!
I said move it. Oh, no, you don't, Copper. The second bullet hit me. Hit me somewhere in my back, up high. I don't know where exactly. The pain was everywhere at once, and for a moment everything stopped working. I grabbed the edge of a building and saw a long alley wavering in front of my eyes. It was a long, dark alley. There was a light at the other end. I got my breath and started towards that bright spot. I knew the whole neighborhood would be after me. Besides everything else, now I'd been shooting at cops. The light at the other end turned out to be a milk truck without a driver. All of a sudden, nobody had to tell me what to do. I got in and I drove off. I left the truck somewhere on 127th Street or someplace, I don't know where, a block or 2 from here. The toughest thing of all was climbing the stairs to get up here to the station. 3 flights of stairs, a step at a time, and like my head would fall off from pain every time I took a step. Just a minute.
Oh, hello. Hey, you sick, mister?
Where did the Pullman stop?
Oh, the Pullmans always stop up front by the second light.
What time does the Chicago train come in?
Oh, they just arrive. Leave a Grand Central 11:50 o'clock. Arrive here 12 midnight under the hat. 80 years I sweep up the platform, always on time. You gonna catch?
Yeah.
Where's your bags?
My wife got on at Grand Central with the luggage. I'm meeting her. We're going places, boy.
Oh, that's nice. So where you going? Chicago, Kansas City?
As far as it'll take me, west.
Oh, San Francisco. That's a nice town. When you get there, what are you going to do?
I got a job there.
That's good. Well, maybe someday I take a train to San Francisco. Now I got a job here, sweeping. Hey, listen. She just come out of the tunnel. It's on time.
Good.
That's a pretty, huh? Good. Except when the train comes at night. When I work, it's always quiet up here. I just brush the dirt off of the side. Down she goes, 45 feet down to the street where the dots belong. Mister, please move the foot so I sweep where you stand. Huh?
Sure.
Thanks a lot. I sweep just... Hey, what's this?
Huh?
Your nose don't bleed, but there's a fresh blood drip on the platform. Hey, what's your name?
None of your business.
Just a minute. More blood. I don't like this. Now I know why you don't tell me your name. You shame. Maybe you the same fellow shoot a policeman tonight.
All right, turn around.
Oh, you gotta go.
Turn around, I said.
Mister, what are you gonna do?
Don't you worry here. What do you think? Help me up the steps, please. Thanks.
Oh.
What's the matter with that fella? He looks so funny.
Dick? Oh, here I am. You were going right past me.
Pauline, the lights were flickering. I couldn't see. I
Dick,
couldn't
what's wrong?
see. Just tired, terribly tired. I kept my word and met you, but I'm so tired.
Dick, you're hurt.
Take care of me, Pauline. Don't let them get to me. Don't let...
Who? What is it, dearest? Who are they?
Hold me. Hold me, Pauline.
Oh, darling. What did you do?
It wasn't my fault. I went to get the money from Burroughs. The money he owed me, I killed him.
Oh, no.
And everything
no,
went wrong. Everything. All those people, but I had to get that money. I had to get that money for us.
Oh, Dick, no.
I had to.
What? I got off work early and went to see Mr. Burroughs. He gave me $200. He said when you came by, he'd have you sign a release for it.
Pauline.
Oh, Dick. Oh, Dick.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Victor Mature.
Mr. Mature, that was a top performance.
Oh, thanks a lot.
Do you know something else that gives a top performance?
Well, you're probably going to say Autolite resistor spark plugs, huh?
Vic, you're right with Autolite.
Harlow, I would have been very much surprised if you'd said anything else.
Why, sure. Autolite resistor spark plugs with the exclusive built-in 10,000 ohm Autolite resistor permit a wide gap setting, giving top spark plug performance. Top performers, too, are the more than 400 other products made by Autolite for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 Autolite plants coast to coast. They include complete electrical systems for many of America's finest cars. Spark plugs, batteries, starting motors, generators, coils, distributors. All engineered by Autolite to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, friends, don't accept electrical parts that are supposed to be as good. Insist on and get Autolite, original factory parts at your service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday for Suspense, Red Skelton will be our star. The play is called The Search for Isabell, and it is, as we say,
A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's Suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Momentum is a Cornell Woolrich story adapted for radio by E. Jack Newman. Victor Mature appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of the Technicolor production, Oh, You Beautiful Doll. In the coming weeks, you will hear such stars as Van Heflin, Lucille Ball, and Desi Arnaz. By the way, Lorene Tuttle tonight was Pauline. And now, don't forget, next Thursday, same time, Autolite will present Suspense, starring Red Skelton.
You can buy Autolite resistor spark plugs, Autolite stay-full batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is National Safety Congress Week. The Electric Autolite Company, which received the National Safety Council's Public Interest Award this year, urges you to do your part to promote safety on the highway, in the home, and on the job. Drive slowly. Death and danger travel in fast company. And remember to be careful wherever you are. The life you save may be your own. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Mr. Red Skelton in The Search for Isabell, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
Hey, Hap, did you hear about the super snook from Sandy Hook who found Snoo in his car?
Snoo? What's Snoo?
Nothing. What's new with you?
Oh, Harlow, that's really pretty corny.
It sure is, but it just shows how easily you can be fooled. Now, take automobile batteries, for instance. They look alike, but there's only one Autolite Stay Full battery. The difference? Autolite Stay Full batteries need water only 3 times a year in normal car use. In addition, Autolite Stay Full batteries have a fiberglass retaining mat at every positive plate for longer battery life. The fact is, in recent tests based on SAE life cycle standards, Autolite Stay Full batteries gave up to 70% longer average life than batteries without Stay Full features. So get an Autolite Stay Full battery. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with The Search for Isabell, and with the performance of Red Skelton, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
You know, Isabell first came into my life when I received a card from the telephone company stating that my application for a phone had been approved, and they were going to install one in my apartment. Well, I left instructions with the apartment house management to let the serviceman in. When I got home from work that evening, there was the telephone, as big as life, sitting there on the night table. Well, I just looked at it for a minute, like I'd never seen the phone before. Gosh, it started to ring. I about jumped out of my skin. I just let it ring a couple of times. Just wanted to hear it. To me, it sounded like the bells of St. Mary. Hello?
Is Isabell LaRue in, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. You must have the wrong number.
Is this Evergreen 31924?
Take a look. Yes, Evergreen 31924.
Well, isn't Miss LaRue there?
No, this phone was just installed. This must be her old number.
Oh, I'm sorry to have troubled you. Thank you.
Oh, no trouble at all. I wouldn't have thought much about the call, except by next Saturday I'd had a dozen more just like it. And most of them were men. But it interested me. Any gal that gets around like that must interest a guy. So I decided that the next time I would try to find out a little further. Hello?
Harold Mason's office calling for Miss LaRue.
Oh, yes. Put him on.
Just one moment.
Hello, Miss Isabell LaRue. Mr. Mason calling.
Well, Miss LaRue will be right here. Put Mr. Mason on.
Hello, Isabel. Harold.
Well, this isn't Isabell.
Who is this?
Well, you see, this is Dick Brown. Isabell LaRue used to have this number. You know, I would appreciate it very much if you could tell me any other way I could get a hold of her. You see, I get quite a few calls and... Hello? Hello, Mr. Mason? Hello? He hung up. Why, I don't know. But one thing I found out was that little Isabell, if nothing else, must know the right people. A guy like Mason, who has got to go through 2 secretaries to make a phone call, must have a couple of chips. She was beautiful, no doubt about that. She must have to be to get so many calls from so many different guys, and the right kind, too. She was very mysterious. Or why else would they hang up when I ask about her? She was tall, willowy, very sophisticated. A blonde. No, a brunette. And a lot of fun. I drew a mental picture of her as a gag just to see how close I'd come when I actually met her. Well, I finally dozed off. She must be beautiful and lovely. Beautiful, tall. Maybe a redhead.
Dick, can't you see me? Here I am.
Where?
Up here.
Oh.
That's it. Come on, just a little further. That's the boy.
You're
Who else?
Isabell.
Of course.
Oh, you are lovely. So beautiful. Just as I pictured.
Thanks, Dick. You're pretty swell yourself.
Oh, what am I?
Come here.
Oh? Well, you wouldn't.
Afraid?
Of course not. It's just...
What?
Well, what are you doing with me? I'm just a common bank clerk. What about Mr. Mason?
Harold, he bores me terribly.
Oh?
Look, every man is at my fingertips.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
If I wanted them, I'd be with them. Instead, I'm with you. You only want something you haven't got. Once you have it or know you can get it, you love with your heart, not your mind.
Oh, I do love you.
Put your arms around me.
Oh.
Kiss me.
The alarm clock broke it up just when it was getting good. Well, the next day was Sunday. It may sound kind of silly, but I just couldn't get her or that dream off of my mind all day. Instead of ordering donuts for breakfast, I ordered 2 Isabells, plain. It got on my nerves. Well, the public library was open, so I wandered down, and I thumbed through the present and all the past issues of Who's Who, the phone books, film magazines, newspapers, and, well, there was nothing. Not a word about Isabell LaRue. Then that night, about 11 o'clock... Hello?
Let me speak to Isabell, will you?
Look, she doesn't live here. The phone...
Don't hand me that, pal. This is John Worthington, and I have to speak to LaRue, understand?
I'm sorry, I can't help you.
Then just give Isabell this message, will you?
Listen, I can't...
Just tell Isabell I don't want to see her friend, I want to see her. And if she don't call me by tomorrow morning and tell me she'll give me another chance, that'll be all. Get it?
Okay.
And it'll mean plenty of trouble, too. I'll come down there to the Beverly Towers and really put on an act that she won't forget.
Yeah.
Got the name? John Worthington. Well...
Yeah, I got it. Well, I didn't give it much thought then. That particular phone call to Isabell, that is. But the next morning at breakfast, something happened. I was drinking my coffee, and I caught the sight of the paper next to me. It was all over the front page. Playboy, gambler. John Worthington leaps to his death from the top of the Beverly Towers. Now, the papers had it doped out that the reason for the suicide was that John Boy was a couple $100,000 in debt. But I, and only I, knew different. It was Isabell LaRue.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Red Skelton in The Search for Isabell, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Hey, Harlow, what's this I hear about you being tossed out of the zoo for annoying the animals?
I can't figure it out, Hap.
Well, what were you up to when they hustled you off?
I was standing at the camel enclosure, thinking about Autolite Stay Full batteries, of course. So I turned to the nearest dromedary and said, you know, you guys are overrated. Why, when it comes to carrying water, you're damp rags compared to Autolite Stay Full batteries. Did you know that Autolite Stay Full batteries need water only 3 times a year in normal car use? Well, that camel just curled up and cried.
And that's when you were bounced?
But on the way out, I told the keeper that Autolite Stay Full batteries have over 3 times the liquid reserve above the plates than ordinary batteries. In addition, each one of these positive plates is protected with a fiberglass retaining mat for longer battery life. The fact is, in recent tests based on SAE life cycle standards, Autolite Stay Full batteries gave up to 70% longer average life than batteries without Stay Full features. So, friends, see your neighborhood Autolite battery dealer today and get an Autolite Stay Full battery for your car. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage our star, Red Skelton, with Kathy Lewis in The Search for Isabell, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Yes, sir, this millionaire playboy and gambler, John Worthington, had jumped to his death from the top of the Beverly Towers. I knew it was on account of LaRue. And the worst part of it was that 2 or 3 times during the day I caught myself not blaming him. I dreamed about her all the time now. It was getting so bad that I was actually fond of going to sleep so I could meet her again. And suddenly one night, just as I was dropping off, I thought of something. The Beverly Towers. A clue. I would ask her.
Dick. Dick. I love you.
I love you. Isabell, are you at the Beverly Towers?
Where else?
Thanks, honey. The Beverly Towers is about as swanky as you can get, strictly for the white tie and ermine trade. But Isabell was different. I knew that. So different. I arrived at the Beverly Towers and I walked up to the elevator as big as life. Boy, I'd never seen a joint like this. The elevators were even gilded.
Your floor, sir?
Well, I'm from the FBI, a T-man. What apartment is Miss Isabell LaRue's?
LaRue? Well, I shouldn't tell you, but, for how much?
Money? The United States government don't tip, my boy.
Yeah. It's 9:03. But look, I think you better get your information across the street, huh? The Blue Bottle Bar and Grill. Talk to the bartender. Because if you don't, I'll be in trouble.
Thanks, son. We won't forget you when we crack this case, because your government has plenty of influence in Washington. It was actually around the corner on 3rd Street, the Blue Bottle Bar and Grill. Well, I cased it. The joint. Through the window. It looked pretty rough. And, well, anyway, I realized it was midnight already, and they were starting to close up, and I was pretty tired, so I figured that tomorrow would tell the tale. A half hour later, I was back in my apartment. I got undressed, and I climbed into bed. I was tired. I was so tired. Hello.
Hello, is Mr. Brown in, please?
This is Brown speaking.
This is the Mount Vernon Police Department.
Police?
Oh, now, don't worry. We noticed that you have the telephone number Evergreen 31924.
Yes, I do.
Well, we're trying to locate an Isabell LaRue.
Isabell?
And we thought you might be getting some calls for her.
Oh, you did. Florbell McCoy, you said?
No, Isabell LaRue.
No, never heard of her.
Well, we're sorry to have bothered you. But, look, if you do get any calls for her, try to get their names and let us know, will you?
Sure will.
All right, thank you.
I put the receiver back on the hook. I must be going really nuts. Why did I do that for? So she's in trouble. What business is it of mine? Why didn't I tell him? Well, about after an hour, I finally went off to sleep again.
Dick. Darling, come here.
Isabell, look, why don't you let me alone?
I don't want to, darling. Do you love me?
Well, what difference does that make?
A great deal. Tell me.
No.
I love you.
Well, you couldn't.
But I do.
All right, I'll tell you. I love you.
I need you, darling.
No, I need you.
I'm in trouble.
Yeah, but what kind?
Terrible trouble. Come help me.
I will.
Promise?
I promise.
Then come quick. Help me. Help me, dear.
Oh, Isabella, wait a minute. Wait a minute, Isabel. I forgot to ask you. What apartment are you in? 903?
Where else? Where else?
It was 7:30, and by 8:15 that morning, I was standing in front of 903. I was shaking like a leaf. I could feel my lower lip start to quiver. It always does that when I get nervous. I knocked softly. Twice. I waited. There was no answer. I was holding one of my new calling cards in my left hand, and I could feel it getting wet. Oh?
What do you want?
Well, does the... I'm Mr. Brown, calling for Miss LaRue.
Never heard of her.
Well, she lives here.
I live here, smart boy, now go away.
You live here?
Who else? Now beat it, smart boy.
Well, now, look, I know she's in... Hey!
Next time, don't pound the door off.
He was a big guy in a brown pinstripe suit. I got a look at the room inside. There was another tough guy in there. He'd been holding a revolver. Well, I tried to find that elevator boy to check whether I heard him right when he said room 903 was Isabell's. But he wasn't around. So I did what else he said. I went around to the Blue Bottle Bar and Grill.
Yeah, what'll it be?
What do you got?
Oh, about a little 8-year-old scotch.
Good.
Uh-huh. Chaser?
Yeah, a root beer.
Huh. Well, you're serious about this drinking stuff. What's the matter, your girl leave you?
Well, it's worse than that. You see, I can't find her. Hey, you don't know Isabell LaRue.
Isabell? Hey, just who are you, huh?
Here's my card.
Light's kind of bad in here. Richard Brown, Municipal Bank and Trust Corporation. Uh-huh. Are you a good friend of Isabell's?
We had only just discussed getting married, that's all.
Oh, I see.
Well?
Well, I don't know where she is myself, but I think this gentleman does, Mr. Brown.
Oh?
Hello.
Hi.
Mr. Brown here is looking for Isabell LaRue. Says he and she was going to get married.
Mm-hmm.
So I told him you might be able to help him, Roy.
Oh, sure. I know where she is right now.
Oh? Where?
What are you drinking, pal?
Oh, 8-year-old pre-war.
Ah, you don't want to drink that. Hey, Max, that 13-and-a-half-year-old special, huh?
Right.
That's it.
You know, I was about to recommend it. And, here you are.
Not for me, Max. I'm a brandy drinker myself, Mr. Brown. Well, you must be the fella Isabell's been talking about. Come on, drink up.
Well, I'm probably not the guy she's been talking about, but she's in trouble, and I want to help her.
Oh, of course you do.
Where is she?
Well, the address is a little involved. Look, why don't we step in here, huh? Finish our drinks here.
Oh, sure thing.
Hey. You, have a car?
Oh, of course.
Where?
Well, it's right out there. It's that gray convertible.
Oh, well, fine then. You won't have any trouble. Hey,
Thanks.
come on, drink up.
Thanks. Well, how long have you known the delightful Isabell? Miss LaRue, that is, Mr.
Just call me Roy.
Oh, thanks, Roy.
Forget it. Come on, a toast. A toast to Isabell. The one and only Isabell LaRue.
To Isabell, wherever she may be. Well, how long have you known the delightful Isabell? Miss LaRue, that is.
Oh, but...
Oh, Isabell! Oh, Isabell. Well, next, I knew for sure I was back at my apartment with enough bandages around my head to pass for a Hindu Swami, which is maybe what I should have done. I was lying on the bed, and in my left hand was clutched one of my own cards. And on the back of it was scrawled, "It's a misdemeanor and so forth to say you are a member of the FBI unless such is true. Lay off trying to contact I. LaRue. Signed, sincerely, your FBI." Oh, my head was throbbing like a trip hammer. I reached over and took a couple of aspirins, and in a few minutes I was off again in the land of Nod.
Dear, I'm here. Isabell. Dick.
Here, look. Please, don't come near me.
Why didn't you help me?
I tried, honest.
Don't you love me?
Oh,
Don't you?
you know I do.
Tell me again.
I love you.
I love you, Dick.
I can't go on like this. We can't.
I'm with you now. I'll always be with you.
But you'll leave again.
Never again.
No? Come close to me.
There.
Oh, Isabell.
You smell of liquor.
Oh, well, I just haven't.
My big, foolish, brave boy. They give you a Mickey.
They did?
What else?
Oh, I love you.
Promise you'll always be mine.
Forever.
Dick,
What, dear?
where are you going to go when you get up and have a nice, hot dinner?
Blue Bottle Bar and Grill?
Where else?
As I walked in, I detected a hush fall over the patrons. The bartender hadn't seen me yet. But when he did, his face turned the same color as the dish towel he was wearing over one shoulder. Hey, give me the same as you gave me before, only this time not so strong.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, Brown's the name. You want to see a card?
I remember. That was a scotch, wasn't it?
Yeah, you got a good memory. But not that 13-and-a-half-year-old stuff this time.
Oh, sure. Hurt your head, sir?
No, I always wear bandages. It holds my hair down. Pour above the bar if you don't mind, so I can see it.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, that's better. Now, where is Isabell LaRue?
Oh, really? I didn't have nothing to do with it.
Come on, out with it. Where is she?
Please, she's in 903 Beverly Towers.
903, just as I suspected.
Mr. Brown, don't tell nobody. I told you that they'll kill me.
Oh, no, they won't. Thanks for the scotch.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
Well, what kind of a gun can I get for $17.50?
Say, a gun, 17. Oh, yes, I have a practically brand new shotgun, 12 gauges.
No, I was looking for a pistol.
Pistol.
Yes.
Here. Here's a honey, a 38 revolver.
Well, don't look so good to me.
Well, what can you expect for $17.50? It shoots, and I was told very accurately.
It's a deal.
Fine. You will have to sign some forms here and some identification, state law.
And then, there I was, standing in front of room 903 in the Beverly Towers. If Isabell was in there, I was going to get her out. And this time I knew she was in there. I reached in my pocket, and I pulled out the gun. I pulled the hammer back. I held it close to my body, so if anyone might be walking down the hall, they wouldn't see it. I started to pound on the door again.
Well, if it isn't Smart Boy, I thought I told you not to pound.
Let me in.
Smart Boy's got a gun. You might get hurt.
Let me in!
What else? My hospitality's boundless. Come in and have a cocktail.
Yeah. 13-half-year-old Scotch cocktail, I suppose. Oh, where's Isabell?
Oh, come now.
Where is she? I know she's here.
Put the rod away before you get hurt, Smart Boy.
Hey, this morning
Oh, hello, Roy. Come on in. You close that door behind you. Now, you two put your hands up.
What is this?
Now, both of you get over back against that wall.
Look, Brown, I don't know what you're trying to prove. If you're as smart as you think you are, you'll get out of here fast.
Isabell, come out. It's okay. Stand back where you are. See, there.
You got hurt once, Nosy.
Keep quiet. Isabell!
What are you waving the gun around for?
Now stand back.
You nervous?
You let Isabell go.
Hey, you're shaking so bad you couldn't hit the wallpaper.
Now, you stay away from that mantle.
I just want to pick up this automatic, that's all.
Now, stay away!
You're too nervous. You're out of your league, smart boy.
Put that gun down.
Drop the rod. Drop it.
Don't!
That's it. Drop the gun.
Well, the cops were there before the last bullet had left my gun. They slapped handcuffs on me and both of them. Apparently, the only thing I'd shot was the gun out of Desimoni's hands, a feat for which I'm still being complimented for. Well, the lieutenant looked across the desk at me with real respect. Gosh.
Yes, sir. I got to hand it to you, my boy. Takes nerve to walk in on a guy like Desimoni.
Who's Desimoni?
What do you mean? Tony Desimoni, the guy who tried to murder you.
Yeah, but so what? What did he do?
You didn't know. The biggest racketeer and bookmaker alive. Oh, yeah, it takes nerve.
Does?
We were waiting to catch him on something big, and you fixed it for us. Now we got him on attempted murder. Hey, how much do he owe you?
Nothing.
Oh, you're lucky. He owed about $200,000 in bets he'd taken off the other suckers. Guys like that poor Worthington guy and what's his name, Mason.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, looks like Isabell LaRue is finally out of business.
Oh, don't say that.
Oh, why not?
Please. Who's Isabell LaRue?
You don't know?
No, tell me.
Oh, you're kidding.
No, I'm not. Who is she?
You don't know how it works, huh? Well, look, all bookies use fronts.
Fronts? You mean Isabell is a front for Tony Desimoni?
No. Isabell LaRue is Tony Desimoni. There is no such person as Isabell LaRue.
No. Oh, no. Oh, well, that isn't so.
What? Now, will you tell me why you went to all of this trouble?
Well, you see, there was a girl, and, she's... Oh, you wouldn't understand. Tony Desimoni is up in prison now. Now, wouldn't this be true if Tony Desimoni was the same as Isabell LaRue? She wouldn't be coming to see me anymore, now, would she? Well, you'll have to excuse me now because it's a little late, and, I got to turn in, and besides, we want to be alone. I'm sure you'll understand.
Dick.
Oh, dear Isabell. Oh, a new dress.
Like it?
Well, it's a little... I love it, you understand, but isn't it a little daring?
No.
Gosh, I wouldn't want to see you wear it around anyone else.
I won't, darling. I love you.
And I love you.
You're so handsome, strong, and brave, and wonderful.
What else?
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Red Skelton, with Kathy Lewis.
Well done, Red Skelton, well done.
Well, thank you, Harlow.
I've heard you as a comedian, now as a dramatic actor. But look, have you ever done any commercial work?
What, didn't you see me sell full brushes?
Oh, yeah, I forgot that.
Yeah, do you want me to sell some of your Autolite Stay Full batteries now?
Red, they practically sell themselves. Especially after we tell people that Autolite Stay Full batteries need water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
What else?
Well, that's right, Ed. It figures that way because Autolite Stay Full batteries are star performers, just like the 400 other products made by Autolite for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 Autolite plants coast to coast. Autolite also makes complete electrical systems for many makes of America's finest cars. Batteries, spark plugs, generators, starting motors, coils, distributors, all engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, friends, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Insist on and get Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday for Suspense, Van Heflin will be our star. The play is called Murder of Aunt Delia. And it is, as we say,
a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's Suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Renee Garrigank and Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Search for Isabell is an original play by Richard Vaudra. Red Skelton appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Battleground, starring Van Johnson, John Hodiak, Ricardo Montalban, and George Murphy. Red Skelton may be heard on his own Tide show for Procter & Gamble over CBS every Sunday night.
You can buy Autolite Stay Full batteries, Autolite resistor spark plugs, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Mr. Van Heflin in Murder of Aunt Delia, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
Oh, Mr. Wilcox. Mr. Wilcox.
Well, Hap's sister-in-law, what brings you here?
Well, I just stopped by to tell you Hap has a nasty cold and he can't get started.
Cold? Started?
Mm-hmm.
Say, he should switch to Autolite resistor spark plugs. These wide gap wonders get your car going faster in cold temperatures. Save gas, too, because they make your engine run smoother on leaner gas mixtures.
Oh, well, Hap says he's not long for this world.
Long? Autolite resistor spark plugs give him up to 200% longer electrode life. And Autolite's exclusive built-in 10,000 ohm resistor cuts down spark plug interference with radio and television, too. So tell him to see his neighborhood Autolite spark plug dealer and have him install a set of wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. He'll feel better because his car will run better. And remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with Murder of Aunt Delia and with the performance of Van Heflin, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Ever stick out your thumb and pull out a $1 million plum? Well, I'm the little Jack Horner that did that. Only my name isn't Horner, it's Dort Sharples. I was hitchhiking along Highway 70 across the Arizona desert, heading for L.A. It was August, and it was hot. The lizards were fanning themselves. There wasn't much traffic, and nobody had stopped. I'd walked about 8 miles outside some little burg, and I was tired and sore. Finally, a black sedan came along. I was all set to holler cuss words at him for not stopping when suddenly he slowed down. He was a young guy about my age. He was alone.
Hop in.
Well, thanks. I sure appreciate this.
All right. I could use some company.
For a second there, I didn't think you were going to stop.
I wasn't, frankly.
Well, a guy has to be kind of careful, I guess, huh?
You know what changed my mind? Maybe you won't like this, but it suddenly struck me that you look like me.
Yeah? Yeah, I guess maybe I do at that, now that you mention it.
I thought to myself, what if that was me walking along? Besides, if you've got a face like mine, it must be an honest face.
Yeah, maybe you got something there.
You going to Blythe?
Where's that?
The next town, across the Colorado.
No, I'm going clear into L.A.
Well, I happen to be going through there on my way to Santa Barbara. If you want to spell me at the wheel, we can make Los Angeles by a little after midnight.
Brother, you got yourself a co-pilot. By the time we crossed the river into California, I'd learned that the guy's name was Glendon Braley, that he was going to visit his invalid aunt. This aunt didn't own all of Santa Barbara, not quite. The guy didn't volunteer this information. I had to probe it out of him. Between Blythe and Desert Center, an idea began to percolate. And not just from the heat, either. I'll bet your aunt will be glad to see you, Braley. How long did you say it's been?
Well, I was 10 when I left. That'd make it 17 years. You see, my mother died when I was 3, and Aunt Delia took me in.
Oh, does she know you're coming?
I sent her a wire.
You think she'll recognize you?
I doubt it. The reason I'm going back, her husband died about a month ago. He and I never got along. That's why I left Aunt Delia's place.
You mean you ran off?
No, another aunt in Delaware took me. Then, what with school and then the Army and getting a job afterwards, well, I just lost track of Aunt Delia.
You got a lot of relatives in the East?
No. My other aunt died when I was 21. Delia's the only relative I've got left.
Well, I guess that means you're coming to something pretty good someday.
Yeah, I suppose so. It's funny, but the idea sort of scares me.
Oh, boy, I wish somebody scare me like that. I kept pumping him until I could have written his autobiography. Yes, I mean autobiography. I stored away facts about this uncle that he hated, about how Braley used to like to draw pictures when he was a kid, about how he got his only spanking when he was 8 for spilling ink on his aunt's favorite tapestry, how he couldn't eat peas, how he got sick on enchiladas at the Santa Barbara Fiesta in 1929, everything. Could I remember it? Well, people used to tell me with my memory I could have been a lawyer, but that takes work. Just east of Indio, before Highway 70 runs into 99, I figured that I was thoroughly briefed.
Want me to drive a while, Sharples?
No, thanks, unless you want to take over.
No, technically, maybe I shouldn't be driving at all. Oh, I've got one of these mail-order driver's licenses, but I doubt if I can pass the California test. You see,
Hey, you know something funny?
Huh?
I think we're getting a flat.
Oh, rats.
Yeah, the car ride's kind of funny. I think it's the left rear tire.
Oh, this would have to happen clear out in the middle of nowhere.
We better stop and take a look, huh?
I don't even know if the spare's any good.
Of course, I may be imagining things, but we better make sure. I'll check it.
Well, there's not a soul in sight either way.
Oh, we won't need any help.
I hope not. How is it?
Maybe you better come and look.
Okay. Say, come to think of it, there may not be any tools in the car. I bought it in a hurry off a used car lot.
I've got all the tools that I'll need, Braley.
Well, it doesn't look flat to me.
No? Look close.
Well, it still doesn't seem...
I was right about the tools, wasn't I, Braley? I put the blackjack back in my pocket and I dragged Braley off the highway into a ditch. I made sure he was dead. Then I changed clothes with him and covered his body with sand and brush. I was back in the sedan and on my way, and still no other car was in sight. I adjusted the rearview mirror so that I could see my reflection. I watched the lips move as my voice said, "Dort Sharples? Never heard of him. My name's Glendon Braley." I pulled into L.A. about 2 a.m. I waited till morning, though, before I went to Rena Zita's apartment. I wanted her to be wide awake when I told her my idea.
But, Dort, it sounds crazy and dangerous.
Well, for $1 million, we can afford to be crazy.
Suppose somebody finds out that you aren't this guy,
Who'll
Brady.
know? His aunt hasn't seen him since he was a kid. There are no other relatives, no connections on the coast, or back east for that matter.
But I'm sure you can carry it off, Dort.
Listen, Rena, I know everything about this guy, even when he lost his first baby tooth.
What do you want me to do?
Just stay where I can get in touch with you. Be ready to come on up to Santa Barbara.
How long will you have to wait to come into this money? The old lady may live for years.
I don't think so. She's pretty well along. She's an invalid. You know, a lot of things can happen to an old lady.
Well...
No, it's a real break. I might have done it alone, kid, but I thought of you.
It's real sweet of you, Dort. Real sweet.
Then we're partners?
Okay, Dort.
Great, kid. But now, look. You get in the habit of calling me Glendon Braley.
Kiss me, Glenn.
It didn't take me long to cover the 100 miles to Santa Barbara. The reunion with Aunt Delia was quite touching. I sat on a low stool right by her wheelchair, drinking tea that her housekeeper, Mrs. Parker, kept pouring. And we talked over old times.
Oh, Glenny, it's so good to have you home again.
Glenny. Nobody but you ever called me that. The kids always call me Glenn or Curly, mostly.
And how angry you used to get. You hated to be called Curly.
Yeah, and when I got in a fight about that with Pudge Mossman, you sent me to bed without any supper. And you took away my paints and crayons for a whole week.
Not a whole week, Glenny. I relented on Sunday afternoon.
Well, it seemed like a week.
You did love to draw. Oh, that must be Mr. Crittenden.
Crittenden?
Yes, my attorney. He's been just wonderful to me since your uncle died. Handles all of my affairs. I've asked him to come up to meet you.
Oh.
I hope you don't mind.
No, not at all, Auntie.
That's all right, Mr. Parker. Don't bother.
Come right in, Bryce.
Hello, Delia. You look positively radiant.
Oh.
Well. Is this the prodigal nephew?
Yes, Bryce. This is Glenny. Or should I say, Mr. Crittenden, my nephew, Glendon Braley.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do? So this is Glenny. Well, my boy, let me warn you that I know every infamous detail of your crime-ridden career. That is, up until the time you were 10 years old.
No, Bryce.
I'm afraid, Auntie, that Mr. Crittenden has a ipso facto case against me. No, I offer this tapestry on the wall as Exhibit A. Look.
Yeah? What do you mean?
Well, now, if you'll examine it closely, you'll see traces of a stain. Auntie, isn't that where I spilled the ink in Well, let's see. It's about 1929, right?
Why, Glennie, do you remember that?
Well, I certainly do. You spanked me with a hairbrush.
Yeah, the accused has paid his debt to society. Case dismissed.
Oh, Glennie, that stain is worth more to me than the tapestry itself.
Oh, now, Auntie.
I think she means it, Glendon. Your rival's already made her look 10 years younger.
Oh, how absolutely absurd.
In fact, Delia, I think you could get up out of that chair this minute and trounce me soundly at a game of tennis.
There wasn't any doubt about it. I was in. And Delia's health improved so rapidly that I realized I'd have to think of a way to speed things up. That meant that I had to get Mrs. Parker, the housekeeper, out of the house for good. So I began devising little things to make her appear inefficient. Auntie wasn't supposed to have spices, so I sneaked in the kitchen and doctored the food up with pepper. After Mrs. Parker set the heating unit for the night, I got up and turned it off. Auntie woke up freezing, and Mrs. Parker became so confused and upset that she began helping me out by forgetting things and making mistakes all her own. Then one afternoon...
Glennie, I know Mrs. Parker means well, but as Dr. Davis says, I got to have someone I can depend on at all times.
Well, I haven't liked to say anything. After all, she's been with you for so long, but, well, the poor old soul needs a rest.
It's going to be difficult to tell her.
Well, now, I'll attend to that, Auntie. And I'll see about getting another housekeeper, an intelligent, capable, younger woman.
Hello?
Rena, this is me.
Huh?
You know, Mr. Braley.
Oh, yes. How are you?
Great. Now, listen, kid. I'm calling from Santa Barbara.
Yes?
Get up here right away. Check in at the San Martin Hotel as Rena Derwin.
Right.
And wait there till I call you. We're in, baby, but good.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Van Heflin in Murder of Aunt Delia. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Oh, Mr. Wilcox, Hap asked me to return this book to you. Your life story, he said.
Oh, you mean Wilcox of Wide Gap?
Mm-hmm.
That's a great yarn. You'd like to hear one of the more electrifying episodes?
Oh, sure.
All right, listen. There it stood, a huge green monster. I'd been trailing it for weeks. Taking a Wide Gap Autolite resistor spark plug from my pocket, I sprang forward.
Yeah, go ahead.
Look, I cried out, you obstinate, obdurate Otto, it's time you switch to these Autolite resistor spark plugs. You'll idle smoother, run better on leaner gas mixtures, save gas. Another thing, your narrow gap spark plugs have been messing up television reception around town. But with Wide Gap Autolite resistor spark plugs, you'll reduce to an acceptable level spark plug interference with radio and television. And what's more, Autolite resistor spark plugs with that exclusive built-in 10,000 ohm Autolite resistor give you 200% longer electrode life. So get Wide Gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. Get them right now. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage our star, Van Heflin, in Murder of Aunt Delia, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
By the time Rena arrived in Santa Barbara, I had fixed up a set of references of her ability and character that would have flattered Florence Nightingale and Susan B. Anthony. Rena came out for an interview, pretending she was sent by an employment agency I was supposed to have called. She made a terrific impression on the old lady. At a nod from me, Auntie hired Rena on the spot, and Mrs. Parker left with a cardboard suitcase, a month's pay, red eyes, and the sniffles. After we got Auntie to bed that first night, Rena and I met out on the veranda.
How was I? George?
That name.
Nobody's around to hear.
Well, don't take any chances. Call me Mr. Braley all the time.
All right. Mr. Braley. How did I do?
Perfect. Come on, let's walk out by the bluff, away from the house.
Oh, this is sure some layout. Looks great in the moonlight.
It'll all be ours, baby.
You mean to plan to live here after it's all over?
Oh, maybe for a little while. Depends on how long it takes me to convert her estate to cash. We can't do anything to excite suspicion, you know.
No.
No. Right up ahead there is a cliff. A 200-foot drop onto some rocks.
You're going to push her?
Oh, no. Nothing as brutal as that. It's an accident. You take Aunt Delia out for an airing in her wheelchair. As you're pushing the chair, you trip and you fall. The chair starts rolling. You run after, but poor Auntie goes over the edge. You are hysterical with shock.
Yeah? What's wrong with you taking Auntie for an airing?
Look, if I could do it, what would be the point of you being here at all? Look, you're just an employee and brand new one. You have no reason on earth for croaking her for a dough. They just might get that idea if I was wheeling her, see?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
And that's why it's important for us not to have much to do with each other.
It's going to be difficult, Doyle. Mr. Braley. No one can see us now, honey.
Look, baby, now, let's not form any habits that will be tough to break.
Just one kiss? Please.
Rena, come on, stop that, you little... Oh, baby. The next afternoon, Auntie and I were in the library. I was trying to look interested in the scrapbook she was poring through. I hoped she wouldn't notice how fidgety I was.
My eyes are so weak now, Glennie, but I know every detail of these just from memory. Here you are on your first tricycle.
Well, I'll be darned. Was I ever that small?
It doesn't seem possible, does it? Oh, here's what I was looking for. The cow you drew when you were 9.
Huh?
You were quite the artist.
Yeah, that's great. I was a surrealist or something. I colored it green. Green cow on purple grass.
It caused quite a sensation at your school.
It's a wonder I wasn't expelled.
Oh, Clement. I've always been just sick about this picture. One of the few of you and me together. You broke away from me just as the photographer took it.
Yeah, I'm just a blur. Say, what's the cat doing in it?
Well, don't you remember? That's Xerxes. Don't you remember?
Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, Xerxes, the Persian. Gee, the fun that he and I used to have together. Of course, I used to tease him a lot when you weren't looking, but he sure was What's the matter, Auntie?
Lenny, are you trying to fool your old auntie?
What do you mean?
You were frightened plumb out of your wits by cats. If Xerxes so much as brushed up against you, you'd scream bloody murder. That's why you jumped when the picture was taken.
Oh, yeah, I did, didn't I? Yeah,
You were that way when you first came here. Don't you remember? Poor old Dr. Thompson, he said it was a deep-seated phobia, and you'd probably have it all your life, like Napoleon. Did it go away, Glennie? This fear of cats?
Well, most of it. A guy sort of, he doesn't like to remember what a coward he was when he was a kid. Maybe she was satisfied with that explanation, but I thought she watched me a lot closer after that with her dim old eyes. Rena and I couldn't put it off much longer. I might make a real break. That night, Rena and I set it up. I said, tomorrow, right after breakfast.
Oh. You'll come with me, won't you?
No, honey, look, it'll be better if I'm not around.
But you don't have to be right there. Just be where I can see you. I couldn't do it all alone. I don't know.
All right, but don't lose your nerve, kid. Now, don't lose your nerve. I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning, Rena and I got the old lady in her wheelchair. There you are, Auntie.
How's that?
Thank you, Glennie. My, but isn't it a lovely day?
It certainly is, Mrs. Farnham.
Perhaps I'd better have a scarf over my head.
I'll run upstairs and get one.
Would you mind, dear?
Hey, there are 2 scarves here on the sofa.
Oh, never mind, Miss Derwin. There's some down here.
Oh, all right.
Which one do you want, Auntie? The green and red one or the blue and yellow?
Why, it doesn't matter, Glennie. Either one.
Well, this one I think will go better with that robe you're wearing.
Yes, so it will.
Well, come on, let's go.
Wait. I've changed my mind.
What? You mean about going out?
Yes, it's so much bother.
Bother? Oh, nothing. You need some fresh air,
I'll
Addie.
just sit here by the open window.
Well, look, you need some sun. Come along, Miss Derwin.
Please, Kenny. I don't want to go. I just want to stay here and rest. Please.
Well, yeah, sure, Addie, okay, if you don't want to go. Addie finally calmed down, but she still had Rena put her to bed. Then she asked me to drive to town to get her some medicine she was out of. I was hoping the old lady was coming down with something that would save Rena and me the trouble of that last wheelchair ride, but no. Next morning was cloudy and sultry. When I got downstairs, Rena already had the old girl out on the lawn in her wheelchair. She came over to me and whispered.
She just wants to stay there, Dort. No ride.
Well, that's tough. She's going anyway. Come on, Rena.
Suppose she makes a fuss.
I think two of us can handle an old lady in a wheelchair.
But if she screams?
So what? This estate's as isolated as Alcatraz. Come on now, let's get it over with.
All right. It's starting to sprinkle.
Now, hurry up. Let's finish this before we get wet.
Lenny, Miss Derwin, it's starting to rain.
Yes, we're coming, Addie.
I knew it would rain today. I knew it.
Sure. Well, here we go, Addie.
You came just in time. I thought you'd forgotten me.
Forget you, Addie? Well, don't be silly.
Oh, my, it's starting to come down. Hurry or we'll be soaked. Lenny, the house is back that way.
Just relax, Addie. Rena, help me push her, will you?
Sure.
Come on, let's make this quick. Come on, faster.
Lenny, what are you doing? Stop it. Not so fast. Lenny, do you hear? I'm frightened.
Headed for the cliff.
You're not my Glenny, are you? You're not my Glenny.
Okay, Rena.
Stop me.
Let her go.
Please.
It was done. I looked over the edge to make sure. She was dead, all right. I made Rena tear her hose and skin her knee, and I rubbed some dirt on the wound. It's raining hard now. As we got back to the house, I heard a car swerving around the last turn on the grade. It pulled up the driveway by the porch, and a man got out. It was Crittenden. Rena.
Yes?
Get hysterical, Rena. And limp. Huh? Mr. Crittenden! Mr. Crittenden!
What are you doing up in the screen? Where's your auntie?
Oh, something awful has happened. I was just going to phone to you.
I tried to catch her.
What's wrong? Well, my aunt is dead.
Oh, dear.
Yes, she...
It's not my
No,
fault.
Mrs. Derwin, stop that. It's not your fault.
Well, what's happened?
And Delia, ask Mrs. Derwin to wheel her over there so she could admire the view.
In this rain?
Well, no, it wasn't raining then. Miss Derwin tripped and the wheelchair coasted downhill. She tried to catch up, but it plunged over the cliff with Addie. And,
good Lord.
And I just stepped out to tell Miss Derwin she'd better bring Addie into the house. Then Miss Derwin tripped just as...
Call an ambulance. Maybe there's still a chance.
Crittenden ran down to peek over the cliff, and I went into the library and phoned the ambulance, and the police, too, just to make it look good. I was downing a double shot of bourbon when the lawyer came in.
That poor woman, at least she didn't suffer.
Oh, thank heavens for that. Use a drink?
No, thank you.
It's quite a shock. I'll never forget that scream
But
when she...
don't torture yourself. This young woman, what's her background?
Miss Derwin? Why, an employment agency sent her out.
Uh-huh, yes.
It wasn't carelessness on her part, Mr. Crittenden. It might have happened to anyone. If it hadn't been for the slope to the edge of that cliff, she'd have caught Auntie in time. I know she would.
Gentlemen, I've lost control of myself. I'm sorry.
Miss Derwin, this is Mr. Crittenden, Mrs. Farnham's attorney.
How do you do?
Yes, Mrs. Farnham has spoken of you on the phone.
Could I bring you gentlemen anything?
No, nothing for me, thank you. Why don't you sit down and relax? You've had quite a shock.
Yes, sit down, Miss Derwin.
Thank you.
Well, seems to be nothing to do, but just wait. I'm a fuss budget about these things, perhaps, but that bust of Shakespeare on the bookcase, isn't it in rather a precarious position?
Well, I never noticed it.
Right over your head there. Makes me nervous. I'll just slide it back. Rather top-heavy thing.
Look out, George!
What? Oh, my. Yeah. That was close. Barely missed you. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right. No harm is done.
Lucky you had the presence of mind to call out, Miss Dillon. What was it you called Mr. Braley?
Why, I didn't call him anything. I just told
Look
you
out, Dort. It was what you said. Why did you call him Dort?
Why,
Well, it was just an exclamation. She saw the statue topple over.
And called you by your real name.
Mr. Gritton, I'm afraid I don't quite see the reason for this peculiar questioning. I'm sure that my poor aunt would resent your prying into the affairs
I'm
of a
afraid
household.
you're mistaken. This prying, as you call it, is made at your aunt's request.
What do you mean?
She telephoned me yesterday afternoon to tell me about a strange doubt, a suspicion.
About what?
About you.
Me? Why should she have
suddenly
any...
was disturbed by the horrible feeling that you are an imposter.
And he thought that... Well, that's absurd.
Your recollections of your childhood here were quite convincing. Except for one or two things.
Well, this is all very... Oh, my fear of cats. Well, people do get over childish phobias after all.
It's more than that, Sim. Remember a drawing she showed you? A watercolor of a cow?
Sure. The green cow. What about it?
And the scarves. Remember you thought the blue and yellow would go better with her robe than the red and the green one?
Well, so what?
Doesn't it strike you as peculiar that a boy who could draw quite a fine cow should paint it green? And then years later be so exacting about harmonizing his aunt's scarf? You see, Glendon Braley was colorblind.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Van Heflin.
Well, Mr. Wilcox, before I go, do you suppose I could get Van Heflin's autograph?
Why, I don't think he'd mind, would you, Van?
Oh, not at all. How would you like me to sign it, miss?
Well, would you just write yours for A-L-R-S-P?
A-L-R-S-P.
Uh-huh. Autolite resistor spark plugs.
How do I get mixed up with these commercial characters?
Well, she can't help it, Van. No one can help admiring those irreproachable, irrepressible, irrefragibly superior spark plugs that mean smoother engine idle, smoother performance on leaner gas mixtures, actually save gas. Autolite resistor spark plugs are just one of the more than 400 products for cars, trucks, planes, and boats made by Autolite in its 28 plants coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. Spark plugs, batteries, coils, distributors, generators, starting motors. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, friends, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday for Suspense, Lucille Ball and Desi Arnaz will be our stars. The play is called Red-Headed Woman. And it is, as we say,
a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Murder of Aunt Delia is an original play by Lou Houston. Van Heflin appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Producers of Battleground, starring Van Johnson, John Hodiak, Ricardo Montalban, and George Murphy. In the coming weeks, you will hear such stars as Burt Lancaster, Mickey Rooney, and Ida Lupino. Don't forget, next Thursday, same time, Autolite will present Suspense, starring Lucille Ball and Desi Arnaz.
You can buy Autolite resistor spark plugs, Autolite stay-full batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Miss Lucille Ball and Mr. Desi Arnaz in The Red-Headed Woman, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spears.
Well, Hap, are you over your cold?
Oh, no, Harlow. I still feel run down.
Hey, watch your words. We're on for Autolite Stay Full batteries, remember? And Autolite has done everything to keep these brawny bundles of endless energy from running down. Why, Autolite Stay Full batteries have extra water reserve above the plates to foil failure from lack of liquid. Need water only 3 times a year in normal car use. They've even got fiberglass retaining mats at every positive plate for longer battery life. Why, in recent tests based on SAE life cycle standards, Autolite Stay Full batteries gave 70% longer average life than batteries without Stay Full features. So, friends, see your Autolite battery dealer and get an Autolite Stay Full battery for your car. You're always right with Autolite.
And now, with The Red-Headed Woman, and with the performance of Desi Arnaz and Lucille Ball, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Jensen Corporation. Hello?
Hello, Linda?
Yes. Oh, hello, Frank. Oh, look, darling, I thought I told you not to call
I know.
me.
I shouldn't call you at the office. I'm sorry, Redhead, but I had to talk to you. You see,
Darling, you sound so grim. Is there anything wrong?
Oh, this is going to be tough, Linda, but you see, it's kind of hard to explain, but...
Well, go on, dear. You can tell me anything. You know that.
Oh, you're sure swell, Linda. That's why it's so hard to tell you.
Frank, you haven't committed a murder or anything, have you?
Oh, no, of course not.
Well, what is it then?
Linda, please, I tried to tell you last night. I know it's hard to justify, but...
But what? Frank, you've met someone else, is that it?
Yes, Linda. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's quite all right. Is she blonde or brunette?
Oh, honestly, honey, Linda, I couldn't help it. It was one of these things. It just happens. Sometimes things do.
Well, you don't have to explain, Frank. I'll send your ring back this afternoon. I hope it fits her. Good luck. Tears came, and then I tried to laugh it off. And then I felt myself getting good and mad. What a fool I'd been. For 2 years, my every thought, my every move had been patterned toward Frank's wishes and welfare. Other girls, the selfish type, were holding their men. It was... Well, I'd made up my mind that the future would be different. From that minute on, I'd think of myself first, last, and always. Suddenly, I wanted to get away, do things, have beautiful clothes, money, especially money. I suppose it's a kind of independence any woman wants to grab for in a moment like that, when she's found out you can't depend on a man.
Good morning, Linda.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Jensen.
Feeling all right?
Of course. Why shouldn't I?
Well, I don't know. You just seemed a little despondent.
No, I'm fine.
Good. Oh, will you put this away for me?
What, payroll money? Well, it's only the 5th, isn't it?
I'm going to Florida for a couple of weeks, Linda.
Oh.
I do the payroll money today because I'm leaving tomorrow.
Oh, that sounds wonderful.
Yes, doesn't it? I've been thinking about it for years. Say, why don't you take a few days off while I'm gone, Linda?
What? Oh.
Why don't you, Linda? It's a good idea. Certainly I won't be needing you.
Well, I could come in on the 14th and handle the payroll.
Oh, you needn't bother. I can get Walters.
Well, he's pretty busy, Mr. Jensen. I'll come back and handle it. I'll just be in the country somewhere close by. Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Looking back, I suppose I thought of stealing the payroll right then. I must have, for a few minutes after Mr. Jensen left, I visualized how easy it would be. Only he and I had the combination to the safe. He'd be far away in Florida for 2 whole weeks. I could leave the next day. I could have at least 10 days before anyone could find out anything was wrong. I thought about Frank and that brush-off he'd given me. How easily I might forget him in new surroundings. Well, when I closed the office that evening, I took the envelope with $21,000 in bills and stuffed it into my handbag. Then, I don't know why, I took the gun Mr. Jensen always kept in the safe. Next morning, I left Kansas City and began driving west. By the next afternoon, I was well into Texas on the inland route. I knew vaguely that I had to get across the border, but the actual fact that I was a criminal hadn't quite percolated yet. A few miles out of Big Spring, the weather changed, and dark gray clouds replaced the blue skies. Then I came to a roadblock, and I had to detour. It was a winding, makeshift road of dirt that stretched on and on for miles. I hated going so slow, but there wasn't anything I could do about it, so I switched on the radio and tried to feel comfortable and forget what I had done. Then a few drops of rain splashed against the windshield, and I hoped that I'd make the main highway before it really let loose. It was then that I heard the announcement.
This afternoon, in one of the most daring daylight holdups in Texas history, the 7th Bank of Abilene was robbed of $40,000. As far as is known, only 2 persons participated. A tall, dark-complexioned young man wearing a light gray suit and hat, and an attractive, red-haired woman dressed in a green suit. In effecting their successful getaway, one of them shot and critically wounded an elderly bank guard, a veteran of World War I. The couple left in a green panel truck and are believed headed in the general direction of El Paso. More news after our next music.
Well, these were worse criminals than I was by far, and they'd made a getaway. I shut off the radio. To my right, black letters loomed suddenly against the yellow background of a sign. Midland, Odessa, Pecos. I slowed down to 30, rounding a series of blind curves. Coming around the last one, I saw a man standing in the middle of the road. I jammed on my brakes to keep from hitting him. He started walking toward me.
I'm very sorry to bother you this way, but my car is out of gas, and I was wondering, could you perhaps let me siphon a little from your tank?
Well, sorry, but I'm low myself.
Oh, please, don't be like that. I've been waiting here for hours. You're the first car I've seen. I would just take a little.
Well, I can't. Honestly, I...
All right. Then perhaps you would be so kind as to give me a little lift to the next gas station? Well... Oh, come on now. Don't you believe in the good neighbor policy?
Well, all right. Get in.
Thanks a lot. We'll find a gas station right on here someplace. I won't even take you out of your way.
Oh, that's all right. I'm going in the general direction of
El Paso?
El Paso. It all came together suddenly. The radio announcement and this man who was just sitting down beside me. He fitted perfectly. Dark complexion, light gray suit. I glanced at the car parked by the side of the road. Yes, it was a green panel truck.
Well, senorita?
Look, I'm terribly sorry, but I don't think I can take you after all. You see,
Now, please. I have been marooned here for 2 hours. It's very important that I get to Pecos in the next 2 hours.
Oh, and where are you going after that?
Me? I'm going to travel all over. After Pecos, I'm going to beat it down to Juarez. That's across the border. From there, we're going...
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Look, I would like to pay you for helping me.
He drew a sheaf of new bills from his pocket and dropped a fresh 20 into my lap. I opened my handbag and my fingers closed around Mr. Jensen's gun. He looked down at it.
Hey, what?
I said I've changed my mind.
Okay. That's the way you feel. I don't argue with a girl who's got a gun.
I didn't even wait for him to close the door. I let out the clutch, stepped on the gas, and got away fast. When I finally reached the highway, I speeded up still more. I'd had a bad scare. I wanted to talk to someone about anything and forget that man. Maybe that was why I was so relieved when I came to the little town of Pecos and saw the carnival a short distance ahead, and why I stopped to look at it. Even from the car, the bright lights and the people and the carousel, gaily painted horses going round and round made me feel less lonely. I wanted to get out and mingle with the people and drink some pink lemonade and buy a red candied apple. Go in one of the midway tents and see Tortoro, the sword swallower, and Lopez, the ventriloquist. But instead, I ate a hot dog in the car and bought a silver ashtray from a little Indian girl. And a sudden burst of thunder reminded me of the approaching storm. I started the car and left the carnival behind me. Soon afterwards, it began to rain. Then a cloudburst hit. 15 minutes later, I spotted an auto court. As I came to a stop, a gray, mustached man in a rubber hat and raincoat came out to meet me.
Hello there.
Hello, how far to El Paso, please?
Not planning to go there tonight, are you?
Well,
you never make it. A lot of bad spots in the road. I know because in rainy nights I always pick up a lot of money pulling stalled cars out of the mud.
Well, maybe I'd better spend the night here then, if you have a vacancy.
I got more vacancies than anything else. I'll fix you up with the best cabin on the place. Used to live in it myself. Come on, I'll show you. It's number 3.
Oh, it sounds fine. Do you mind if I use your phone first?
No, go ahead. Go ahead. There's a booth over there right next to the office.
Thank you.
I'll open your cabin door and leave the key on the dresser. You can put your car in the shed there.
I was going to phone the El Paso police and tell them where I'd last seen the man answering the description of the Abilene bank robber. I dialed and waited for her to answer.
Operator?
And then I remembered something. There should have been a woman, too. A woman with red hair, but the man had been alone.
Operator?
After all, there was more than one green truck in the world. More than one dark young man.
Operator?
And besides, I thought with a shock, I'm in no position to risk their maybe tracing the call and finding out my name and investigating me. I hung up the receiver. I went out and wheedled a cup of coffee and a donut out of my host. And then I went up to my cabin and went to bed. I woke up about 10 o'clock. A car had driven up and stopped right outside my window. The headlights were shining in. When I got up to pull down the shade, I saw the car. It was the green panel truck I'd seen on the road, and this time a woman was in the front seat. Then the proprietor and the other man came out of the cabin next to mine.
All right,
I lowered my shade and then listened to
I'll wait
as
till
they
the storm
approached
is
my
over,
window.
and then I'll go on to El Paso. Is it all right if I leave my truck out here?
Sure. There's a garage in back if you want to use it.
No, thanks. I'll just park it here near to the door.
I heard him enter his cabin. I locked my door and sat down on the bed. It was very quiet next door. Finally, I guess I must have dozed off. But then, all of a sudden, I was awake again. Voices, a man's and a woman's, were coming from the cabin next door. I got up, opened my window very quietly, and listened.
Half of the money, and it's mine, Jose. I don't think you had better forget that. If you do, you will be sorry. Very sorry.
You are wrong, Carmencita. It will not be me who is sorry.
What do you mean?
It shouldn't be difficult for you to figure that out.
You mean? Oh, but that is so funny. You couldn't get along without me. No. Not even for 1 week. Not 1 week.
I would not laugh if I were you, Carmen.
Wait, Jose. Don't do it. You're just trying to be funny. No. You will... Don't do it. Jose, no. Please, don't.
After that, everything was quiet. I was stunned, frozen. Then I heard his door open. I hurried to my window and carefully raised the shade a few inches. It was quite dark, and at first I could only hear his footsteps. And then I saw him. He snapped on a flashlight, looked around with it. He was carrying a roll of blankets, and he put it down carefully in the wet grass. Then he opened the rear door of the green panel truck. There was a long, oblong box on the floor. He stooped over and lifted what I'd thought was the roll of blankets, but I was wrong. From one end, a head was visible. A woman's head, with red hair. I must have thrown up my hands and hit the window shade. It clattered to the top. In the tense silence of the night, it sounded like a machine gun. The man outside spun around.
Huh?
He trained his flashlight on me. He took a long look. Then he turned around and dropped his gruesome bundle into the long box. I turned away. I couldn't look anymore. Finally, I heard him walk toward his cabin, go inside, and shut the door. Then I took a chance. I threw on my raincoat and shoes and hurried to the proprietor's office. I knocked on his door and called to him. There was no answer. So I wrote a quick note and slipped it under his door and hurried back to my cabin. I closed my door and was just fumbling with the key when the lights went on.
No use to lock it now, senorita, and don't make a noise.
He was sitting in a chair, smiling, casually pointing a gun at me. My gun that I'd foolishly left on the dresser.
You were not so very smart, were you, sweetheart? This gun, it looks nice. I think you handled it good, too. I almost found out this afternoon on the road, didn't I?
Now, look, I wasn't going to use it, honestly, but, well, you know, you read a lot in the papers about the trouble people get into picking up strangers, and
Yes, sure. You're always careful. Stay out of trouble. Mind your own business. That is very good to remember, senorita.
That's all I was doing. Well, what do you want with me?
It's just too bad you looked out on me just now. I wouldn't have known you were here.
I didn't mean to spy on you. I was awake, and when I heard a noise outside, I looked out, that's all. That was natural, wasn't it?
Maybe, but it didn't turn out so good for you, did it? Come on now, we got an auto here, and you are coming with me.
But where are we going?
Just places, senorita, just places. Come on now.
But what do you want with me? You don't want me.
Don't want you? Why, I'm crazy for you. I've been looking for you. I've been looking for somebody just like you.
Autolite is bringing you Miss Lucille Ball and Mr. Desi Arnaz in The Red-Headed Woman, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Feeling better, Hap?
No, Harlow, I think I'll take the vacation my doctor advised.
Decided where you'll go?
Not yet.
Well, how about the Atlantic Ocean, or the Great Lakes, or the Mississippi River?
Say, that's a lot of water.
Right. It'll remind you of Autolite Stay Full batteries, that they have longer and larger liquid reserve above the plates as compared to ordinary batteries. Need water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Or, hey, better still, Hap, visit the zoo, see the camels. Tell them Wilcox sent you.
What? And get tossed out on my ear for suggesting that Autolite Stay Full batteries can go without water longer than camels can?
Well, tell them about those fiberglass retaining mats protecting every positive plate for longer battery life. Tell them that in recent tests based on SAE life cycle standards, Autolite Stay Full batteries gave 70% longer average life than batteries without Stay Full features. Well, wherever you go, Hap, take along an Autolite Stay Full battery. You're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage our stars Desi Arnaz and Lucille Ball in The Red-Headed Woman, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
It was quite a moment. Jose motioned with the gun for me to pick up my suitcase. And right then the door opened and the proprietor came in.
I got your note, miss. Well, what's all this? What's the gun for, mister?
Oh, it belongs to the lady. She was just showing it to me.
Oh, yeah? Well, yes. Yes, that's right. I'll take it back now.
This man bothering you, miss? Is that why you left the note?
Yeah,
I'd remembered my position again. I'd thought of the $21,000 in my handbag. I wanted this murderer locked up, but I didn't want to risk too much investigation.
I wasn't bothering her.
No, I just thought I heard someone at the window. And when I couldn't find you, I went next door, and this gentleman was kind enough to...
Yeah, guess I owe you an apology, mister. But when I saw you with a gun...
It's okay. Forget it. Forget it, amigo.
Sure. Well, good night.
All right, you stand over there.
Well, I guess you must be crazy for me, eh? To lie for me like you did?
No, I'm just fond of myself. Things have kind of changed, haven't they, Jose?
Oh, you know my name, too.
I know all about you.
Really? Yes, I guess things have changed.
All right, now. That was a good idea you had before about leaving here. Come on, pick up my suitcase.
Yes, ma'am. Where are we going?
Like you said, places, Jose. Just places. Now walk quietly. My car's right outside.
Anything you say, senorita.
He drove while I held the gun. After we'd gone about 5 miles, we came to a side road. I told him to turn.
It's a pretty deserted neighborhood, no?
Yes.
Please tell me, where are we going?
Oh, you're not going very far.
You know, I wish you didn't make me leave my truck back there.
Oh, you're worried about what's in that pile of blankets, huh?
Yes, that's right. Somebody might find her. Senorita, please.
Not a chance.
Oh, look, now, why don't we talk this thing over? I think maybe we could.
I'm not buying a thing.
Well, I certainly hope you know what you're doing. Uh-oh. I'm sorry, but we're stuck in the mud.
Oh, well, that's a very fancy trick, but it won't work.
You don't believe me?
No.
Well, then get out and see for yourself.
And have you drive off and leave me? Oh, no, thanks. Come on, start the car.
But I'm telling you the truth. We're stuck in this ditch.
You better start the car, mister.
Okay. Anything you say. You see?
Try it again.
All right, but it'll only get us in deeper.
Well, what do we do next?
You're running the show. You tell me.
Okay, I'll tell you. Get out of the car.
What do I do now?
Pick up some broken branches and put them under the wheels.
Like I said, you are running the show.
No, never mind. It's too dark. I can't see you. Get back in the car here.
But you give up too easy. Why don't you think of using a flashlight?
I don't have one.
Well, maybe if you ask me real nice, I will let you use mine.
Where is it?
It's here, in my coat pocket. All right, senorita, drop the gun. Quickly.
It was over in a second. Before I knew it, he'd reached in his pocket and jumped behind me. I'd forgotten the most important thing of all. I hadn't searched him. I could feel the gun against my back.
Now you're going to get into the car. Hurry.
Yes, sir.
Now you will drive for a while, no?
But I thought we were stuck.
That is exactly what I wanted you to think. Good, eh? Start the car. You know, senorita, you should have searched me before we started.
Yes, I've already figured that out.
Yeah.
But this whole thing is kind of new to me.
Oh, come on. Let's quit the kidding. You know, I think you would have been very surprised if you would have searched me. You know why?
Nothing would surprise me.
Oh, I think so. Because you wouldn't have found any gun. Only this.
A flashlight.
It feels very much like a gun against your back, doesn't it? Especially when you're very frightened.
Look, let me go. I swear I'll never bother you again.
You won't bother me. Not where you're going. You won't bother anyone. Drive a little faster, please.
I drove for several miles without saying a word. Then I took a chance. I speeded up to 60, then jammed the brake to the floor.
Oh!
Jose's head banged against the windshield. He dropped the gun. I grabbed it almost before it hit the floorboard. Now, out again, Mr. Finnegan. We're going to change seats.
Oh, my head. That was very smart, baby. Very smart.
Almost as good as your flashlight gun trick, hmm?
It's better. Your trick wins. Oh, well. What cooks now?
We're heading straight into El Paso Police Department.
But, baby, you can't do that.
Why can't I?
Because it's too foolish. And the senorita is not a fool.
No, the senorita isn't. That's why you're driving straight to El Paso and the police.
Yes, ma'am. Whatever you say. I certainly hope you know what you're doing.
The senorita has learned a lot in the last few hours. Drive carefully. He shrugged his shoulders and settled back behind the wheel. I decided I'd been needlessly concerned about the police. After all, no one knew I had the $21,000 in my handbag. No one even knew it was missing. When I handed the police the man they were looking for, they wouldn't bother about me. They would accept my statement that I was just a secretary on my way to Mexico for a vacation. As we entered the outskirts of El Paso, I switched on the radio and settled back to enjoy it.
And now our Texas roundup of the latest Texas news. Texans who expect quick and speedy action when it comes to lawbreakers in our state won't be disappointed when they hear the outcome of the bank holdup and killing of a guard in Abilene 2 days ago.
What? What's that?
Be quiet,
culprits,
listen.
Manuel Milani, a non-Texan, and Betty Murphy, a red-haired Californian, were apprehended today in Big Spring, only 61 hours after their spectacular holdup of the 7th Bank of Abilene. Both freely confessed to the crime. The bravery of our Texas...
Hey, wait a minute.
You wait a minute. Stop the car. Now, I don't believe it.
Neither do I.
You don't? All right, then. Who was it you killed?
Me? I didn't kill
Oh,
anybody.
stop it. It was your accomplice. I heard the argument, and then you killed her, and then you...
Oh, you're crazy.
What do you mean I'm crazy? Right this minute, there's a red-haired woman dead in the back of your truck.
What the... Oh. Oh, boy, that's a good one. You know, you're right. You did hear an argument, and you did see me put a red-haired woman in the trunk.
She was dead.
Yes, that's right. She has been dead all her life.
She's...
The argument, as you say you heard, went something like this.
Half of the money, it is mine, Jose. I don't think you had better forget that. If you do, you will be sorry, very sorry.
You are wrong, Carmencita. I will not be me that is sorry.
You couldn't get by without me. No, not even for 1 week. Not 1 week.
For heaven's sake. A ventriloquist.
What do you mean, a ventriloquist? I am the best. Jose Lopez, the great.
Oh, what a relief.
Your relief. What about me? I thought the whole time, here I am traveling with a criminal.
Me? How could you think that I was a...
Why not? You got the red hair, you're wearing the green suit, just like the description.
Oh.
Hey, listen, there's only one other thing that is confusing me.
What's that?
How come you carry such a big bankroll? All these thousands of dollars in your purse.
Well,
Yes?
Well, you... Oh, what's the use? I might as well tell you the whole story. And you know, I found myself doing it. And Jose explained to me how silly I'd been to ever try such a thing. And then it struck us that it was still only the 13th of the month. So we drove back to Kansas City together. I put the money back, and the payroll went off just like it always does. And oh, that Jose. He's so cute and so wonderful.
Hey, baby, come on. Hurry up with that dinner, will
Yes,
you?
Jose, dear.
Hey, what are we going to eat tonight, baby? And it better be something good, you know. A husband can testify against his wife.
Same as usual, amigo, baby. Enchiladas with tacos and hot sauce.
Yum,
and
yum,
chili
yum.
with tamales.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's stars, Lucille Ball and Desi Arnaz.
Lucille, I heard your radio show last Friday night.
Like it?
Sure, swell show.
Mind if I get in?
Of course not, Desi.
I warn you, Desi. Harlow will try to sell you an Autolite Stay Full battery.
Oh, me, I'm sold already. That's just what I was going to tell Harlow. His product is terrific.
Why, thanks, Desi and Lucille. Autolite Stay Full batteries are, as Desi says, terrific. They need water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Yes, sir, their extra liquid load above the plates as compared to ordinary batteries helps lick a leading cause of battery failure. Autolite Stay Full batteries are just one of more than 400 products Autolite makes for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars and trucks. Batteries, spark plugs, coils, distributors, starting motors, bullseye sealed beam headlight units. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, folks, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite, original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday for Suspense, Burt Lancaster will be our star. The play is called The Long Wait, and it is, as we say,
a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's Suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Red-Headed Woman is an original play by Nancy J. Cleveland. Lucille Ball will soon be seen co-starred with Bob Hope in the Paramount picture Fancy Pants, and may be heard in her own Jell-O show, My Favorite Husband, every Friday night over most of these same CBS stations. In the coming weeks, you will hear such stars as Burt Lancaster, Mickey Rooney, and Lana Turner. And don't forget, next Thursday, same time, Autolite will present Suspense, starring Burt Lancaster.
You can buy Autolite Stay Full batteries, Autolite resistor spark plugs, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Mr. Burt Lancaster in The Long Wait, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
Over the river and through the woods to grandmother's house we go. The horse knows the way to carry the sleigh.
Hey, that's not the way Hurrah for Thanksgiving Day goes.
What do you mean? Why, I wrote it.
No matter. The 1950 version is different. Listen. Over the river and through the woods, the snow is soft and white. Grandpa is happy with his jalopy. His spark plugs are Autolite. Over the river and through the woods blow high, ye winds blow low. The car's as snappy as Grandma and Pappy. Because Autolite resistor spark plugs get it going faster in cold temperatures. Give smooth, even spark all along the line of fire. Let your engine idle smoother, run better on leaner gas mixtures. Save gas.
Wait a minute. These last lines don't rhyme.
Why, sure they do. Your car and Autolite resistor spark plugs are always in rhyme. In fact, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with The Long Wait and with the performance of Burt Lancaster, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
When I stepped off the train at Grand Central, I spotted Len Bush waiting for me. All the heat of my body sucked into my head. I knew that feeling. I felt that way every time I wanted to kill a man. He waved to me. I turned my back and I started up the ramp for the upper level in the street. He caught up to me and he kept pace with his long, shuffling lope.
Don't get me wrong, Dan. I don't want to hound you.
Now, why begin, Lieutenant?
Something you said to the warden before you left.
You want to repeat on it? I told him I'd be back for the limit.
In this town, we don't even like guys to steal apples off push carts. So when it comes to murder...
You can't touch me. I served my full time. I'm clean. We just got to sit back and wait for it to happen.
Your brother died 2 years ago. Everybody's cooled off. Why don't you let it lay?
I don't cool so easy.
If Richie could come back, he'd say, forget it.
Don't tell me what my brother would say.
All right, I won't. I don't know why I butt into other people's affairs anyway. It's not my job to worry about things before they happen.
You'll be the first to know, Lieutenant.
You're a jerk if you put your neck in a noose to rub out a dame like Lois Williams. So long, Dan.
I waited until he was swallowed in the crowd. Then I went across and down Park until I made the Coronet Hotel on 40th Street.
Danville? Oh, yes. Mr. Thompson reserved a room for you. 423.
The elevator was an old cage that pulled itself upward, like an old man with asthma climbing stairs. I caught the reflection of my face in the panel mirror of the cage. 3 years housekeeping with the state hadn't left a mark. A little paler, maybe. Serene was the word for me. That's the way the reporter put it. The serene countenance of an alabaster saint, showing no trace of the killer rampant under the shell. Only I hadn't killed anyone. Yet. I got out of the elevator and I found 423. Inside, I made for the bathroom. I felt under the washstand. The gun was there. Shorty Thompson had it taped neatly in place, just like he'd promised. I pried it loose. I heard someone at the door. I yanked it open. Lois Williams came in. Not exactly came in. She sort of slithered in along the wall and hung there like a busted balloon. The little rat was as beautiful as ever. The scared look in her eyes made them brighter, greener. She was wearing one of those curved gowns that she used to design for herself and was pointed up neat and tidy. She stared at the gun in my hand in a kind of a glad, hungry way.
Or I'd save you the trouble of coming for me.
I'd have found you. But thanks anyway.
What are you waiting for?
I don't know.
Go ahead. Kill me.
Don't hurry me.
Go ahead. You want me dead, and I don't want to live.
You want to die. That's why you came to me.
There's one thing, Dan, about Richie. I didn't think he'd kill himself.
You figured he'd enjoy looking at his wife and kid through bars for the next 10 years, huh?
I've lost every friend I had because of that. Nobody will speak to me, have anything to do with me. I can't get a job either. No club will hire me. They're all afraid of me.
What do you expect? They all knew how I felt about my brother. By the way, how is Tim Grady? I'm going to look him up, too.
That's a kick. I ratted on Richie to save Tim, and then he shook me loose. He didn't want anything to do with a squealer, he said.
And you still love that dirty... It took him to make you miserable enough to want to die, huh?
All right, so now you know. No job, no friends, no Tim. I got nothing to live for.
My brother had everything to live for, and you... He killed himself.
That'd save the postmortem till after you do the job.
This was the dame who caused my brother's death. But she wasn't scared. She was begging for it. Something was wrong. She came closer to me. She looked up at me with that haunted thing all over her. Desire for an end of life. I thought of her suddenly dead, still looking like that. I couldn't do it. It wasn't right. I put my gun back in my pocket. She saw me do it.
Even when I try to get myself killed, I fumble. I'll take care of it myself.
Hey, watch it, you crazy little... Come here. I'm allergic to people jumping out of windows, especially out of a room registered in my name. Come here.
Why? Why did you stop me?
You always were a high-strung dame. Now go on, go home. Go home and sleep it off like it was a jag.
I don't have a home.
You really don't, huh?
I got nothing. I told you, I got nothing.
No. No, it's no fun this way.
Oh, well.
Wait a minute. I'll take you to a room in the hotel. Here, have a drink. You'll feel better.
Thanks.
Lois. Lois, I'd like to help you.
You help me? Why?
To tell you the truth, I don't know. But I know what Richie meant to me. I was with him when he died. I heard the way he called your name.
Dan, listen to me.
Before you became a singer, you were a dress designer.
Oh, what does that prove?
Well, it proves your troubles are over if you want them to be.
The only way my troubles will be over is for you to use that gun.
There's a way that doesn't hurt so much. The nerve doc says there's nothing like starting your own business or cracking a safe to get your mind off trouble.
What do you know about psychiatry?
Nothing. But I know plenty about cracking safes. And I understand business is almost the same thing. Go into business.
I haven't got a dime.
I'll supply the coin. We'll be partners.
Yeah? And what?
The dress business.
Dress business. The boys would laugh you out of town.
Nobody laughs at Dan Varro. Well, come on, what do you say? Partners?
I haven't designed a dress for years.
Oh, it'll come back to you. Once you're in business, you're sure to make a lot of new friends. Get a new slant on life. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll talk to the old gang into giving you a break again. If things are going smooth, you'll be happy again.
You think so?
I looked at her a minute. And then I put across the clincher. Lois, I'll bet even Tim Grady comes back. I was always baffled by the effect a guy could have on a dame. I watched hope push some of the unhappiness off her face. Mentioned the guy, and the dame's heart changes places with her brain. She hesitated a second.
I'll give it a try.
Good. Now, do you think you can make it past bridges and open manholes, or do you need protection?
I'm all right now. After all, we're partners.
I raised $20,000, and Lois went all out spending. She threw herself into the job with all she had, and she had plenty. She was going to open on Madison Avenue. I spent a lot of time with Lois, talking dress shop. She took me to spots to check style. The dog show, the art galleries, the opera. She was beginning to show signs of wanting to live again. A month after we became partners, she told me.
We can open tomorrow, Dan, except that,
Let's have it, Lois.
The money's all run out. And, Dan, we have to advertise and get a sales force.
What'll it take?
5,000? Oh, 3,000. Oh.
I'll get it.
Oh, Dan.
She kissed me, and I fought down the chill that sent along my spine. I said, I want you to be happy, Lois. I went over to the Emerald Club on 60th to raise the money. I'd stayed away from the old spots till now. Lou Henry, who owned the place, glad-handed me when I walked in.
Hey, Dan Varro. Where you been, boy?
Oh, around and about.
Yeah, you're awful early, Dan. Tables don't open till 10.
I need $5,000, Lou.
$5,000? Without even a hello to soften me up?
I need it, Lou. I figured you'd let me have it. For past favors.
Oh, sure, Dan. Don't mean no more to me than my right arm.
Thanks. Be seeing you.
Say, Dan, a buddy of your brother's is out there at the bar. Shorty Thompson.
Oh, thanks again. I'd like to see Shorty.
Another one, bartender.
Hello, Shorty.
Huh? Oh, you, huh? Hey, you're in business, Dan. Something real imaginative, huh?
Yeah, legitimate, too. Ladies' gowns.
Ain't that a riot?
Shorty was drunk. I don't like to talk to drunks. I was going to leave when I saw who the guy was on the other side of Shorty. It was Lieutenant Len Bush. Shorty turned his back on me and spoke to him.
This guy is Richie Verrill's brother, as though you didn't know. A few years ago, the joke was on you, Lieutenant. You put Dan away for sticking up a jewelry store. You didn't really believe Dan Verrill would pull anything as crude as that. It was Richie who done it. But Big Brother here took the rap.
Shut up, Shorty.
Used to be sort of a gag with the boys. If Richie got shot, Danny Boy would do the bleeding for him. Everybody knew that Richie was 1 in a million. Everybody knew that Danny Boy would die for the kid. Yeah, I'm going to let you in on the secret, Bush. Danny Boy's partner is the dame who killed Richie Verrill.
You're drunk, Shorty.
Get away from me, you rat.
I turned back to the bar and I kept my temper in my pocket. If Shorty kept talking like that, it wouldn't be healthy for him, and I didn't want to do anything to him. He was Richie's best friend. 2 more of Richie's friends walked in while I was downing my drink. Gus Manning and Tommy Algo. I put my glass down and I started to leave.
Just a minute, Dan.
What's on your mind?
The way I get the news, you and Lois are teamed up.
Yeah?
That's all I want to know. You fake.
Hey, hold it, Gus, hold it. Maybe Dan's got it scrambled. Lieutenant, Lois Williams is a dame who pinned the rap on Richie, ain't she? Any newspaper morgue will give you the answer.
Look, I know she testified against him.
And you know she lied about your brother to save Tim Grady.
I know.
Well?
All right. Lieutenant, the boys and I want to have a little talk.
Okay, Dan, it's your funeral.
We all watched Len put on his hat and walk out. I put my back up against the bar so none of them could get behind me.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Hey, cut it out, you guys. Cut it out. Dan, you okay?
Yeah.
What happened?
Boys don't like me just now. They want to keep me from making a girl happy.
Yeah, the girl responsible for your brother's death.
Yeah, that's right.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Burt Lancaster in The Long Wait, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
And now it's time for my Thanksgiving fairy tale. Last night, my car called me out to the garage.
Harlow, I don't feel good. I think you ought to do something about it.
Well, open your hood and say ah.
Ah.
Oh, your spark plugs need replacing. I'll buy you a new set of Autolite resistor spark plugs with the exclusive Autolite 10,000 ohm built-in resistor.
Gosh, Harlow, would you? That's better than turkey on Thanksgiving. Just think how I'll run.
Yes, you'll start faster in cold temperatures with Autolite resistor spark plugs. Give smoother idling and better performance on leaner gas mixtures, which means you'll even save me gas. And the neighbors will be thankful because they know Autolite resistor spark plugs reduce spark plug interference with radio and television reception.
I know all that, so why wait?
Well, I hustled up a set of Autolite resistor spark plugs, and those Autolite bullseye headlights lit up with joy.
You're a good boss, Harlow.
Now, the moral is, if you want your car to thank you for helping it run better, see your Autolite spark plug dealer and have him replace old, worn-out, narrow-gap spark plugs with a set of the sensational new wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage our star Burt Lancaster with Betty Lou Gerson in The Long Wait, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I sent the $5,000 to Lois so that she could open the doors while I went after business. And I knew where to get it. Nobody spends dough on a dame like a hood when he's loaded. On Thursday, the Third National Bank was held up. Friday morning, I knocked on a door on 8th Avenue.
Who is it?
Me, Dan Verrill.
Busy now, Dan. Some other time?
Hello, Tony. Oh, hello, Glenda.
Hello.
What do you want, Dan?
You knocked over the Third National.
What is this, a hijack?
No. Your dame looks like she needs a lot of clothes.
Up till last night, I figure on getting plenty of touch.
What are you two talking about?
I'm in the dress business, Tony. Tell the other boys, too. I want all the dames buying their clothes from Lois Williams.
Sure. What do I care where they buy them?
The next day, I ran into Numbers Johnson. He ran the policy racket on the east side.
I don't have a dame, Dan. You know that.
Yeah, I know. It's about time you gave your wife a break.
If I buy her clothes now, she'll expect me to every time I hit.
That's the idea. Do you see it my way, or do
I don't figure it. You, in the dress business.
Well, if I keep happy in the dress business, I'll stay out of the numbers business. Which way do you want to play?
The doll will get some new duds.
Once the ball started rolling, it became a mountain. Lois knew all the angles on female frills. Her clientele was strictly 10th Avenue, but she turned them out on Long Island, and they loved it. One dame tells another, and in no time at all, the shop was jammed with customers. It was a crime the way the dames spent the dough the hoods go to make so much trouble to collect. Lois glowed like a firefly. She was a complete businesswoman. She loved being surrounded with dolls who bounced in and out with business of the shop, business that must have Madame's attention. I asked her during a lull, "You happy, Lois?"
Yes, Dad. Almost completely. I do miss the old gang, though. Come in.
Pardon me, Miss Williams. There's a Mrs. Verrill outside. She wants to see Mr. Verrill.
Mrs. Oh.
Richie's wife, June. She was supposed to be in the mountains with the kid. That's why I sent her money. I didn't want her to know about this. She was waiting for me on the street. She had a roll of bills in her hand, and she threw it at my feet. The roll bounced against the storefront. I saw the rubber band snap off it, and the bills unwrap like a sigh of relief.
You think I'd take your money now?
Now? Well, what do you mean?
You and Lois.
Okay, so it's tainted money, but you got a kid, you need it.
You thought a lot of Richie, didn't you?
As much as you did.
Oh, no, much more. When Richie had pneumonia, I remember how hard you took it. During the crisis, you wouldn't eat or drink or talk. I remember thinking if Richie dies, Dan will die, too.
Take the money for the kid.
You loved Richie. And now you're sponsoring that woman with his blood.
June, wait!
I'll tell you both!
Nobody was going to keep me from doing what I wanted. Not Len Bush following me around, or Shorty Thompson hating my guts, or Richie's wife itching to kill me. I'd given Lois back an urge to live. I swore I was going to make her happy, and I was on first base. She had a going business. Lois's old gang hung out in the village, the bolo room. Richie, Lois, and Tim Grady used to pal around with the musicians who played the spot. They used to wait until closing time, and then huddle with the jive artists until morning. When Lois and Tim double-crossed Richie, the other kids cut Lois out of their hair, and Tim Grady left town. That night I went down to the bolo room to get Lois's friends back for her. I walked in just as the last paying customers left. The kids were getting set for a jam session when they spotted me. The place became full of hush. They glared at me, hating me, but not daring to open their mouths. I picked a menu up off a table and I laid it on the bar. I pulled a pencil out of my pocket. I said, "I'm giving a party for Lois Williams. You're all invited. Saturday night, Gold Room, Coronet Hotel. Whitey Jones?"
Yeah?
"I'm putting you down, plus your dame and 3 guests.
Suppose I can't make it.
And throw away your piano. You'll never play it with broken hands. Phil Blass? You, your dame, and 3 friends. And your horn. Well?
Okay, yeah, sure, Dennis, sure.
Jerry Barton? Mel Foley?
What?
Joe Ward? Les Seltzer. Your dames and 3 friends.
Okay.
And make sure that Lois knows that you're all tickled to death to see her. I'll be checking you off as you come in. I'll be seeing you Saturday night. It was Friday, the day before the party. Hello?
Hello, Dan.
Yeah?
This is Lou Henry down at the Emerald Club.
Yeah.
Look, I don't want you to think I'm butting into your affairs, Dan, but, well, knowing how you feel about Lois.
Yeah?
Well, June, your brother's wife's been down here talking to Shorty Thompson.
So what?
She talked Shorty into rubbing out Lois.
What?
He's on his way now. Remember who told you, Dan?
I dialed my body caught on fire. If Shorty touched Lois now, being a buddy of Richie's wouldn't help him. The same went for June.
Hello? Lois Williams'
Give me Miss Williams.
I'll connect you with her office.
Come on, snap it up, snap it up.
I'm ringing, sir.
Come on, Lois, answer, come on.
Miss Williams' office.
Put Lois on.
She's not in. Who's calling?
It's me, Dan Varro. Where'd she go?
Mr. Varro? You just called, Mr. Varro.
What do you mean I just called?
Well, someone called, said it was you, and spoke to Miss Williams. I wonder why they do that.
Well, never mind that. What did he say?
Miss Williams always goes to the Museum of Art at this time of day to copy designs. She made an appointment to meet you. I mean, the man who called at the museum. She just left.
I didn't wait for the elevator. I took the stairs 3 at a time going down. I came out on the street. A cab was idling on the other side of the avenue. I cut through the traffic to get to it. I hopped into the cab, and for $5, the hacky crashed lights all the way. I was at the museum in nothing flat. When I entered the building, it was quiet as a mall. I cursed myself for not asking what room Lois would be in.
Here, you can't run here.
Did you see a girl with drawing papers and crayons? Tall, beautiful, well-stacked?
I see hundreds of them.
Well, where would she go to draw design?
Well, the armor room, maybe. The Egyptian room, or the famous paintings. Second floor.
I had visions of her dead in some corner. I thought of her all twisted in the heap. I hit the Egyptian room in a run, and I stopped short. Lois was standing at the other end. She was behind a mummy case. And on the other side of it was Shorty. He had a knife in his hand. They didn't see me. I sneaked up on them, and I watched Lois fighting to move her lips.
You ain't fit to live.
Please, Shorty.
Lois, run! Run to me!
Dad!
Here it is.
I hate to do this, Shorty!
Came this way, Lieutenant.
Daddy tried to kill me.
Tough to keep up with you, Dan.
Still with me, eh, Lieutenant?
I always keep an eye on my friends. Who's this laying here? Oh, Shorty Thompson.
You better take him in. He tried to kill Miss Williams.
Yeah, guess I'd better.
Come on, Lois. Oh, by the way, Bush.
Huh?
You better pick up June Verrill, too. She was in on it. In case you don't know who she is, she's my sister-in-law. With June and Shorty out of the way for a while, nothing was going to upset things now. The party Saturday night in the Gold Room was a big success. Every time somebody tried to make a break for home, I beat them to the exit and insisted they stay. The place was full of smiles and how-to-dos, and only Lois didn't know they were phony. She was a dream in a green, backless evening gown, held up by a deep breath and an anxious look. She bubbled around, greeting people.
Thank you. I enjoyed it.
Lois.
Dan, where have you been hiding?
No place. Tell me, Lois, you happy?
Dan.
Just be happy. That's all I ask. Just be happy.
I'm doing my best, Dan.
Is there any guy here you like? Anybody?
There's just one guy for me, Dan. He's not here.
But he is. He's back in town. He's at the Sphinx Hotel.
Tim.
Yeah. Lois, I think I'll drop over and see him now.
Dan, you're not going to do anything?
Don't worry, Lois. I'm going to fix everything. She had her job, her friends. Just one thing more. Just Tim Grady to make the picture complete. The Sphinx Hotel was over on 6th Avenue. I walked. I wanted time to cool off. I wanted to do things right.
Yes?
Mr. Grady's room?
One moment, please. Yeah?
This is Dan Varro.
Dan,
Yeah, remember?
that's 3 a.m., Dan.
I won't take much of your time.
Won't tomorrow do?
I'm coming up now.
Come in.
Pushed open the door and I went in. He was standing by the bed. He was wearing a monogrammed black robe over some flashy yellow pajamas. He glad-handed me.
Come in, Dan. Come on in. Have a cigarette?
I took one and I watched him going through hard times trying to light it for me. I let him
Get
sweat
on.
for a while and then pulled out my lighter, lit my cigarette, and shoved the lighter under his face so I could light his. Couldn't stand still. He moved around the room like a cat on hot coals. He was a big, good-looking chick, broad shoulders with all the trimmings, curly hair, dimple on his chin.
I just got back. Out on the coast. That's the place to be, Dan. You never saw anything like it. Boy, the things that go on in L.A. Someday...
Light someplace.
Anything you say, Dan.
Lois is a great dame.
She sure is, Dan. She sure is. Anybody says different should get slugged.
Yeah.
Listen, Dan, there never was anything between me and Lois. Anybody says different's a no good liar. We were just good friends. We hardly ever even went out.
Relax.
Here, you and Lois are partners.
Yeah.
She must be pretty near the happiest girl in town.
Pretty near. You know, when I first saw Lois a few months ago, she was all set to kill us.
Oh, wait a minute, Dan. I tell you...
Sit down, Tim. You make me nervous. Nobody's blaming you for the way she felt. Now, tomorrow I pull out of the partnership, and Lois will be alone again. I don't want her to be alone. It's not good for her.
Anything I can do,
She's in love with you. I'd like to see her get married. A woman with $75,000 business, well, she needs someone to look after her interests. The mention of the 75 grand, his eyes lit up like Broadway after dark. Reading his mind was like looking through a dirty window into a filthy room. It hurt to think a foul ball like Tim Grady could make a girl do anything for him.
Well, Dan...
It's about time she got a proposal for marriage.
Yeah.
Why don't you call her up, Tim?
Yeah. A good idea, Dan.
I mean right now. Stuyvesant 1541.
Now? Well, sure, if you think... I won't know what to say. It's been so long.
Say you want to marry her.
Yeah, sure. Lois? Hello, baby. Well, so you knew the old voice.
I closed the door. I didn't know if I'd be able to control myself, if I'd listen to anymore. I got to the dress shop at 10 o'clock the next morning. Lois was floating around like a waft of loveliness. She touched the inkstand on her desk, moved a chair, straightened a picture. Wasn't conscious of what she was doing. She talked fast and happy about things that didn't mean a thing. She flung open a window and hugged the inrush of air. She spoke with her back to me.
Oh, Dan, it's wonderful. Isn't life beautiful?
You're happy, huh, Lois?
Tim was waiting when I got here this morning. He proposed. He said you wanted it that way, too. I guess I'm the happiest woman in the world.
Can I use your phone?
Sure. Call Paris, Bombay, Shanghai. Imagine it, Tim.
Homicide, Lieutenant Bush.
Dan Verrill talking. I'm at Lois's shop.
He said we'd be married.
If you get here in 5 minutes, it'll be about right.
Yes, Dan, I'm the happiest woman in the world, and I owe it all to you.
She turned from the window and saw the gun in my hand. Now you're worth killing.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Burt Lancaster, with Betty Lou Gerson.
Oh, boy, am I happy. Thanks again, Harlow.
That's my car talking, folks.
I ran great today, didn't I? With those new Autolite resistor spark plugs.
Like a charm. Friends, if you want your car to run better, switch to wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. The spark plugs that get you off to fast starts in cold temperatures. Made by Autolite, they're one of more than 400 products for cars, trucks, planes, and boats, produced in 28 Autolite plants coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. Spark plugs, batteries, generators, coils, distributors, starting motors, bullseye sealed beam headlight units. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. Don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and get Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday for Suspense, James Stewart will be our star. The play is called Mission Completed. And it is, as we say,
a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucian Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Long Wait is an original play by Fred Freeberger. Burt Lancaster is the star of The Hawk and the Arrow, a Norma F.R. production soon to be released by Warner Brothers. In the coming weeks, you will hear such stars as Mickey Rooney, Lana Turner, and Eddie Cantor. Don't forget, next Thursday, same time, Autolite will present Suspense, starring James Stewart. Meanwhile, see the very informative story about suspense in the current issue of Quick Magazine.
You can buy Autolite resistor spark plugs, Autolite stateful batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
Freedom is everybody's job. Take an active part in national, state, and community affairs to protect your liberties. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Mr. James Stewart in Mission Completed, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
A-L-R-S-P. A-L-R-S-P.
Hey, I'm the Autolite resistor spark plug salesman here.
I know, Harlow, but I'd like to get in a plug for the plugs, too.
Swell, let's have it again.
Sure. A-L-R-S-P.
Yes, A-L-R-S-P, Autolite resistor spark plugs. And only Autolite resistor spark plugs have that exclusive built-in 10,000 ohm Autolite resistor. That means 200% longer electrode life, less spark plug interference with radio and television. Why, with wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs, your engine idles smoother, runs better on leaner gas mixtures, actually saves you gas. So, friends, see your Autolite spark plug dealer and have him install a set of the new sensational Autolite resistor spark plugs in your car. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with the performance of James Stewart in Mission Completed, a special Pearl Harbor anniversary drama, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Are you all right for the night, Tom?
How do you know when he's all right?
Tom and I have a secret code, don't we, Tom? He blinks once for yes and twice for no. Are you okay, Tom? Night.
Okay. Sure, I'm okay. I've been okay ever since I got liberated from Sagamo Prison in Tokyo in 1945. Yeah, ever since I woke up in this Veterans Hospital 4 years ago, I've been okay. I got nothing to do but lie flat on my back and let my eyes wander over the ceiling and look at Suki smiling down at me. Suki seems to smile down at me from the little plaster square of ceiling that reminds me of the prison yard in Sagamo. He can't help smiling and laughing because he knows I can't get at him. Suki knows I'm paralyzed. He knows I can only blink my eyes once for yes and twice for no. You see, Suki was in charge of the camp at Sagamo, and he helped slaughter guys like Camel and Jones, Mayberry, Evans, too many more to count. First he starved them until they couldn't crawl, and then he... Well, anyway, just before we got liberated, I fuzzed up in my mind and I couldn't remember anything. Sometime later, I woke up in a vet's hospital, California, USA. And I've been on my back for 4 years staring at that little square. Well, once in a while, they dump me in a wheelchair and push me out into the sunshine, wheel me up and down the walk like I was a baby. Only babies can cry.
Which road today, Tom? Do we go down the walk through the grounds or the sidewalk down by the florist shop? Just open your eyes wide if it's a sidewalk. Well, good. You'll see all the flowers. Oh, here comes Janet wheeling Murdoch. You remember him?
Hello, Tom. Hello, Tom.
Hi, Janice. How you doing?
Getting in shape for the dance tonight. Am I really?
Hiya, Tom.
I'll see you there.
Hi.
Isn't Janet a pretty girl? I'll bet you have a nice girl someplace. Come on now, haven't you? We're almost to the flower shop, Tom. Oh, see that man in the window? Isn't that a pretty bouquet he's getting together? Well, look how tan he is. Oh, I guess he's a
I'm sitting in a wheelchair, paralyzed, looking at a man on a flower shop window, and the man I'm looking at is Suki. And while I'm looking at him, something's happening to me. My fingers that I haven't worked for 4 years are grabbing the arms of the wheelchair, and my legs are straining and pushing against the floor. The same legs I haven't used for 48 months. And I want to cry out, and I feel my tongue getting ready to...
Tom! Tom, what's the matter with you? Come on, Tom, now, relax. Maybe you don't like flowers. Ha ha, that's just like a man. Doesn't like flowers. Do you want to go home now, Tom?
It's Suki. A man on the flower shop window, and it's Suki. I know it is. If we can get closer, all I have to do is look at that scar down the side of his face. I gave him that scar in Sagamo.
Do you want to go home, Tom? Now, don't frown like that. Tom, what's the matter? Do you want to go closer? Okay, if you want to go closer to the flower shop.
It was Suki, all right. Yeah, it was Suki. We got real close to the shop, and I got a good look. The scar on his face stood out like a half moon. He was busy with flowers. Flowers? I couldn't imagine him working with flowers, but it was Suki. And this time I didn't clench my fingers or strain my legs. I just lay back in the chair and relaxed, and I began to plan. I began a plan that I'd started the day I looked around and I found myself in a Jap prison camp. A plan that almost worked the day Suki got that scar. It didn't work that day. It's gonna work now.
I'll leave you here by the door a minute, Tom. Then we'll put you to bed. All right, Tom. Tom, how did you get moved over there? Didn't I leave you right here by the door? Tom, did you wheel yourself over there? Oh, ho, so that's it. Somebody came in here and gave you a push. Oh, one day you'll be pushing that chair around like mad, Tom. Just you wait. Just you wait. All right, now, we'll get ready for bed.
You ready for me?
Just about. Would you bring Dr. Benson here?
Okay.
Can't imagine who just walked in here and gave you a shove. Wouldn't it be funny if you did it yourself? Didn't know it.
You sent for me, Miss Rhodes.
He must have used his hands. He wheeled himself across the room.
Mm-hmm. How are you tonight, Tom? And I think that sunshine is doing you some good. Tom, did you move yourself across the room? And if you did, blink your eyes once. And if you didn't, blink them twice. No, you didn't do it, huh? That's all. Thank you, Tom.
I got myself in a jam already. It's funny how I grabbed those wheels instinctively. I guess I gave myself a shove. And now I'm in bed, and I'm looking up at that little square. And the hospital's quiet, except for Murdoch, who you can always hear mumbling someplace far off. So then I'm turning over on my face in bed, moving muscles I haven't moved for 4 long years. And in a moment, I was sitting up. I was trying to light my own cigarette. But then I got so exhausted, I decided to wait till the next night. And it was the same thing over again. Night after night I practiced at being alive. 10 days later I got out of bed and I stood up. And 2 weeks later I was so strong that I walked around the room 10 times. I never felt better in my life. Now, that night I nearly got caught. I was sitting in my chair smoking a cigarette. I scrambled into bed.
Asleep, Tom? Well, you've been having visitors, Tom. The air's full of smoke. Tom, are you asleep?
Oh, yeah, that's a close one. Well, nothing ever came of it, though, but I was more careful after that. A week went by. Every day brought me closer and closer to Suki. And Suki closer and closer to some of his own medicine right back in his face. And then something happened that spoiled everything.
Tom, we've got good news for you this morning.
Look how wide his eyes are. You better not keep him waiting.
Tom, you're getting out of here. We're moving you to within 20 miles of your old hometown. You're going to Colville Hospital.
Better tell him when.
Yes. Tomorrow morning.
He doesn't seem to like it. Tom, what's the matter?
Suki was laughing now. He stood in that little square in the ceiling. He laughed down at me because he knew I was going away and I'd never get him. So they were shipping me out on Sunday. Yeah, tomorrow was Sunday. And then I had a plan. I had a desperate plan. It might work and it might not. But if it did, it would bring Suki right into my room. You see, the plan wouldn't work except today was Saturday. Today was Saturday. And right the day before they were shipping me to Colville, 3,000 miles away. Today, yeah, today was Saturday, and on Saturday...
This is your last spin around the grounds, Tom. And here comes Jackie. I'll bet you forgot this was Saturday and Jackie's out of school. And he's going to play Mr. Wheelchair Conductor. Hello, Jackie. Ready to take over?
Sure thing, Miss Rhodes.
Now get him lots of sun and keep him out full time. Then when you're through, you can help Janet with Murdoch.
Yes, Miss Rhodes.
Now see you later. You be careful.
You bet.
All right, kid, you can stop.
What? Did you say something?
I said stop right here.
Gosh, I didn't know you could talk, mister. Well, sure, I'll stop right here, but maybe I'd better get an order.
Now, stay right here and shut up. Now, you listen to me. You and I are going to have a little secret. Are you with me?
What kind of a secret?
You just don't say anything about what you see or hear until tomorrow. Now, what are you going to do? Are you going to help a soldier or are you going to spill everything?
What? Why? Well, I'll help, of course.
All right, now. Now, keep pushing me until we get down to that tavern, and then push me in that little alcove there. Come on, come on, come on. What are we waiting for? Hurry up.
Yeah, mister. Yeah, but I shouldn't be doing this, should I?
That's the best thing you ever did. Now, go into that tavern and get me $3 worth of quarters. Here's $3. I'm going to use this phone. And don't get any funny ideas about calling the hospital. You're working with me, aren't you, kid?
Well, I guess so.
All right, now, I'm going to watch you through the glass of this phone booth. Stay right out there where I can see you. Get me?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, here goes.
You shouldn't get up. Hey, don't try to get out of your wheelchair.
Already out. All right, now stand right there. Stand where I can see you. Get along this. That's one.
Long distance.
I want to talk to Bill Mason at Mason's real estate office in San Bernardino.
What is your name, please?
My name's Tom Warner.
That will be $1.25 for 3 minutes.
$1.
Please deposit $1.25 for 3 minutes.
$1.25.
Here is your party.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, who's this?
Tom Warner.
Oh, you're kidding. Who is this?
It's Tom, you dope. What's the matter? What's the matter?
Just can't get it through my thick head, that's all. Last time I heard about you...
I know, but it's all over now. I'm alive. Now, Bill, listen to me. Now, listen close. Listen awful close, Bill. Bill, Suki's alive.
Suki?
Yeah, Suki. He's working in a flower shop in the hospital here.
Are you crazy?
Now, no, I've seen him. I've watched him. I've noticed all his gestures. Yeah, he's got that scar I gave him right on the side of his face. Hey, are you listening?
Yeah, go on.
Now, I want you to get a hold of Curly, and tonight the three of us will blast him right out of the face of the earth.
Tom, are you okay?
What's the matter with you? I found Suki. He's here right in the United States where we can get at him.
Well, if you're sure it's Suki, why don't you call the cops or the FBI?
Because I know what'll happen to him then. He'll end up in American jail, and he'll have a nice soft bed to sleep in. He'll get 3 good hot meals a day, and he'll get all the comforts of home. Look what he gave to us. Not in your life, Bill. Now, look, if you start driving right now, you can be here by 9 o'clock.
Tom, the war's over. I forgot all that stuff a long time ago. I want you to forget it, too.
Sure, and you can forget it all if you want to. I know why you're forgetting it. It's because you're chicken, that's why. You haven't got the guts to face him, and your lousy yellow and your backbone has turned to a sponge. I only wish Mayberry and Evans were all here to listen to the lousy rot that was dripping out of you.
Tom, what's the matter?
I'm blacking out.
Oh, hang on, Tom, hang on. What place are you calling from, Tom? Tom?
I'm going flat on my face.
Where are you, Tom?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Autolite is bringing you Mr. James Stewart in Mission Completed, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Wilcox, I'm from the SALRSPS, Sell Autolite Resistor Spark Plug Society.
Oh, yes, I'm a charter member, and since I've been on the job, millions and millions of Autolite resistor spark plugs have been sold.
Sure, we know, and that's why we decided to award you the Velvet Hammer.
The Velvet Hammer?
Yes, it's for nailing down sales with subtle finesse.
Don't need one. Autolite resistor spark plugs are so good they sell themselves. Why, those worthy wizards of cars, Autolite resistor spark plugs mean faster starts at low temperatures. With that exclusive built-in 10,000 ohm Autolite resistor spark plugs let your engine idle smoother, run better on leaner gas mixtures, save you gas. And friends, Autolite resistor spark plugs have 200% longer electrode life. Cut down on spark plug interference with radio and television. So stop at your neighborhood Autolite dealers and have him install a set of the wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs, or the famous regular type Autolite spark plug, long recognized for dependability. Remember, either way, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage our star James Stewart in Mission Completed, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tom? Tom, can you hear me?
Help me, kid.
Gee, you shouldn't have got up, mister. There, why, brace the chair. Just lie back. There.
Yeah, I'll be all right. Maybe I need a little air.
Gee, you look as white as a sheet.
Don't say anything about this, kid. Just keep your mouth shut until tomorrow, will you? Tomorrow morning I'll be going away. You promise me that?
Well, okay.
Okay, now, take me home, huh?
Yes, sir.
I was back in my room, flattened out like a pancake. And the bed in the room kept spinning around, wouldn't stay still. Pretty soon I got a sort of a second wind. I decided to try to get up out of bed. And I found I could get up okay. I was awful weak. I'd just about given up my plan when I happened to look out the window. The day watchman was changing places with the night patrolman, and the item that caught my eye was a big, fat revolver bulging at the man's side. Maybe my plan would work after all. I didn't need Bill Mason and Curly and anybody else. All I needed was my 2 hands, a little luck. Let's see. I'd have to make another phone call. Well, there's a phone on this floor right in front of Murdoch's door.
Hiya, Tom.
Let's see, what's that number now? What's it? 186.
Hospital Flower Shop.
Hello, this is Dr. Benson.
Oh, yes, doctor.
Would you send a bouquet of flowers, roses, yeah, a lot of big roses. up to 411. See, one of the patients is leaving, and we like to make him feel good. It was kind of a surprise just before he goes to sleep, and the ward's quiet. You see, about 9 o'clock this evening.
Okie dokie. You want some fern to go with it?
Yeah, I think that'd be nice. Just a minute. Who delivers at that hour? Have you got someone?
Oh, I deliver myself just before I close up. Okie dokie.
Fine, thank you. I just got the phone back on the hook when Dr. Benson and 2 nurses came walking along. Like a shot, I dropped to the floor of the phone booth, and I tried to double up like an accordion. My heart beat so loudly, I was afraid they'd hear it. But drowning out my heart was Murdoch saying something.
Tom. Hey, Tom's on the phone.
Don't be silly, Sandy.
Yeah?
Go back to sleep.
Yeah.
I held my breath, but they kept on walking down the hall, and they turned into the solarium. I got up. I got the door open. I almost fell across the hall and into my room. I lay back on the bed, gasping and waiting for my pulse to get back to normal. And it was 8 o'clock, getting dark outside. The only sound was the clock ticking in the hall. I was getting all the breaks. A summer shower had just come up, light wind blowing. I got down the hall all right and through the solarium to the fire escape. It was easy going down, hugging the shadows. Pretty soon I was at the bottom. I spotted the patrolman sitting under the little eaves at the tool shed. He was trying to keep out of the rain. My hand closed around a broken brick that had fallen off the building. I crept up in back of him. I got the brick ready to smash him on the head when I suddenly realized he was asleep. I took a step real close. And then I had his revolver, and I was pointing it right into his eyes, which were still blinking off some sleep, and he muttered, and then he started to yell. One little whisper, and this goes off right in your face. Now get up and get into that tool shed. Sure. Open the door and crawl in. Come on, quick. All right, now take this adhesive tape and tie your feet together. Come on, hurry up. Tight, hurry.
Well, what are you trying to do, fella?
Shut up. Do as I say. I made him tie his feet together with adhesive tape and lie flat in his face, and while I wound long strips of tape around his wrist.
Take it easy.
Tied his wrist together, and then I hog-tied his wrist and his feet and pulled them up tight behind him. Then I turned him over on his side, and I crammed 2 handkerchiefs into his mouth. Put long strips of tape around those. The rain was coming down in buckets as I made my way back to the fire escape. I made the first 2 flights. And then 3. And finally hit 4, and I slid on my face out cold. I don't know how long I lay there on those iron bars of the fire escape. It was too long for my plans. Now, there was nobody in the hall, so I ran for it. Still nobody in the hall. Still nobody. Nobody in my room. I slid open the door and I started for bed. The bed met me halfway, and I lay there soaking wet with a gun sticking out of my pocket. I spun the cylinder. I saw 6.45 caliber bullets. 15 minutes went by. And then it was 9 o'clock. The ward was very quiet. You could have heard a pin drop. Nothing sounded until I heard the sound of the elevator. And it's stopping on 4. Someone had got out of the elevator and was padding down the hall. And it was the same little shuffle I'd heard every day for 3 years in a bug-infested hellhole called a prison camp. Yeah, the same footsteps, the footsteps I used to turn my brain to water and send my heart right down to my shoes. The footsteps that meant someone was going to get it. And I wanted to yell and scream, "Come on, Suki, it's different now. Come on, Suki. I'm waiting for you." But I couldn't breathe very good. Every breath I took drowned out Suki's feet. So I just took little short breaths, and I waited. And I had to grab the revolver with both hands to keep it steady. And Suki was getting closer. And so I released the safety catch, and I tried to keep my wobbly hand steady. He was almost here now. The knob was turning in the door.
Suki! Suki! This is for Camel, and this is for Jones, and this is for Mayberry and Evans and Murphy.
Tom?
I killed Suki.
Yes, you killed Suki, Tom. He's dead, and he'll never bother you again. You killed him.
Yes, I did. I killed Suki.
Now, give me the gun, Tom. Yeah, that's it. Yes, you killed Suki in your mind. He's dead in your mind. You can forget him now, Tom.
Yeah, I think I'd better sit down.
Miss Rhodes, shove that wheelchair out of the room. You can sit in a chair, Tom, but not in a wheelchair. You're through with that for good.
What?
Now, Jimmy.
What's that?
Are you all right?
Yes, Doctor.
No powder burns?
No, I'm fine, Doctor.
Good. Now, Tom. Tom, I want you to meet Jimmy Cato, who works in our flower shop here, and who was Lieutenant Cato of the Armed Forces in Italy not so long ago.
Yeah, I killed Suki. I killed
Yes,
Suki.
Yes, in your mind you killed Suki, Tom, and you're okay now. The man you thought was Suki was Jimmy Cato. He was born and raised here in this community, and he has almost as many medals as you have. Now, I want you to shake hands with him.
I'm paralyzed. All I can do is blink my eyes.
No, you are not, Tom. You are going to shake hands with Jimmy and thank him.
Oh, Cato, I'm sorry.
Oh, nothing to be sorry about. When Dr. Benson told me about your reaction the day you saw me, I was glad to help out.
You see, Tom, we're pretty thorough here. When you thought you saw Suki, Miss Rhodes made a notation that you flexed muscles you hadn't commanded for nearly 4 years. And so we went from there.
Well, you must have thick skin, Cato. I'm a pretty good shot.
No. The patrolmen on the grounds here, Tom, always carry blanks, no bullets. You're going home tomorrow, Tom. Well on the way to complete recovery. And in your mind, there's a big X mark, canceling out a nightmare of 4 years' duration. And written in huge letters is a beautiful sign, Tom. And it says to you, once and for all, mission completed.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, James Stewart.
Oh, Mr. Wilcox, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, Gracie Allen, what are you doing here?
Well, I came to ask you and Jimmy Stewart if you can fix it with Autolite for my husband, Sugar Throat Burns, to sing on Suspense. Our sponsor will hear it and realize how great George is, and then he'll let him sing on our show Wednesday night.
Well, look, Gracie, Suspense is all booked up for next week. Mickey Rooney will be on.
Well, how about the week after that, Mr. Stewart?
No, they're booked up for that week, too. Lana Turner will be here that week. As a matter of fact, they're booked up for the next 4,000 weeks.
Oh, 4,000 weeks would be about,
That's 80 years.
Oh, how about the week after that?
Well, I've got to leave, Gracie. Tell George that he has all my condolences.
Oh, really? I'm surprised they fit him. You know, you're so tall.
Gracie, would you mind if I get in just one teensy-weensy word about Autolite resistor spark plugs?
Teensy-weensy? Oh, you can do better than that. If George were here, I bet he could sing about your spark plugs.
I'll bet he could at that. Everyone is singing the praises of Autolite resistor spark plugs. And that goes for the 400 other products made by Autolite for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants coast to coast.
Those are nice lyrics.
Autolite also builds complete electrical systems for many makes of America's finest cars, batteries, spark plugs, generators, coils, distributors, starting motors, bullseye sealed beam headlights. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team.
You wouldn't want George to sing that?
No. Friends, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
You're sure, Mr. Wilcox, that you wouldn't want George to sing that?
I'm sure.
Oh, well, good night, and happy Autolite.
Next Thursday for Suspense, Mickey Rooney will be our star. The play is called For Love or Murder, and it is, as we say,
a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's Suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucian Morawek and conducted by Lud Bluskin. Mission Completed is an original radio play by John R. Forrest. James Stewart can currently be seen starred in the title role of the MGM picture The Stratton Story.
You can buy Autolite resistor or regular spark plugs, Autolite stay-full batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Mr. Mickey Rooney in For Love or Murder, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
Wilcox! Hello, Wilcox!
Right here. Say, aren't you Remingchester Shotgun, the big game hunter?
I am. Wilcox, someone said you could help me.
Well, what are you hunting?
A battery from a car.
Well, your safari's over. Just shoot down to your Autolite dealer and get an Autolite Stay Full battery. The battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Capital. I shan't have to scout for water holes anymore.
Right you are. And your Autolite Stay Full battery has a fiberglass retaining mat, protecting every positive plate to lengthen battery life. Why, in recent tests based on SAE life cycle standards, Autolite Stay Full batteries gave 70% longer average life than batteries without Stay Full features. Get an Autolite Stay Full battery, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now with For Love or Murder, and with the performance of Mickey Rooney, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Nothing could have stopped me. Nothing on earth could have stopped me. There were drums beating in my head as I left the taxi and started down 55th Street. The moon was high over Jersey, staring. There was no one outside the building, no one near it at all. I walked slowly toward the service entrance and into the cellar. I knew where the back stairs were. We'd rehearsed the whole thing on paper 100 times, more than 100 times. It wasn't something you blundered into. Anne had taught me that. It wasn't something you did on the spur of the moment. Murder had to be a calm, organized thing. Murder had to be planned. If anyone saw me going up the back stairs, it might cause a little fuss. But if I were calm, if I were organized, if I moved slowly and acted as though nothing was wrong, they'd pass and ignore me. I was just an eccentric fellow who'd rather walk upstairs than ride elevators. New York was full of such people. But no one saw me. All the way up to the 4th floor, no one saw me. Then I stepped out onto the landing. I waited an hour, or 10 seconds, or 10 years. Time meant nothing. I wasn't aware of it passing. I slid the gun into my hand. It felt as hot and heavy as death itself.
Oh, you're late. You're a few minutes late. I thought you weren't coming.
Where is he?
In there. In there.
Who is it, Ann? Who is it?
Do it quickly, darling. Do it fast.
Yeah.
Who is it, Ann? Who is it? Who are you? What do you want?
The fat little man who was about to die looked at me, at my face, at my neck, and then his eyes fluttered down into the gun that hung there. He looked like a little fish. Like a helpless, harmless, scared fish, and the drums in my head beat louder, and wheels turned, and lights flashed, and the fat little man melted toward me.
No, I say, no. No.
I hit him. I hit him. I hit him. I hit him.
Wait, Tom. Wait. Now, wait. He's dead. Must be dead after that.
If he'd only fought back or something, he just took it.
Now he's dead. He's dead.
Huh?
Now, dear.
Huh?
Me.
Huh?
You've got to hit me.
I didn't think it'd be like this, Ann.
How'd you think it'd be? A tea party?
So awful dirty and...
What's the matter with you, Tommy?
I didn't think it'd be like this,
You
Ann.
can't weaken now, Tommy.
No.
Take the gun.
Yeah.
And the rest. Do you remember the rest of it? The other things you've got to do?
Yes, I remember.
Hit me hard. You've got to hit me hard.
Hit you hard.
You've got to be marks. It mustn't look like I framed this. Now, it must be hard.
Yeah.
And then the jewelry and stuff.
Jewelry and
I
stuff.
piled them up on the dresser. Oh, and his wallet. Here, take it. It must look good, darling. It must look good.
Yeah.
And muss up the room. Now, you remember?
Yeah, I remember.
All right, now, quickly. Hit me. Hit me.
I love you, Ann. I must love you very much.
Hit me.
She fell, but she didn't just fall down. She fell into a graceful little ball. Even unconscious, she seemed in perfect control of things. Room had to be ripped up. Ripped up. The room had to be ripped. I'll collapse. Took the stuff she had piled up on the dresser. Bracelets, rings, pins. I stuffed his wallet into my pocket. Then I got out. I got out as fast as I could. The way was clear all the way down, just the cellar. That was all that was left. One fast. Let out! Oh!
Hey! Who's that? Who's that? Hey! Young fella. What are you doing down there this time?
Whoever it was came straight toward me, saw me. There was no hiding. And he was between me and the street. He shoveled toward me. I lifted the gun.
Good. Just a second, young fella. Let me get a
I
look
swung
at
hard
you.
and I spun back into the row of cans. I waited a moment. And then... The street was still empty when I came out, and I felt like running along it. I almost ran along it. The night was cool. The air felt good. I walked a ways. I walked a ways, and I thought about love. About me being in love. What kind of love was this? What kind of love was it that made a guy behave like this? What kind of love was it that caused people to be hurt, people to be killed? What kind of love was it? I walked. Finally, I looked at my watch. It took 10 minutes. The whole thing had taken just 10 minutes. What was the rest of it? Yeah, I had to get back to the club before it was time for me to go on again. Before it was time for me to seat myself at the piano in the lounge and soothe away the cares of tired, sophisticated New Yorkers. Had to get back quickly. No one saw me. The back way. I used the back way, the same one I'd left by. Yeah, that was my life from now on, maybe. The back way, sneak in, sneak out. It'd be hard to break myself of the habit after tonight. But it was cheap. A cheap price to pay for Ann. Any price really was cheap to pay for Ann. That's all I had to ever remember. I was in my little dressing room for 2 or 3 minutes. Had a chance even to wash my face.
Almost 12:15, Tommy. You awake?
Yeah, I'll be with you in a minute.
Okay, Tommy.
The wallets, the bracelets, the junk I'd forgotten to ditch them. Get rid of them first thing Ann had told me. And I'd forgotten. I didn't want them around. They might make trouble hanging around.
Hello, Tommy. How's the boy Rachmaninoff, huh?
Are you, Jimmy?
Have your nap? All set to go?
Yeah, I slept a little. I'll be right back, kid.
Sure, kid, sure.
Hello there, Mr. Lee.
How are you, Frank? I thought I'd get a little air.
Yes, sir. Nothing like it. One thing about being a doorman, I don't make much money, but I get an awful lot of fresh air.
Fresh as you can get in New York anyway, huh?
Right you are, Mr. Lee.
Gonna take a little walk.
You certainly hit it right that time. Fresh as you can get in New York.
The moon was still high over Jersey. Staring. Sewer. That was the best spot. Just throw him in and let the East River take care of him. I had the wallet in my hand when I...
Tommy? You look like you're in love.
Officer, I didn't see you. Just...
Officer, is it?
Yeah.
You're getting awful formal. Kind of jumpy, ain't you?
No, Dan. Dan, it's just that you startled me, that's all.
Startled you, did I?
Yeah.
I was just standing there, and you walked within 2 inches of me and didn't see me. It's you're in love. I know the symptoms. You're in love.
Love. Yeah, maybe you're right, Dan.
That's a great feeling, lad. And dangerous. If you need someone to help you find your way back to the club, just tell me. In your condition, no telling where you'll walk.
Yeah. I waited till his footsteps died out, and then... the sewer... The sewer fast. Had to get... Some...
Back so soon, Mr. Lee?
Gotta go to work, what's that?
Now there's boys with something on their mind.
Yeah.
Gone down 55th, looks like from here. Somebody's in for it.
I gotta be
Tommy, the customers are screaming for you. Come on, come on.
I wasn't afraid. I wasn't nervous. The cops would be talking to Ann now. If she made a slip, the two of us would be dead as you could get. But I knew she wouldn't make any slips. She'd be too smart for him. We'd planned too well for him. It was all so simple. They couldn't make anything out of it. A crook slipped into her apartment, killed her husband. Her rich, fat, tired, helpless husband. And slugged her. That was all there was to it. Happens in New York. Happens a lot in New York. Could she help it if the whole thing made her a rich woman? Could she help it if a housebreaker freed her from her husband so she could marry someone else? Could she help that? Setup was so perfect. What could go wrong? So I sat and played Chopin, Strauss, Gershwin, Berlin. I sat and played the music of kind and great and gentle men. And I tried to keep that thing on the floor out of my mind. I tried to keep that out of my mind. Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, Tommy.
Yeah.
You know that dame that used to come in here, that Ann Thomas?
I don't think
you remember the one? The brunette. The cute one used to have a crush on you. Lives on 55th Street. Ann Thomas?
Yeah. I remember. What?
Fuss down her house tonight. Somebody broke in and messed things up. Killed her husband. Banged her around. Dan Ryan was telling me.
It's too bad.
Yeah. You're never safe in these big towns, are you? Never safe anywhere.
You were safe if you were smart. You were safe if you had someone like Anne to think things out for you. You were safe if you had her to look forward to depend on. I was safe. That was all that mattered, really. I was safe. It was childish to worry about guys like Anne's husband. It was silly to get squeamish over a little blood. People died every minute in New York. They were useless and they were in the way and they died. What did it matter whether it was murder or something else? People died. Sure, that's what Anne would have said. That's what Anne would have told me. And that was the right way to look at it. That was the right way.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Mickey Rooney in For Love or Murder, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Yes, we'll call 5-bagged baboons from Bogota, trapped tigers in Tasmania, snared sparrows in Schenectady. Got 'em all stuffed and mounted, too.
Say, that reminds me. Let me show you my Autolite Stay Full battery trophies.
You mean you battled beasts with a battery?
Why, sure. Take this camel, for instance. You know how I got him? I just told him about Autolite Stay Full batteries, extra liquid reserve above the plates. Needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use, I said. Well, sir, the dreary dromedary died of mortification.
Remarkable.
See this rabbit? Ran himself ragged, the upstart, trying to outstart an Autolite Stay Full battery.
Incredible. But what about that rather moth-eaten elephant head?
Oh, he died of old age, trying to outlive an Autolite Stay Full battery. You know, Autolite Stay Full batteries with extra liquid reserve above the plates and fiberglass retaining mats at every positive plate give 70% longer average life than batteries without Stay Full features. This is based on recent tests conducted according to SAE life cycle standards. So see your Autolite dealer, friends, for a power-packed, long life Autolite Stay Full battery. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage our star Mickey Rooney with Lorene Tuttle in For Love or Murder, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
The night went fast. People came, people went. Stood in front of the piano. They smiled, frowned. Once in a while, someone requested a number. Once in a while, someone applauded. It was a night like any other night.
Hey, you gonna play till Christmas, Tommy?
What time is it?
Almost 3.
Oh.
You sure can tickle those keys, Tommy. You must have a beautiful soul. Well, what's the matter?
Shut up.
What?
I said shut up!
Well, I didn't mean to say anything wrong, Tommy. What did I say?
Shut up! Shut up! Talk to yourself all night, build yourself up, tell yourself things were all right and you were a great guy. Smart guy. One stupid remark mixed you all up again. One stupid remark made you see blood again. Made you feel like garbage. One stupid remark. Beautiful soul? My soul? So what? The apartment was like a big, bare, ugly cave. I tried to sleep. And I got up and tried to read. Words danced in front of me like they'd been hung on rubber bands. Nerves, nerves, nerves. It's just nerves. Anne could have talked me out of them in a minute. All I had to do was get some sleep or talk to Anne. Yeah. Huh. All night, not a word. That's why I was jumpy. Suppose she was in trouble. Suppose something had gone wrong. Suppose somewhere we'd slipped. Operator, give me... No. If the wires were tapped, no, it wouldn't do to call. But if I went to the apartment the way I went last night, no one would see me. The police wouldn't expect that. That's the last thing they'd expect. I had to touch her. I needed her strength. I needed her to tell me things were all right. I had to see her. I had to see her. I could get in and out again. No one would be the wiser. 4 a.m, the street was empty. The cellar was colder than it had been. The stairs were lighted, a thin red bulb at each landing. I didn't remember that. Finally.
Who's there?
It's me. It's Tom.
No, Tom, no.
Let me in.
You shouldn't have come. Suppose they're watching.
You think they're watching?
I don't know. You know what I told you?
Yeah, but
You know what we planned? You weren't to get in touch with me for days. For days.
I know, but I had to see you, baby. Please,
no,
let me...
now stop it. You shouldn't have come.
Just a moment. I love you so, honey. I had to be with you.
No,
Please.
no.
I had to be with you, baby.
You're really a sweet boy, Tom.
You're not angry with me, honey.
Did anyone see you?
No, I'm sure of it. I was careful. Let me kiss you. I feel strong again. I feel strong. I could do anything now. I was kind of mixed up tonight, but I'm all right now. I feel good now.
Sweet boy. You worried?
Huh?
Why? Didn't we plan? Didn't we plan good enough to fool anybody? Why were you worried?
I don't know.
Well, the police believed me. I knew they would.
You sure they did?
Well, of course I'm sure. They were sympathetic and kindly. They were nice.
But suppose they were only pretending. Sometimes, they pretend.
Oh, when men are acting with me, I know it.
Baby, come here. You're one.
They've no reason in the world to think this is any different than 1,000 other robberies. I told you that. I told you that from the beginning.
Yeah. We'll be happy now, huh? Won't we? Won't we be happy together? Now tell me that, baby. We'll be happy, won't we?
Yeah, we'll be happy now. You're a wild boy.
I love you, baby. I love you.
Aren't you a little sorry about the janitor?
Janitor? What about the janitor?
Oh.
What about the janitor? See the man I met in the cellar? What about him?
He's dead.
Huh?
You fractured his skull.
No.
I said you were a wild boy.
Never meant that. I didn't know I hit him so hard.
I like you because you're such a wild boy.
Didn't mean to kill a man.
I'm sorry I told you. You're going to worry about him all night.
Annie, I didn't mean
Well, I'll
to
be
kill
careful
him.
next time when I tell you. I wish I had a piano so you could play for me. I like to hear you play, Tommy. Who?
Be careful, baby.
Of what? It's only the phone.
Careful, honey.
Yes? What? What? You've got the wrong number. Wrong number. Silly guy.
What do you want, honey?
I don't know. It's the wrong number. You want a drink, Tommy?
No.
You mind if I make one for myself?
Go ahead, honey.
You know, you hit me awful hard last night. Look at the lump there. Look at it.
Yeah, I didn't want to hit you that
You made it
hard.
look good. You made it look awful good.
Huh?
For pity.
Careful, baby.
Yes. Oh, it's you again. You've got the wrong number. The wrong number. The way people annoy you.
Annie.
Yeah, Tommy.
Annie. That janitor. Who was he?
Who was he? I don't know. Just a janitor, that's all.
Did he have any kids?
2 or 3. Yeah, I think so. Why? You want to get some ice?
I don't know why I wanted to know.
I'm coming.
I'll get it. I'll take it. I'll tell
No,
the guy.
Tommy, I'll get it. No,
That you, Ann? Okay, this is the last time. I love that wrong number routine. Who have you got up there? The young chick who rubbed your husband out for you? Huh? You're a Lulu, honey. Get rid of him as soon as you can. And I don't want him hanging around after we're married, you know. That you, Ann? Why don't you say something? Why don't you...
Tommy.
I sat down in the bed and I felt very calm and very organized. And I heard the drums start thumping in my brain, but delicate and far off. This time they had a sad, lost beat.
Who was it, Tommy? Was it that same silly guy?
The janitor has 3 kids, huh? Who's going to feed them? Annie, who's going to love them?
What's the matter with you, Tom?
Oh, Tom, come here. Let's sit down.
What have you got on me anyway? What is there about you?
Tom.
You're bad for me, Ann. Awful bad for me. You could make all kinds of a sucker out of me. You could turn my stomach in 50 different directions a minute. And I'd still go on loving you. Why?
I don't like it when you talk like that. I don't like it.
Why would I love
you're
you?
tired. Come on, sit down here, bud.
Don't touch me!
Tom, what is it, that phone call? That's a gag. That's someone playing a joke.
I was a patsy, huh? All that horror and all that fright. I got black with two good men's blood helping you and that guy on the phone.
Tom, put that gun away. Now, listen, I'll explain, Tom. Let me talk.
You think I like to do those things, Ann?
Tom, now listen.
I killed 2 men to get you, Ann. But I haven't got you. No. He's got you. The guy on the boat's got you.
No, Tom, no, he hasn't.
By Ann, I did. I bought you. That's not fair. By rights, you should be mine. You're not mine,
no,
are
Tom,
you?
No, it was always you.
You're his.
I give him up. I was only kidding him, only stringing him along.
I wasted the
it
whole
was always
night.
you,
I
Tommy.
wasted all that blood on it.
No,
Wasted
Tom, please.
2 guys and 3 kids.
No.
It's got to end, Ann.
Tom, don't.
It's
like
got to
that.
end.
No.
It can't be love, can it? It couldn't have ever been love. Love doesn't hurt like this. Does it, Ann? Does it?
Hey, in there! What's going on in there?
Wasn't neat now. Just fell in a silly little lump and lay quiet.
Hey, in there! Hey, open up! What's going on in there? What's going on?
I shall walk down the corridor the night of December 10th. And I shall die. It's not important. They've let me play the piano here. I've even composed some stuff, short pieces. I always wanted to compose, but I never had the time for it. Maybe someday somebody important will play my stuff. Maybe someday you'll hear some of it. Funnier things have happened. There are even people who get away with murder. They tell me. I think a lot about Ann. Poor Ann. She should have picked someone older than me, someone solid and stable and wise, someone with a stronger stomach. Not a musician. Not a musician.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mickey Rooney with Lorene Tuttle.
I like your trophies, Harlow.
You'll like your Autolite Stay Full battery even more, Remingchester. It's just one of more than 400 products made by Autolite for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems for many makes of America's finest cars, batteries, spark plugs, generators, coils, distributors, starting motors, and Autolite bullseye headlights. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Demand and get Autolite, original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday for Suspense, Lana Turner will be our star. The play is called The Flame Blue Glove, and it is, as we say,
a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's Suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The second prelude by George Gershwin was used as thematic material. For Love or Murder is an original radio play by John Shaw. Mickey Rooney appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Battleground, starring Van Johnson, John Hodiak, Ricardo Montalban, and George Murphy. In the coming weeks, you will hear such stars as Eddie Cantor, Ida Lupino, and Daddy Kay. Don't forget, next Thursday, same time, Autolite will present Suspense, starring Lana Turner.
You can buy Autolite Stay-Full batteries, Autolite resistor or regular spark plugs, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
Join the fight against tuberculosis. Through your purchase of Christmas seals in 1948, there were fewer deaths from TB than ever before. The 1949 National Tuberculosis Christmas Seal Sale is on now. Do your part. Buy Christmas seals. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Miss Lana Turner in The Flame Blue Glove, a transcribed suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
Now, let's see. Are we going to put the tree over there again?
Uh-huh. And we'll have Santa Claus hang presents for Uncle John, Cousin Joey.
Oh, I'm going to ask Santa Claus to fill their stockings with Autolite resistor spark plugs.
Look, honey, you're home. This is me, your wife. You can get away from business.
Business? It's a pleasure to give such a Christmas present.
But, Harlow, Christmas is a time for sentiment.
Sentiment, sure. Why, John and Joy will love us because Autolite resistor spark plugs will make their cars idle smoother and give better performance on leaner gas mixtures, actually save gas.
Oh, my goodness.
Ohm is the secret, all right. That exclusive built-in 10,000 ohm Autolite resistor. Only Autolite resistor spark plugs have it.
What a life.
Now you're talking. Autolite resistor spark plugs have 200% longer electrode life. Cut down spark plug interference with radio and television, too. Why, Uncle John and Cousin Joy will say, just as I do, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with The Flame Blue Glove, and with the performance of Lana Turner, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
The trouble is, you never had any feelings, Dutch. You don't know what it is to feel, not like other people feel. You've spent too much time looking out at the world through dirty windows. I never liked working for your detective agency. I never liked you, Dutch. I never liked you at all. This is my last case. And this is my last report. You'll have to train someone else to go out and get tangled up in other people's lives. I thought I was through working for you when I married Jimmy Conway. But I was wrong. You showed up again last week. I was working in my garden. Even above the smell of the roses, I could smell trouble.
Hello, Shadow.
What? Dutch! Where did you come from?
Just in the neighborhood. Here, give me those things.
What do you know about a rose bush?
I know this one's got thrips. Trim it, use nicotine spray for a week or 10 days, clear it up just like that.
Death, taxes, and Dutch. You know everything. You haven't changed a bit. Same pipe, same awful tobacco. How's the detective business?
I miss you, Shadow. You were the best operative I ever had.
Oh, I'm flattered, Dutch.
This gilded cage stuff okay? Gardens, clothes, car, time on your hands. You really like it?
What do you think? Would you rather be a lady detective if you were me?
Maybe. I don't know. You wouldn't be interested in working on a case, would you?
I am now a happily married bride working on keeping her handsome husband. Besides, my license expired.
Could fix that. This one's right up your alley, Shadow. You did the groundwork when you were with me.
Sorry.
I know the case was closed, but it's been nagging me. I still think it was murder.
What case are you talking about?
The Conway case. Mrs. Conway.
I looked at you. You weren't kidding, but you were smiling. And you only smile when something might go wrong for somebody.
Yeah, I still believe your husband killed his first wife. Hate me?
Who hired you?
Nobody, just nagged by the fact, Shadow. Eloise Conway, wealthy wife of not-so-wealthy Jim Conway, drinks 10 dissolved sleeping tablets New Year's Eve. Coroner's jury says suicide. I just can't buy it.
The police accepted the coroner's verdict.
That day at the coroner's inquest, you disappointed me, Shadow, refusing to go on the stand. You'd been tailing him for 2 months. You could have told about his 3 lady friends.
Telling those things to a coroner's jury wouldn't have helped one way or the other. Jimmy's clean and decent, Dutch.
He would have been arrested on suspicion of murder if you'd spoken up.
Those girls meant nothing to him. They were just friends.
Maybe, and he might have fed her those pills so he could have one of those friends.
Then why did he marry me instead of whoever it was?
You saved his hide, Pigeon. You didn't tell the coroner about his friends. Maybe he married you to play it safe for a while. Maybe...
Jimmy had nothing to do with Eloise's death.
You know, I keep thinking what she said when she hired us. How did she put it? Yeah. Jimmy married me for my money. He was in love with somebody else. As soon as he thought it was safe, he went back to her.
Went back to who? Who do you mean?
Want to work on the case with me?
No. No, I don't.
Shadow, did you ever stop to think what might happen to you if he isn't innocent? If you let some little suspicion slip out somewhere and he gets it into his head that... Doesn't it ever scare you?
That song's just right, darling.
Oh, Jimmy, you're home early.
No, please. Keep playing. Did I ever tell you I love you?
You wouldn't if you knew how really bad I am. But I love you.
Well, you certainly know how bad I am. I'll bet there isn't a husband in the country married to the girl who tailed him all over town before she...
Please, Jimmy.
I'm sorry. We've kidded about this before.
It's just that I've had a bad day, that's all. My fault.
Oh, you're trembling. Oh, poor darling. Sarah,
Yes, Jimmy?
maybe you stay around this house too much. Or maybe it's around you too much.
What do you mean?
After all that's happened here. This is where Eloise died. I just thought maybe it gives you the creeps to live here. We can sell it, darling. Get another place.
Oh, no, Jimmy. This is our house now. I never was really jealous of Eloise.
Well, there's nobody else.
But, Jimmy, when Eloise did what she did, you had other friends.
Now, Sarah.
Were you in love with any of those girls? Kathy Dane. You used to sit around that nightclub listening to her sing. And Judy...
Sarah, I never loved anyone. Not Kathy, not Judy, not Eloise, anyone. Until I met you. You believe that, don't you, Sarah?
I want to, Jimmy. I want to so much. The next afternoon, walking down Hollywood Boulevard, I saw an ugly second-floor office, and there was an ugly sign to go with it. Dutch Detective Service. I came up to see you, Dutch, to tell you to drop it.
I won't drop it. They blow their heads off and take poison and jump off of buildings and chew sleeping tablets. But they don't go around hiring detectives to watch their husbands before they do it. Eloise Conway was bumped, and I'm going to find out about it.
You're not going to pin it on Jimmy. He didn't have anything to do with it.
If he didn't, one of his little friends did. Look, these old reports of yours include the names of 3 dames he went out with while you were tailing him.
Yes, that's right.
A torch singer named Kathy Dane, his private secretary, Millicent Taylor, and a Miss $1 Million named Judy Fleetwood.
And what about them? Look, Dutch, I asked Jimmy about those girls last night. They didn't mean anything to him. A woman knows her husband.
Yeah, well, I know a woman. And if they want a guy bad enough, they'll kill for him. And one of them left this glove on the floor of the bedroom the night our client passed away.
Oh, that old glove. The police weren't even interested in it as evidence.
Well, I am. The police didn't have any Cinderellas to fit it on because you didn't mention Jimmy's girlfriends at the inquest. Which one of them does it fit, Shadow?
Size 6.5. Commonest size in the world. Fit anybody. Look, even fits me, Dutch.
Well, the color's a little unusual. You'll grant me that?
Flame blue? Yes, I guess so.
All right. If we find the partner to this glove, we've got something. You going to help?
I can't.
All right. There's other female ops in this burg. I kind of thought you'd like to do it. You know, see that your husband's handled fair and square, no frames or anything like that.
Oh, all right, Dutch. I'll give it a whirl.
Good.
But in a week, you'll come to me and tell me I was right. That Jimmy's innocent.
Oh, I'm sure I will, Shadow. I'm sure I will.
Autolite is bringing you Miss Lana Turner in The Flame Blue Glove, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Harlow, if you're through rhapsodizing about Autolite resistor spark plugs, I'd like to plan out the rest of our Christmas.
Oh, sure, of course.
Now, I've asked Aunt Helen to drive over for the day.
Aunt Helen, I haven't seen her for a long time. Wonder if she's got Autolite resistor spark plugs in her car.
Everybody else is dreaming of a white Christmas. Not my husband, Harlow. He's dreaming of an Autolite Christmas.
I'll tell Aunt Helen that with Autolite resistor spark plugs, her car will idle smoother, give better performance on leaner gas mixtures, actually save her gas.
Look, my super salesman.
I'll tell her that Autolite resistor spark plugs never worry radio and television reception, that they have 200% longer electrode life.
Yeah, I know. What a Christmas party we'll have.
I'll bet Aunt Helen's eyes will light up like the famous Autolite bullseye headlights.
Then I suppose you'll tell her to get a set of Autolite resistor spark plugs at her dealer's?
No, I'll have a set on the tree for her. Or maybe she'd prefer the famous regular type Autolite spark plugs, long recognized for their dependability. Well, anyway, it's a present you can't go wrong with, because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage our star Lana Turner in The Flame Blue Glove, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
May I help you, please? I want to buy some gloves, a size 6.5.
Certainly. Any particular shade in mind?
Yes, blue.
Blue? Yes, of course. Here's a lovely shade, hand-stitched.
I was thinking of, well, more of a flame blue.
Flame blue. Oh, I'm afraid... Oh, I do happen to have a pair. 6.5?
Yes.
Here you are. What about these?
Yes, that's the pair. Exactly what I want. Oh, don't wrap them. I'll wear them.
Lovely for cocktails.
Yes, that's what I'm going to use them for. Mrs. Wingate? Yes, I'm Mrs. Wingate. Oh, won't you sit down, please, Miss Dane? I've always admired your singing so much. I've always been a fan of yours. Kathy Dane records are favorites with all my friends. Oh, I took the liberty of ordering martinis.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Wingate. I don't go on here for another half hour.
Oh, I didn't come to hear you sing this time, Miss Dane. I came to ask you a favor.
Oh?
I want you to sing at a party I'm giving next month at my Bel Air home.
Well, I'm flattered, but I'm afraid I couldn't possibly accept any private engagements.
Oh, I wish you'd reconsider. It's such a special occasion for a very dear friend who's spoken of you.
Oh, who?
Jimmy Conway.
Jimmy?
Yes, he's my neighbor. You know, he's been through so much in the last year with Eloise's death and everything. I felt this party might...
You know Jimmy's wife?
Yes, I've met Sarah. She's very nice.
I'm glad. For Jimmy.
I know I talk too much, but since I've met you, I can't help wondering why you and Jimmy...
It's really quite simple, Mrs. Wingate. I'm a singer. I need backing. Jimmy couldn't help me then. He didn't have the money he inherited when his... Well, anyway, by the time I got my backing, what's her name? Sarah had come between us. I never met her, but...
Oh, I'm sorry. Did any get on you?
No, but I'm afraid those beautiful gloves of yours are ruined. Oh, what a shame.
Well, I hope it won't take the color out. Flame blue is my favorite.
Mine, too, I guess. I had some gloves pretty much like those ones.
Oh, really?
I lost one of them.
Oh, really? Well, I ruined one here. Perhaps we could make a pair between us. Which one did you lose?
Oh, I can tell by just looking at yours they'd be too small. I wear a 7 3/4 glove. Have to have them made to order. My piano teacher used to call me ham hands. Sorry, I'm not your girl.
No, I'm afraid you're not. No, she wasn't, Dutch. I'd played the scene well. Smart. Oh, you'd have been proud of me, Dutch. It wasn't easy. Because I was playing with my own life, my happiness. But I did it just the way you taught me. And I gave you the report just the way you taught me. All facts, no emotion.
All right, Shadow, so it isn't Kathy Dane. But that glove fits somebody.
Dutch, I hate it. I'm shaking from it. Oh, Jimmy'll know I'm up to something. Look, drop the whole thing. I'll give you $15,000 I have in my checking account.
I want more than that.
Dutch, I won't let you break this up for me. Jimmy and I have too much.
You mean you're going to try hanging on to him and his money even if Eloise was murdered?
Stop it!
That make you feel better?
I'm sorry.
Okay. 1 down and 2 to go. That's a secretary and a grass widow. Who's first, Shadow?
I'm so tired, Dutch.
Sure, kid, sure. You need a good night's sleep. I'll drive you home. Oh, by the by, do you sleep good in that house?
Very well.
Just ask, Shadow. Just ask.
You drove me home. I don't know what I was thinking to let you do it. When we got there, we spent an hour sitting in the car while you gave me all the details about Millicent Taylor again. She'd been Jimmy's secretary for 4 years. She'd been out of town at the time of Eloise's death. You wanted to know where. We said goodnight finally. You drove off.
Evening, Sarah. Since when have taxis been slipping up to the house without lights?
Oh, Jimmy, didn't you get my message?
Sure, darling. You wouldn't be home for dinner. Why are you so nervous? Who'd you have dinner with?
Oh, Louise Gowans. You remember Louise. She just got in from Honolulu.
Oh, how is Lou?
Oh, fine. Fine, Jim. She asked about you.
Well,
What is it, darling?
don't you kiss your husband when you get home?
Oh, of course. Well, what's the matter?
You're smoking a new brand of cigarettes or something?
No,
Oh, your hair's full of a tobacco smell I seem to remember from somewhere.
Oh, the cab driver was smoking a pipe.
Oh, I remember now. That man you used to work for. He smoked an awful tobacco that I couldn't...
It's just an old, cheap brand. So 2 people smoke it.
Yes. Yes, of course.
I was too clever for him, the way you taught me to be clever. And the next day, Dutch, I used everything you taught me. I had to. Because on my way back from Hollywood, I noticed that a gray coupe had turned with me off the boulevard. I noticed it because it looked exactly like my old car that I sold when I got married. And when it turned with me again at sunset and followed me out to Laurel, I knew that it was tailing me. Oh, I used what you taught me so well, Dutch. I timed traffic lights, dodged up narrow streets, and got away from it. I would have taken his license number and looked him up, Dutch, but I had other things to do first. Things like playing sick, playing a scene for my husband's secretary. Come in. Oh, Millicent. Millicent, it was so sweet of you to come. Sit over here by the bed.
Are you ill, Mrs. Conway?
Oh, migraine headaches. Unbearable sometimes.
Oh? Shame.
Oh, but I never let Jimmy know about them. Sick wives are such a nuisance to a man.
Yes, they certainly are.
I called you, Millicent, because I've been planning a surprise for Jim's birthday. A costume party.
And you want me to call it off? All right. What guests are coming?
No, I don't want to call it off. Jimmy needs relaxation. I wondered if you'd play hostess for me.
Me?
Hostess? Well, if this stupid headache persists, it'd be a great favor to me, and I know Jim would like it. Say you will, please.
Well, really, Mrs. Conway,
Please now.
Well, I haven't a costume. I don't know what...
Well, mine's in the closet. I got it from Hollywood costumers today. It would fit you.
Which one?
The colonial with the...
Oh, yes. Well, it's lovely, Mrs. Conway.
Oh, you'd look beautiful in it. I'd almost be afraid to let Jimmy see you wearing it.
Would you?
Now, the only thing it needs is some blue gloves. flame blue, don't you think? Of course, they're rather difficult to
Well,
find.
that's no problem. I think I know.
Yes?
You're clever, aren't you, Mrs. Conway?
How do you mean?
You aren't like Eloise. Migraine headaches. She'd have called him away from work a couple of days to nurse her. She was that kind of wife.
You're very fond of my husband, aren't you, Millicent?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Are you in love with him?
Yes. Last winter it got so bad that I had to go to a sanitarium for a while.
Oh, you poor dear.
Everyone thought I was spending the holidays with my sister. When I came back, a lot of things had happened. Eloise had committed suicide,
and I was married to Jimmy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Here.
But aren't you going to take the costume with you?
I've got a feeling you'll be up and around by party time. If there is a party. Oh, just in case you want to check it. On New Year's Eve, I was in Riverview Sanitarium, Mrs. Conway. Goodbye.
Just another secretary carrying a torch for a boss. Another bad lead, Dutch. You checked on it next morning.
Well, that's that, Shadow. Okay. But there's still the grass widow. She's smart.
Judy Fleetwood. Look, she was in Reno getting a divorce.
Cleaning service is good, and that glove might fit her.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, we're getting near the end, aren't we? You won't say uncle, will you, Dutch?
Nope.
I drove over to Encino to Judy Fleetwood's ranch, a big rambling place that sprawled over several acres, complete with stables, swimming pool, and pictures. The one above the mantel was an oil of Judy herself, but a modest photograph on the desk below was the real eye-catcher. It was Jimmy.
So you're Sarah Conway.
Yes.
Well, this is cozy. Sarah the winner. Judy the loser meet like two ladies and talk about the battle. What do you have?
Oh, nothing, thank you.
Oh, prim, too. Cheers, Toots. What are you doing here?
Well, I'd like to have you over for dinner. Say, tomorrow night?
I think that would be positively nostalgic. Want me to bring someone with me?
If you wish, yes.
Well, the guy across the road just left his wife. Shall I bring him along?
Well, anyone you want.
Yeah. You know what? I only wanted one guy, and you got him. Have a drink. This is quite an occasion, meeting you after seeing so much of you.
After seeing so much of me?
Sure. Last year, every time I was out with Jimmy, I'd see you lurking in the bushes somewhere. Where's your magnifying glass and bloodhounds?
I didn't like doing it, Miss Fleetwood. It was a job.
You made it pay off, honey. Oh, come off it. Tailing a man, getting the dope on his private life, then scaring him into marriage.
That's a lie.
It isn't? The night Eloise died, I went to see her.
You were with her the night she died?
That's what I said. And she told me she was more scared of you than any of us. So you're good, sister. You're real good. But you're not going to keep him. You hear me? It would have been me if you hadn't interfered.
Give it to me.
Dutch, Judy Fleetwood was there the night Eloise died. She told me so herself. That's how smart she is.
Good. Anything else?
Well, I didn't get a chance to find out about the glove. I got so
I
mad.
found the glove, Shadow.
What?
Yeah, the other flame blue glove.
Well, where'd you find it?
Where every dame, even the smartest one, can lose a glove when she's driving a car, tucked down on the cushions.
Oh, I see.
Cost me a lot of time and money, Shadow, but I expect to get it back. Girl who owned that car got lots of money, loaded.
Well, what happens now?
We'll wind it up tonight, Shadow. You know that little house outside the gate to the Fleetwood dame's place?
Yes?
Meet you there at 9.
Oh, I have to hang up. Goodbye, Mr. Dameron.
Sarah, who are you talking with?
Oh, just a friend. Jimmy, do you think I'm lying?
2 nights ago, you were having dinner with Louise Gowans. She'd just come in from Hawaii.
Yes?
Louise called me at the office today. She tried to get you at home. She told me she just got in today from New York. Well, Sarah?
I hoped you wouldn't catch me, darling. Actually, I had to meet a man. Well, it was for your birthday. A surprise.
It's hard to keep up with you sometimes, Sarah. Who do we know drives a gray coupe? I know you once owned one, but
Well, I'm sure I don't know.
Coming home twice now, I've seen him sitting in it. Seemed to be interested in our house. Thought he might be your doctor.
My doctor? Oh, what are you talking about, Jimmy?
Migraine headaches, darling.
Oh. Millicent shouldn't have mentioned it. They're really nothing.
It's funny. Eloise used to have migraines. Here,
What are those?
take 2 of these. Put you right to sleep. I don't want you to suffer anymore. You shouldn't take too many of these, of course.
Well, that's awfully sweet, Jimmy, but I feel perfectly fine.
Do as I say. Here, take them.
But Jimmy did. All right.
Now, go on up to bed. Sarah, I'm sorry I found out about my birthday surprise.
Yes, darling.
I'll have to plan a surprise for you someday, won't I?
I pawned the sleeping pills, of course. Another little trick you taught me. I waited in my room 20 minutes. I could hear Jimmy listening outside my door. Then I quietly dialed the operator and told her my phone seemed to be out of order and asked her to call me back. As soon as it rang and I heard Jimmy race to answer it downstairs, I was down the back stairs and out of the house. I was still 10 minutes early for our appointment at Judy Fleetwood's. I was quite calm. The night was dark, and I had my gun. I stood in the shadows and waited for you. I expected to hear your car first, but you fooled me, Dutch. I couldn't make out the shadow across the driveway, but I could smell the pipe smoke, and I fired. Dutch! Dutch!
All right, Shadow.
Oh!
Drop it.
Dutch!
I said drop it. You never did learn how to shoot a gun, did you, Shadow? But you learned everything else.
It's money you want, isn't it, Dutch?
What good would it do me, Shadow? I'd be asking for something like this every time I came around to collect from you. And you might learn to shoot straight after a while.
So, this is it, Dutch.
This is it, baby. I've got the glove in your old car, the mate to the one you left in Eloise's room the night you fed her those pills. Even got you now on attempted murder.
Nothing much for me to say, is there?
Nope. That enough for you, Lieutenant?
I guess it is. Sarah Oliver Conway, you're under arrest for the murder of Eloise Conway.
Jimmy came to see me today. He said you phoned him yesterday and told him I would attempt to kill you because you were closing in on me for Eloise's murder. Dutch, Jimmy gave me 2 sleeping pills after he talked to you. He was trying to keep me from doing anything until he could think of some way out of all this. But you wouldn't understand what that means to me, I guess. You never loved anybody, Dutch.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Lana Turner.
Well, Harlow, with all your talk about Autolite resistor spark plugs, I still love you.
Ah, you're a swell wife. 1 in a million. Just like Autolite resistor spark plugs are one of more than 400 products made by Autolite for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. Batteries, spark plugs, generators, coils, distributors, starting motors, and bullseye sealed beam headlights. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly because they're a perfect team. So don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite, original factory parts, at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday for Suspense, Eddie Cantor will be our star. The play is called Double Entry. And it is, as we say,
a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's transcribed suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucian Morawek and conducted by Lud Bluskin. The Flame Blue Glove is an original radio play by Lois Eby and John C. Fleming, adapted for Suspense by E. Jack Newman. Lana Turner appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Dore Sherry's Battleground, starring Van Johnson, John Hodiak, Ricardo Montalban, and George Murphy. For the 2nd consecutive year, Lana Turner has been named the most popular star by the readers of Modern Screen magazine in its motion picture popularity poll. In the coming weeks, you will hear such stars as Ida Lupino, Danny Kaye, and Ozzie and Harriet Nelson. Don't forget, next Thursday, same time, Autolite will present Suspense, starring Eddie Cantor.
You can buy Autolite resistor or regular spark plugs, Autolite stay-full batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
Friends, once again, the Salvation Army is busy bringing new hope and cheer to many less fortunate than ourselves. Help where you can. Help the Salvation Army help others. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Mr. Eddie Cantor in Double Entry, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
Well, a weeping reindeer. What's wrong?
I just lost my job.
Oh, that's terrible, and so near Christmas. By the way, what's your name?
Donna?
Well, tell me, Donner, how do Blitzen, Dancer, and Prancer feel about this?
Oh, just awful. They've been fired, too. You see, when Santa Claus, was our boss, first heard about your Autolite stay-full batteries, he decided to give up the sleigh and make his deliveries by car.
Oh, Santa fell in love with those stay-full features, eh?
I guess so, but I don't know why.
Oh, that's easy. You see, his Autolite stay-full battery needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. And then, too, it gives him, pardon the expression, reindeer fast starts, even in the North Pole. And what's more, with those fiberglass retaining mats protecting every positive plate, Autolite stay-full batteries deliver 70% longer average life than batteries without stay-full features. That's shown by recent tests based on SAE life cycle standards.
Well, that doesn't make me any happier.
Oh, come on, dear. Cheer up. 'Tis the season to be jolly. Remember, you're always bright with Autolite.
Mr. Cantor appears as Eddie, with Sidney Miller as Sam, his bosom friend, in Double Entry, an unusual story of clerical crime at Christmas time. Altogether, a most remarkable tale of suspense.
It always balances in the double entry system. If it don't, you hang around until it does. Yeah, even Christmas week. That's what I've been doing all my life, keeping books. It's fascinating, positively fascinating. Look at them figures. Beautiful, ain't they? Calligraphy, they call it. That's Greek for beautiful handwriting, you know. I bet in my day I've written billions of figures. Oh, hundreds of billions. And cash? Say, I've handled so much cash, my fingers are calloused. Why, once I even got water on the thumb from licking it to count money. But so what? What's cash? You go along every day counting it, piling it up, never thinking who owns it, never even think about what it will buy. Handling cash is just the same as adding figures. A job. Then, one day something happens that makes you look on things different. There's no excitement in an office, no danger, no heroism, no adventure. Not much chance to risk anything, to do something for a pal. So if a guy gets a chance to do a favor, to help out a pal who's in a jam, well, maybe you look on cash a little different. All of a sudden, cash is more than pieces of metal and bits of green paper. And if it's Christmas week, if it's Christmas Eve, and your pal is true blue, it's even more important.
Eddie, hand me that Dixie cup, will you?
Your ulcers bothering you again, Sam?
Yeah, bad. These ledgers are driving me nuts.
You got the wrong temperament for an accountant, Sam. You shouldn't let it get you down.
Things can't go on like this, Eddie.
What's the matter, Alice? Don't Alice understand you?
No. That's not what I mean, Eddie.
What do you mean, Sam?
You wouldn't understand it.
Oh, you always say that, Sam. I'm an understanding guy. That's what Mabel says.
Mabel says. You understand Mabel. Does she understand you?
Certainly, perfectly. A man's wife has to understand him. If she don't, what good is she?
Well, it's a nice way to look at it. If your wife understands you.
Don't Alice understand you?
No, Alice don't understand me.
That's because you don't understand her.
Will you shut up? Sometimes you're so smug.
Oh, lay off, Sam. You can't go on like this.
Like what?
Grouchy all the time? You got something on your mind that Alice don't understand? Try me out. I won't throw no dishes at you.
I can't tell you, Ed. It wouldn't matter anyway. You can't do nothing.
Well, just telling your troubles helps sometime. Talk, Sam.
No.
Talk, Sam. This is Eddie, your friend.
Okay. It's the auditors.
Oh, them guys?
Yeah.
Don't let them worry you. You're head bookkeeper here, ain't you? You tell them. Don't let them tell you.
I'm telling you, Eddie. They're getting awful close.
What are you talking about?
They're driving me nuts.
Why, Sam?
Eddie, I'm light.
You mean?
The books. They're light. They're short.
You mean that...
I'm a crook, Eddie. Yeah, an embezzler. And they're going to get me. Those auditors, they're on to me. I know they are. I can feel them getting closer and closer. Now, after 9 years, they're on the trail, Ed.
You a crook, Sam. I don't believe it.
Oh, I wish I were dreaming.
Why, Sam, you're the fair-haired boy around here. All you had to do was ask.
Ask who? Bartholomew, that tight-fisted
It's
stubborn...
Alice. She's to blame, I know. She wasn't satisfied with your salary. She wanted ermine, capes, diamonds, a box at the opera. I know she drove you to it, Sam.
Don't blame her, Eddie. This one we can't blame on Alice. She doesn't even know anything about this caper.
Well, if she didn't drive you to it, why'd you do it?
All those kids on the block. They wanted to go to camp. Yeah, that's how it started, Eddie. With unknown benefactory.
What? You don't make sense, Sam. It
was just $100 or so at first. I figured to put it right back. Then the papers come out with unknown benefactor sends 20 kids to summer camp. Oh, that got me. That unknown benefactor.
So that was you, huh?
Yeah. And pretty soon I was taking out $100 here, $100 there, sending it off to all sorts of people and outfits. I sent dough to help the Institute for Aged Cats.
Oh.
Yeah, then I was an unknown contributor to Help Save Vaudeville movement. And kids. I was always helping kids. A regular Scrooge.
No. Santa Claus, Sam.
Yeah. And it made me feel great. Of course, I'd cover up on the books here with a fake entry, hoping I'd hit on the market and be able to put it all back, you know.
Yeah, but you were always unable to make a recoup. Kept getting in deeper. Sam Crockett, an embezzler, and for 9 years.
Don't say it, Eddie.
9 years. How much did you take in all that time?
$100,000 and 11 cents. Where am I going to get that kind of money?
I could dig up the 11 cents. But...
Oh, wisecracks. That's all you're good for. Jail staring me in the face.
What do you want me to say? What do you generally say? What do you generally say to your friend when he tells you he's a crook?
I told you because it feels good to get it off my chest. 9 years of hell.
That's why you've been so nervous.
That's where my ulcers come from.
Every night working late, covering up and...
Sweating, worrying, thinking of the ultimate end. The wall's closing in on me, Eddie.
And now... Hello, yes? Yes, Mr. Bartholomew. Send Crockett in? Okay.
My master's voice.
Bartholomew wants to see you. Wag your tail, Fido.
Wag it? I can't even drag it. Say, Eddie, didn't I see the auditors go in there a minute ago?
Yeah. Yeah, come to think they did, Sam.
This is it, kid. Merry Christmas.
Maybe it's not, Sam.
I got a feeling. I'm not scared, Eddie. No, it's a relief. Now I'll sleep nights. Maybe my ulcer will clear up. But those kids are going to take it hard when they read about their unknown benefactor doing time.
100 grand. Holy. Wonder what he did with the 11 cents. Sales tax, I suppose. What a chump.
Your name, Eddie?
Yeah, what about it?
What about it? I'm Fink Freeze. Mr. Flint said to drop in and see if you want to place a bet today.
Flint who?
What do you mean, Flint who? Mike Flint. Ain't your name Eddie?
Sure, but I never heard of Mike Flint. You got the wrong Eddie. My name's Sullivan.
Oh, he didn't tell me the last name. How am I to know? He says look up Eddie in 411 Perry Trust Building.
This is 511.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Huh?
Wait. You say you take bets on horses?
I'll take a bet on a camel if he's running a tropical park.
Are you a bookie?
Well, I ain't no taxidermist, pal.
Say, I may be the right Eddie after all. Got any odds?
Well, if you're on the level, Eddie.
You're in the business. Do I look like a stool pigeon?
Okay, Eddie. I guess you're okay. Odds, huh? You want odds? Well, let's see. A tropical park, I can give you 10-1 in the first race. Aleppo finished last in a field of 9 as only others start.
Let's see the form.
You see, odds is okay if you don't bet too heavy. Play odds like a side bet, Eddie. The thing to play is the jockey, not the horse. Now, you take Sylvester. Won 3 yesterday, 2 on Monday, 1 on Sunday. Oh, he's hot, very hot. He can ride any dog into the money.
Does he ride a long shot today?
No, he's got 2 favorites and 4 short odds nags. He'll win, say, 2 races today, maybe 3, 1 for Santa Claus.
Say, here's a 50-1 shot. Altruism.
Altruism? I never heard of him.
I got a hunch.
Well, play it. Always play hunches. Let's see who this altruism is. Never raced before.
Then how do you know he's no good?
Well, I don't, but look who he's running against. War Alarm, unbeaten in 3 starts. Test Tube, last year's Gold Cup runner-up, and File Clerk. Oh, say, there's a hunch for you, Eddie.
I ain't no file clerk, and I'm playing altruism if you don't mind.
Okay, Eddie, okay. Just give me your $2.
Is that all I can bet?
Well, no, Eddie, but, gee, I don't want to play you for a sucker.
How about $2,000?
Oh, why don't you tie that bull to a fence?
Will you take $2,000 on altruism?
On the level, Eddie?
Sure as tonight's Christmas Eve.
Where would you get that kind of dough?
Borrow it from the boss.
Well, I'll have to get Flint's okay. Let me use your phone, huh?
Go ahead.
$2,000. Oh, well, that's not stage money, Eddie.
Neither is $100,000. Could you pay off?
Well, sure. Flint will cover any bet I make. Hello. Give me Flint. See, this Flint is a very smart cookie. Maybe he don't want... Oh, hello, Mike? This is Fink. Look, there's a man's got $2,000 he wants to put on an ad called Altruism in the 3rd of Tropical. The odds are 50-1. How about it? Uh-huh. Yeah, but if he wins, Mike... well, sure, I'm a gambler, but 50-... Hey! Guy hung up. Funny guy, this Flint. Am I a gambler, he says. Well, okay, Eddie. We'll play $2,000 on Altruism's nose for you, okay?
Well, all right, but it's a lot of dough to hand over to someone I never saw before.
Well, I never saw you before either, mister.
Yeah, but what chance are you taking?
Look, quit stalling, Eddie. Are you betting or not?
Okay. Wait till I get the money. Here it is. 1,000, 1,100, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Makes $2,000.
Thanks, Eddie. What you shaking for? Is this your life savings or something?
No. There's lots more where this came from.
Oh, of course. You're independently wealthy.
Oh, yeah. That's it, Fink. Gee, you're a card.
Oh, card. Oh, gee, I almost forgot. Here's my card, and here's your ticket. Now, hang on to it. Might be worth $100,000.
Okay, Fink,
Hey, you all right? You look kind of green.
You've just been looking at too much dough, Fink.
Maybe. Now, you drop around this afternoon about 3. The address is on the card. Your dog is running in. Goodbye, Altruism.
So long, Fink.
So long, Eddie.
Hello?
Sullivan, this is Mr. Bartholomew.
Yes, sir.
Speak up.
Yes, sir.
That's better, Sullivan. Sullivan, I want you to send a nice new $100 bill to the 2nd Street Mission. Put it in a plain envelope and don't write anything with it. Wrap it in a piece of paper so no one will know what it is at the post office. I want to send a nice little anonymous gift as a surprise. A nice, crisp $100 bill.
Yes, sir, Mr. Bartholomew. 2nd Street Mission. I may send them a little something myself later. Yeah.
Eddie, it's okay. I got by.
What?
I'm clear. That auditor missed it. What's the matter? Aren't you glad?
You mean you ain't going to jail?
No, not this year.
Are you sure, Sam?
Positive, Eddie. The auditors are through. Not a chance of getting caught.
Not a chance, Sam?
Not a chance, Eddie.
There could be a slip-up.
No, there couldn't. What's the matter with you? Aren't you glad for me?
Sure. Look, already I'm doing handsprings.
Oh, boy. Of course, it doesn't solve things completely.
You said it.
I'm still short, but that's okay.
Oh, sure.
I'll think of something. I got a whole year. No more unknown benefactors, though.
I'm very glad.
Eddie, I don't quite get it, though. Bartholomew buttering me up. He says, we know everything is in good shape, Sam. No use putting these auditors to any more trouble. Just have them check the cash on hand, and that'll wind it up.
The cash?
Yeah.
Sam, hand me that Dixie cup by the typewriter.
Yeah, sure. You dry?
Very. How are you going to get the $100,000 back in the books?
Oh, I don't know. Why?
Maybe I can raise some dough.
You couldn't raise a Venetian blind. But what are you worrying for? I'm out of a jam.
And I'm in.
What are you... What's on your mind?
Just 2 or 3 years, that's all.
And now I suppose you're going to tell me you've been swiping postage stamps.
Oh, no. Nothing as bad as that. Look, I'm your pal, Sam.
Well, sure.
I'd do anything for you.
Then talk sense.
I hated to think of you in Sing Sing for 6 months, Sam, so... I'm going there myself for a few years.
What do you say?
I took $2,000 and betted on a 50-to-1 shot at Tropical Park, Sam.
No.
Yes.
No.
Oh, yes, I did it. Yes.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
No, tell me you're kidding me, Eddie.
I did it for you, Sam, for Christmas.
What?
A guy don't get a chance to prove his friendship very often.
Friendship? You talk of friendship at a time like this? We're both as good as in Sing Sing right now.
And me the longest.
I hope so. Of all the dumb tricks. And you didn't make any entries, huh?
No. Just took it.
Eddie, how'd you come to bet on a horse? You never made a bet. What bookies do you know?
Here's his card. He just happened in by accident.
A truck should just happen by accident to run over you.
Maybe he'd give it back, Sam.
Oh, sure. Bookies are that way. Philanthropists, all of them. Besides, there's probably no such address as this.
Oh, don't be hard on me, Sam. After all, I risked my own neck to save yours.
No greater love.
And maybe this horse will win.
A 50-to-1?
Well?
Let me see that card. All we can do is try and get the dough back.
He was awful nice, Sam.
Oh, shut up. Nice. Look, fake an entry in the books. Then we'll pay Mr. Fink Freeze a call. Friendship.
Yeah, friendship. We're in this together, pal.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Eddie Cantor in Double Entry, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Happy days are here again. Jingle bells, jingle bells.
Hey, Donner, why the sudden switch? You were sadder than a bride's first batch of biscuits a few minutes ago.
Oh, Santa changed his mind. He's sticking to tradition, and I'm going back to work.
Well, good for you.
It's even better for you. Santa thinks your Autolite Stay-Full batteries are so good, he's decided to bring one to every car owner.
Gosh, what a wonderful way to be greeted Christmas morning. Imagine finding one of these brawny bundles of endless energy, the Autolite Stay-Full battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use, all wrapped up in red ribbon under your tree. But speaking of Christmas greetings, friends, I have a card here, and it's addressed to you. It says, may your holiday this year be the cheeriest ever, and it's signed the Autolite folks. To that, let me add Merry Christmas wishes from all of us on Suspense. Happy holiday to you all.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage our star, Eddie Cantor, with Sidney Miller in Double Entry, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
On the subway up to the bookie's place, I didn't say a word. I just stared at the ads and kept thinking of how I'd messed things up and wondering what Sam was thinking. The window we sat near had bars on it, and I felt I was already in jail. Well, we got to the bookies. It was a great big large room.
The track is now past the Tropical Park.
Well, if it ain't the millionaire bookkeeper. Hi, Eddie.
Oh, hello there, Fink.
Welcome to our humble joint. Of course, it ain't like Hialeah.
Oh, but it's as close to it as we can get in New York, I know.
This is Sam Crockett, Fink, my friend.
Oh, glad to meet you, Mr. Crockett. Smart man you got working with you. He's going to make himself a pile of dough this afternoon, aren't you, Eddie?
Look, fella, this is all a mistake.
Huh?
Eddie had no business betting $2,000 on a horse. The fact is, it wasn't his money.
Well, I am surprised.
You see, he was trying to help someone.
So he helped himself to $2,000, huh?
Think, give us a break and return the money. We'll both go to jail if we don't put it back.
Scratch
Look,
boy number 6.
I'm very sorry, fellas, but I can't do nothing. I've turned in the dough. I just work here. I can't get that back.
Oh, you've got to help us, Fink.
Look, I'd like to, Crockett, but how can I? This is a business. Now, supposing I ask the boss. He says it's a contract. He can't back out, neither can you. Where would we be if we asked you to take your money back?
Yeah, but don't you see, we'll go to Sing Sing,
2
Fink.
minutes to post time for the 3rd at Tropical Place. Your bets now, men.
Yeah, maybe those bills were counterfeit. You could tell the cashier the dough's no good, huh?
Now, how can I, Eddie? He can spot a phony from 50 yards.
Look, Fink, the auditors are checking our books now.
All I can say is I'm very sorry, and I hope this nag wins for you. But I can't do a thing about it.
In the 3rd.
Oh, we're sunk, Eddie.
I'm really sorry, boys. I should have known better than to take your dough.
He sounded like he meant it, Sam.
So what? Come on, let's go.
Ain't you interested in hearing the race over the loudspeaker?
No.
Well, I am. It's me who started this. I'm going to get my money's worth.
Tropical in the 3rd, a correction. Sylvester is riding altruism.
Did you hear that, Sam?
You mean we get a jockey?
Now, don't be funny. This guy Sylvester is hot. He's winning 2 or 3 races a day.
3rd, they're away at 3:17.
They're off, Sam.
I got ears.
Oh, gosh.
At the quarter, it's War Alarm, Dive Bomber, Calumet Powell, Done In, Westwood Ho, File Clerk, Valiant Ned, Mashy Niblick, Timid Soul, Golden West, Test Tube, Auction Block, Early Riser, and altruism.
No wonder you got 50 to 1. There's 50 horses.
That's not a race, it's a caravan.
Last place. Now are you satisfied?
Okay, Sam, let's go. Seabiscuit couldn't win in a crowd like that unless he cut across the infield.
Oh, you sure pick 'em.
Come on, what are you waiting for?
I'm not waiting. Quit pushing me.
Am I pushing you?
Shh, listen.
Valiant Ned by a length. War Alarm is 2nd, Test Tube is 3rd. Dive Bomber 4th, Done In, Calumet Powell, Westwood Ho, File Clerk, Timid Soul, Golden West, Early Riser, Mashy Niblick, Altruism, and Auction Block has dropped out.
That nag is taking the pause that refreshes.
Well, he's come up.
If enough drop out, he can win.
Yeah, the race would have to last 2 days, huh?
Why didn't they run it in heats?
Well, might as well hang around till the end, huh, Sam?
Well, I guess so.
Stretch. Valiant Ned is still leading by a length. Test Tube is 2nd. War Alarm is 3rd. And coming up is Altruism.
Did he say altruism?
He said it. Get the results.
Hey, Porky, how about the finish?
Coming over the line now, Fink.
Sylvester, ride, boy, ride.
Don't wring your hands. It's too late to pray. The race is over.
Who's the winner?
How do I know? The wire is always a minute behind.
Eddie, we've got a chance. Christmas comes but once a year.
That's too close for comfort. Oh, why did Flint let me take that bet?
The winner of the 3rd at Tropical is Altruism.
No, my horse. No. Yours, mine. He won. Sam, he won.
No, he won. He won, Eddie.
Well, am I a chump now?
You're a champ, Eddie, a champ.
Oh, it was nothing, Sam.
Only a sap could do it.
Thanks, Sam.
Holy smoke, this does it.
Fink, I almost forgot. You got to fork over the money.
Yeah, that just about busts this joint. Look, how about calling it off?
Remember what you said about contracts?
Well, yeah, if I'd have known they were switching Sylvester on that dog.
Come on, when do we get paid off?
Well, right now, Crockett. Come on over to the cashier.
Cash? Do we have to take cash?
Oh, absolutely. Here, give me your ticket.
Here.
Now, here's the cashier at this window. 100 grand, Speed.
Look, the cashier don't bat an eye. I'm going to take the money. The cops!
It's a race!
How about my dough?
Grab that cashier!
He's going out the back door! Well, the cops jugged everyone in the place. Fink and the other gamblers got away with 100 grand, and we had to wait until Christmas morning for a hearing, but every silver lining has a rip in it.
Oh, I don't see how they got away. Oh, am I sore. We sit here in the can, and they're off with all that dough.
We were framed, Sam. The whole thing was planned.
Oh, you're crazy. How'd Fink know altruism would win? You can't turn on a police raid like a shower bath.
Well, how are we ever going to find those guys?
We won't. And if we do, it won't do us any good. Because you haven't got the ticket anymore. And even if you had, you couldn't force them to pay because bookmaking isn't legal. It's gambling.
Keep on. I love to hear your ulcer talk.
Oh.
And it fits so nicely with these surroundings.
You might as well get used to it. We'll be living in quarters like this for some time.
Quiet, Sam. Here comes the keeper.
And he's got Fink with him.
Good. He deserves to be in jail, the dirty...
Hello, Eddie. I got something for you.
I'm sorry. I'm just not interested in tips, that's all.
Oh, no, Eddie, you don't understand. I just come to say Merry Christmas. And this is for you, Eddie.
For me?
What is that? Open it, Eddie.
Look, Sam, $2,000.
$2,000?
That's right. That's all I got. It's my own dough. Mike Flint blew town, so this is the best I can do, Eddie.
Oh, gee, thanks, Fink. Thanks, you're a prince.
Just call him Santa Claus. So there I was, back where I started, at scratch. All I had to do was to put the dough back in the cash drawer. They made us pay a $10 fine, and we got home in time for Christmas dinner. The next morning, we took the subway downtown. Sam read the paper, and I just stared at the ads as usual.
Eddie, quite a story about altruism. Picture of Sylvester. Just a kid, 19, weighs 105.
Look at that ad. It says to spell it backwards. If they want you to read it that way, why didn't they turn it around?
Yeah. Eddie, look.
I don't know why they... What is it, Sam?
Look, this picture. It's Bartholomew.
Where? They've arrested him. What for?
Embezzlement, Eddie.
But that's you, Sam.
Listen to this. Bartholomew confessed to having embezzled company funds to the tune of $250,000 when auditors discovered a shortage in cash of $2,000. So that's why he was hurrying those guys around.
Let me see.
Look.
What a business. Everyone in it is a crook. Hey, Sam. Sam, where you going?
Back to the police station. I'm giving myself up.
Giving yourself up? But, Sam...
No, Eddie. I'd never sleep again if I escape scot-free. Besides, I'd like to get away from Alice for 6 months.
But, Sam... When nobody was looking, I slipped the $2,000 back into the cash drawer, and Sam went to the police and gave himself up. But guess what? They didn't want him. They already had their man. Sam wrote out a confession, offered to show them the books, but they just laughed at him. Called him a publicity seeker. He pleaded with them, but it was no use. Even Bartholomew called him a fool. Imagine Sam fought for the right to go to prison, and they laughed at him. Then he went to the newspapers, even to the district attorney, explaining what he'd done with the money. But they wouldn't believe him either. That's the thing that finally broke Sam's heart. No one would believe that he was the famous unknown benefactor. They told him, go on, Santa Claus, go back to your reindeer. Sam would have preferred a few quiet months in Sing Sing breaking rocks. He could have got rid of his ulcers. He would have got away from Alice, but no.
Hey, Eddie, hand me that Dixie cup, will you?
Your ulcers bothering you again, Sam?
Yeah, something awful. Keeping ledgers straight is driving me nuts.
Oh, Sam.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Eddie Cantor with Sidney Miller.
Well, Eddie, suspense is a far cry from your Sunday night take-it-or-leave-it show.
Oh, not so far. There's a lot of suspense when we get to the $64 question.
Well, to make you feel at home here, Eddie, I've prepared a question for you to ask me.
I'll bet I know the category, batteries.
What else?
All right. Where's the question?
Right here on this slip of paper.
Let's see. It reads, is there anything that uses less water than an Autolite Stateful battery? Now, isn't that a silly question to ask you, Harlow?
Yes, it is, Eddie. The answer is so obvious. Why, Autolite Stay Full batteries need water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Any more questions?
No, Eddie, and thank you. Friends, Autolite Stay Full batteries are made by Autolite, who make more than 400 other products for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. Batteries, spark plugs, generators, coils, distributors, starting motors, and bullseye sealed beam headlights. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite, original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. And friends, once again, Merry Christmas to all, and to all, good night. Next Thursday for Suspense, Ida Lupino will be our star. The play is called The Bullet, and it is, as we say,
a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's Suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Double Entry is an original radio play by Robert Minton.
You can buy Autolite Stay Full batteries, Autolite resistor or regular spark plugs, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Miss Ida Lupino in The Bullet, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
Hey, Sonny, what are you doing out so late? And holy smoke, with nothing on but a ribbon.
I'm not late. I'm early.
Hold it, let's see that ribbon. Well, 1950.
Just call me Happy.
I see. Happy New Year, eh?
That's me. By the way, what do you do?
Oh, I sell Autolite resistor spark plugs.
Autolite resistor spark plug?
You mean you haven't heard of Autolite resistor spark plugs? Those perfectly perky, persistent performers that let your engine idle smoother, run better on leaner gas mixtures, save gas?
Where I come from, we ride around on stars, not cars.
Oh. Well, anyway, Autolite resistor spark plugs with that exclusive built-in 10,000 ohm Autolite resistor have 200% greater electrode life. Cut down spark plug interference with radio and television. And say, young fella, now that you've come down to earth, you'll be using a car. So take a tip. See your friendly Autolite spark plug dealer and get a set of Autolite resistor spark plugs, long recognized for their dependability. You're always right with Autolite.
And now, with The Bullet and the performance of our star, Miss Ida Lupino as Ruth Martin, with Elliot Lewis as her husband, Harry, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Ruth? Turn around, Ruth.
No.
Turn around, Ruth. I've got the gun in my hand.
Please, Harry. Please.
I'm pressing the trigger. Will it be this time?
Harry, don't. Don't do this to me.
Will it be this time, Ruth? Will it be this time?
Yes, Harry. Yes, this time. This time I'd die, and it was like drowning. Going down for the last time. Everything flooding through my mind. How step by step we'd come to this point. Neither one of us wanting to. From the day Harry came back from prison, meeting me in the station. Pale, haggard, in a suit 2 sizes too big, nothing left but his stupid pride. And me. Well, I suppose I was quite a shock to Harry.
He looked at me so strangely all the way as we walked back to the parking lot for the car.
What'd you do to yourself? You're so changed.
For the better, I hope.
Just changed.
Now, is that being gallant?
Gallant.
When I came out of the kitchen to take over the business, Harry, while you were away, I had to change from my apron.
Had to dye your hair, too. Had to become a real glamour girl, huh? And that dress, is that one of ours? How's the business going? You hardly mentioned it in your letters. Holding its own?
Better than that. Just about tripled our volume since you went away. Well, here we are.
What?
The car. Here's the car.
This chromium wonder?
Sure, it's yours. Here's the key. Go on. We can afford it.
Little lady really took over. Where's the starter?
Right there. Oh, Harry, somebody had to take over when you went away. After all, dress styles are changing all the time. Don't have a chip on your shoulder.
Well, another thing, what's this when you went away routine? Like maybe I went to China. I took a chance in my business and I lost, so they dumped me into the hoosegow for 3 years. I'm not ashamed of it, so don't you?
You're going the wrong way, Harry.
Well, I guess I know the way to my own house.
But we live in a new house. Something really special.
What goes on here?
What's wrong with you? I did the best I could to keep things going. There's nothing to be jealous of.
Jealous?
Oh, Harry, why are we fighting?
Oh, yeah, that's right. We got nothing to fight about. I'm back in the business, and you can go back to taking care of the house, cooking.
No,
Keeping things looking nice?
No, Harry,
Letting your hair get back to the color it used to be.
I can't do it.
Well, we'll see, baby.
Look, I don't want to be the boss.
Thanks.
But I can be of help to you.
Sure. Have nice hot dinner waiting for me when I come home from work.
We can afford a cook for that now.
Cook? You're all the cook we need.
Harry, I'm not the same anymore. I just can't sit home and wait for you to come and tell me what the world's all about.
Then you're going to have to learn, baby. You're just going to have to learn.
But nothing worked out the way Harry planned it. When he found he couldn't keep me home, he put me in a corner in the office. Set out to prove he didn't need me at all. Only 3 years is a long time to be away from anything. There were new buyers. The buyers didn't know him. They knew me.
No, this is not what I wanted, Mr. Martin.
Well, then I'll show you something else. Got plenty of time.
Can't really say that I have. Didn't I see Mrs. Martin in your office when I came in today?
Well, she's just getting things in order before she retires back to the kitchen.
She always knows exactly what I want. Could you send for her, please?
But I'm sure I can show
Would you mind?
No, I wouldn't mind.
One blow after another at his stupid pride. Most of the workers had never known Harry. They were used to taking their orders from me. But he had to show them he was still the big shot.
Stop that machine.
Huh? Oh, yes, sir.
I want these coats cut with a flare 3 inches longer.
Oh, but Mrs. Martin
Don't
worked
tell
it
me what
all out.
Mrs. Martin worked out. That sign out on the front window says Harry Martin.
Oh, yes, sir, but...
nothing. Cut it the way I told you.
But these new machines Mrs. Martin installed, they don't operate like that.
What?
That's why we changed over.
I see.
So, shall I do it like Mrs. Martin said, sir?
Yeah, just like Mrs. Martin said.
It got so we were like two strangers. Harry wouldn't even look at me anymore. I think he actually began to hate me. And then the final thing. He began finding out about George. Oh, listen, I'm no angel, but 3 years. I'm not trying to defend myself. It's just that it's terrible to be lonely. And George came along and treated me like I was somebody to respect, somebody with dignity. Well, then I began to realize that when I took the car someplace, Harry's car would bob up behind me, follow for a few blocks, then disappear. I'd be shopping in a store. Suddenly, Harry's face would begin to weave in and out of the crowd, then disappear. Or coming into the office one day and finding Harry had put an extension on my phone. I was being stifled. I couldn't breathe anymore. I didn't dare see George anymore. I hardly dared phone him. So it's like prohibition of any kind. It began to be important. George had never really meant very much to me, but now I started thinking he was the only thing I had to hang on to. And Harry, always playing little jokes, setting his little traps. Like the morning he left for the office early. Some business to take care of. And hearing his car back out of the garage, move down the street, thinking I was free for a few minutes. Free to call George after all these days.
Hello?
George?
Ruth, darling, where have you been? Why haven't I heard from you?
Oh, George, I wanted to call...
George who? George who? What's the full name, baby?
I heard you leave.
Had the gardener take the car to the gas station. Dial George again, baby. Finish the conversation.
Listen. You're driving me crazy with these tricks. What's wrong with you?
Here's the phone. Dial him again.
Dial who?
Who are you talking to?
The Beaver Knitting Mill. George Baker. He's one of their salesmen.
Why did you hang up so quick?
You startled me. What are you doing?
Of course, 3 years is a long time. But 3 years ago, the Beaver Knitting Mill never opened before 9.
Harry,
You must have dialed wrong, baby. There's no answer.
Sneaking around behind my back. Spying on me. Checking on my phone calls. Harry, I'm not going on this way. I'm not going to let you drive me crazy.
What do you think you're going to do about it?
I want a divorce.
You mean that?
Yes.
He must be quite a guy.
Listen to me.
No. You listen, lady. Okay, it's a deal. You'll get your divorce, but on my terms, lady. All the way down the line.
What kind of terms?
I know all about the laws in the state. 50-50 on everything. But it's not going to be that way with us. You give me a release, giving me the whole business, and you're free as the air.
Give you the business? But I built the business. There was nothing left when you went to prison.
That's my deal, kiddo.
My whole life is tied up with that business. I worked.
That's the deal.
Why are you doing it, Harry?
Because whoever this bum is...
There's no one.
Whoever he is. I got a hunch when he hears you're not bringing half the business as a dowry. His great love is just going to shrivel up and die.
That's what you believe, is it?
Exactly.
All right, Harry. You draw up the papers.
Ruth, I just don't know what to say.
But to be free to be with you, darling.
Oh, what kind of freedom is it when you have to grub for a buck? That kind of freedom you can feed to the pigeons.
George, don't talk like that.
We're not a couple of 19-year-old kids running off on a motorcycle. If you give up your business, how are we supposed to live?
That's the only way he'll let me go.
Then don't go.
He was right. What he said about you was right.
If he said I didn't care for you very, very much, then he was wrong. But if he said I like it nice with enough money coming in to make it comfy, and Howie was right.
Shut up.
What was that for? Because I'm honest with you? Aren't you even going to say goodbye?
You know I can't say goodbye. Not now. I can't be alone. I've got to have somebody.
Well, it isn't me, baby. It never was. Oh, baby.
Will I see you tonight?
No,
Will you call me? I feel, I don't know, lost. I'll be at the office tonight. I'll be there alone, waiting for your call. George, will you call me?
All right, Ruth. Be there at 10. I'll call you.
He wasn't that important to me. I wanted affection and love from somebody. So much. George would be calling at the office at 10 o'clock. It seemed that's all there was for me. I walked. I sat in the park. I waited. A telephone call from George. When I got to the building, I looked up at our windows. Dark. Not a light on the whole floor. When I got to the outer door of the office, I stopped and listened. Not a sound. I went inside. Found the light switch.
Oh, I've been waiting for you, Ruth. Where have you been?
Harry, why were you waiting here in the dark?
I tried to take a snooze, just stretched out here for a minute. I haven't been sleeping much lately.
Yes, I know.
You neither have had, huh?
No, not much.
I have the paper. I left it here on your desk.
Paper?
Yeah, it's all very legal. You relinquish all claims to the business, then I bow out of your life.
No.
These lawyers, they can find word. What'd you say?
I've changed my mind. I'm not going to sign it.
That's the only way I'll give you a divorce.
Then we'll just have to forget about the divorce.
I want you to sign this paper, Ruth.
I won't, Harry. And I don't want to argue about it.
Wait.
Yes?
I know who he is, baby.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about George Groves.
Groves? George Groves?
You've been giving him money.
That's a lie.
I found this deposit slip weeks ago. In your writing, made out to his bank account, $300.
Lies.
And this deposit slip, $200. And this one, $250. Who is he? You're not getting out of here until you tell me who he is.
Harry, I wanted to tell you, but I just couldn't.
Who is he?
He's a gambler.
Gambler? Who are you kidding?
You asked me, so I told you. Now I'm going.
Oh, wait, that doesn't make sense. You never gambled?
Well, I was like a lost dog. Nothing to do, no one to turn to. I lost that money and quite a bit more.
Ruth, if that were true...
It is true.
There isn't any other man.
There never was. 10 o'clock.
George Grove's a gambler. Oh, here, you shouldn't keep these things lying around, baby.
I've got to go, Harry.
Ruth, since I got off that train a month ago, I've been acting like I don't know what. You think we've got any chance to start all over again? Right from the beginning, baby.
I don't know, Harry. I can't think straight. Let's go someplace. Let's not talk about it here.
No, you're right. Here's where all the trouble started. Let's get out in the air.
Yes, come on.
Sure. A gambler. I bet he really took you to the cleaners. Well, you know something? I'm not sore at him. Not a bit. Oh, wait. Let me turn out the light.
Well, hurry.
Okay. Now let's get... Ah, your phone.
I don't understand.
Who'll be calling at this hour?
Nobody. Must be a wrong number. Come on.
Well, what do you mean, come on? At least answer it. Oh, never mind. I'll take it.
No,
What?
Well, it's on my line.
Then you answer it.
Why are you going to your extension?
Answer the phone, Ruth.
You're starting it all over again.
I said answer the phone. Answer the phone. Ruth, answer the phone. You almost had me believing your fairy tale. You almost made it.
Harry, listen to me.
All I want you to do is sign this release and clear out.
No.
You heard what I said, Ruth?
I'll never sign it.
Okay. It's one last trick, baby. Look what I got in this drawer. I asked you to look.
Harry, put away that gun.
I want you to get a good look at it. It's called a war souvenir. Only if you don't sign this release, you know what, baby? Someday I'm going to kill you with this gun.
No.
Someday I'm going to say to you, Ruthie, I'll give you 3 seconds to sign this release. 1.
Harry.
2.
Don't, Harry.
3.
No.
What's the matter, Ruth?
You try to kill me.
Don't be silly. I told you it was a trick. The gun's harmless. It's unloaded, see?
Why did you do that to me? Why?
Yeah.
Put it away.
Isn't that strange? You know it's not loaded and you're still afraid.
Put it away.
That's the beauty of the trick, Ruth. That's why someday you're going to break down and sign that release. You see, you'll never know just when it will be loaded. You'll never know, Ruth.
Autolite is bringing you The Bullet, starring Ida Lupino with Elliot Lewis in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Hey, Happy New Year.
Yes, sir?
How about showing me what's in store for 1950? Sort of a sneak preview.
Wouldn't be fair.
Oh, look, I only want to see how Autolite resistor spark plugs will make out. You know, millions and millions have been sold to date.
Well, I guess I can go that far. Now, let's see. My crystal ball says you'll do okay with Autolite resistor spark plugs. You'll sell millions more.
Wonderful, wonderful. Why, the roads will be rippling with motorists made merry by the bountiful benefits of these mighty marvels. The smoother engine idle, the better performance on leaner gas mixtures, the gas savings. Then, too, they'll get 200% longer electrode life from Autolite resistor spark plugs and reduce spark plug interference with radio and television reception, built right into every Autolite resistor spark plug. But say, young fella, tell me about Autolite bullseye headlights. Will they be finding the way for more and more cars next year?
Hey, you really want a happy and prosperous new year, don't you?
You bet, and it will be a year of happier driving for motorists who make it an Autolite year, because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage our star Ida Lupino with Elliot Lewis in The Bullet, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
That night, I made up my bed on the couch in the den. Just hearing him walk, knowing he was in the house, kept me awake. I locked the door, and I lay there. And I must have dozed off in spite of myself, because I came awake with a sudden violence. Fresh air was fanning my face. That couldn't be. The window had been shut. But now the window was open. Harry!
If you don't sign the release, someday I'm going to give you 3 seconds. 1,
Harry!
2.
Don't shoot me, Harry!
Shoot you? You must have had a bad dream. I don't even have the gun.
Oh, no.
Threatening to kill you.
Yes, he has a gun. George, I'm coming to you. You've got to... But
If he follows you here and kills the both of us, does that make everything just dandy? Look, Ruth, do me a favor, will you? Kind of forget this address from now on.
But, George, don't say that.
I'm sorry.
But you've got to help me. What can I do?
You can go to the police.
The police?
You know, threatening somebody's life is slightly illegal.
Yes. Yes, the police. Yes, of course, they'll help me. Oh, yes, George, that's very smart of you. They'll help me. I went to the police, told them what Harry was trying to do. They instructed one of their men to go with me and investigate. When we reached the lobby of the office building, I couldn't go on. I was afraid to face Harry when the policeman would find the gun.
What's the matter, Mrs. Martin?
Well, I think I better wait down here.
You don't need to be afraid. Come on.
Please. It's on the 3rd floor, officer. You'll see the name on the reception door the minute you get off the elevator. Please, do you mind?
You're really scared, aren't you? All right. I'll be down soon enough.
I began to feel a sense of relief. Harry wouldn't terrorize me any longer. Soon the officer would bring him down. We'd be off to police headquarters, and then I'd swear out a complaint. The time he got out of jail, I would have started proceedings of my own to divorce him. And then I started to cry at that. I don't know why, just standing there and waiting. And then I began to wonder what they were doing up there so long. More than a half hour had gone by. When the elevator door opened, I expected to see Harry being pushed along, handcuffed. The officer was all by himself. And he was smiling.
Well, now, I just had a nice chat with your husband. You've been worrying for nothing, Mrs. Martin.
But the gun...
Oh, sure, I saw the gun. It's just a war souvenir. It's not even loaded. He doesn't have ammunition for it.
But someday it will be loaded. Someday he's going to kill me. He said that.
Kill you? Why, he's in love with you. Crazy about you. Now, he feels pretty bad about this. He did it just as a, just as a funny little
No,
joke.
I tell you...
He says if you're going to go and get scared, he'll never do it again.
But listen to me.
Now, look, why don't you go on upstairs? He wants to apologize for scaring you like this. He's a very nice guy.
I tell you he's going to kill me. I'm
You're
not...
just upset. Like he said, you've been working too hard. You ought to rest up.
I don't care what you think. I want him arrested for threatening me with a deadly weapon.
An empty gun. That's not a deadly weapon.
Now listen to me.
No, you listen to me. Even if I wanted to, there's nothing I could do. As long as that gun is empty, it's not a deadly weapon, and we can't touch him. In this state, that's the law, Mrs. Martin. Go ask a lawyer about it. Anybody who knows the law knows that.
Not a deadly weapon, that's that, I'm afraid. If we could actually prove, Mrs. Martin, that your husband wanted to kill you, then you could put him away for years.
For years?
That's right. But he can't hurt you with an empty gun. And as long as that gun is empty, we can't touch him. In this state, that's the law.
So there was nothing I could do. Nothing. Until there was a bullet in the gun, I could do nothing to it. But then the answer came to me. It was so simple, so obvious all the time. What would happen if I put the bullet in the gun? It was late Saturday afternoon. The offices were closed. I went to the desk where he kept the gun. I found the caliber marked alongside the barrel, 31.6. Put the gun back, closed the drawer. My heart was pounding. I kept saying it all the way to the gun shop. 31.6, 31.6, 31.6.
31.6.
That must be a foreign make. Don't have any bullets of that caliber.
Well, do you know any place that does carry them?
No, not unless you wrote to maybe one of the big outfits back east.
But that would take so long.
Of course, a .32 shell would work just as well if you weren't so fussy.
No. That'd be fine. I'm not at all fussy. I went back to the office. I took out his gun and broke it open. And I opened my purse, took the bullets out. Years in prison, that's what the lawyer said. Well, it'd serve him right after what he'd made me go through. I forced the bullets inside the gun, then closed it. Now it was a deadly weapon. I put the gun back in the drawer. I went to my desk to call the police. Now they'd see the gun for themselves. Now they'd see Harry planned to kill me. Years in prison, yes, that's what I wanted him to get.
Police headquarters.
This is Mrs. Martin. My husband has just threatened me with a loaded gun, and
Just a moment, Mrs. Martin. I'll connect you with Sergeant Lewis.
Harry.
Calling George, Ruth?
You think you're so clever, don't you?
No, I'm not very clever. Thought I'd take a ride in the country. Thought it would relax me. Nothing seems to relax me. Everything going to pot around here.
I'll be going.
Still not interested in this release, huh?
I've told you 1,000,000 times.
Yeah.
Well, I'll see you later.
What's your rush? You're not interested in the release, and maybe you might be interested in this souvenir.
Harry.
Turn around and look at it, Ruth. It's part of the little trick, you know.
No.
I said turn around.
Oh.
Isn't it remarkable? Even after all this time, it still fills you with terror.
Put the gun down, Harry.
Someday, it's going to be like I always said.
Don't start that again.
Someday I'm going to say, Ruth, I'll give you 3 seconds to sign that release. 1.
No.
2.
No.
3.
No, don't shoot. I'll sign it.
All right, go on.
Put the gun down on the desk.
First, sign it, Ruth. Here's the pen. Sign it.
All right. There. Now, please put down the gun.
Yeah, all right. So, I finally wore you down.
Now, I've got the gun.
What do you think you're going to do with it?
There's something you don't know, Harry, that should interest you very much. This gun isn't empty anymore.
Good Lord.
No, it's loaded.
So that's what you were doing in the sporting goods shop?
You followed me everywhere, haven't you?
Yeah. I was in love.
The gun is loaded, Harry. So give me back the paper.
Sorry, Ruth. Not this.
Harry, if you don't give me back the release, I'm going to count 3. Just like you, remember? And then I'm going to pull the trigger. Only this time it won't just click. So give me back the paper. All right. 1. I tell you, there are bullets in this gun.
I may have it, Ruth.
Give me the paper.
Give me the gun, Ruth.
I mean it, Harry. I'll kill you.
Ruth. Ruth.
I can't. I can't hurt you anymore. I can't.
Here, stop the crying. Ruthie, baby. If you want the guy, you can have him. And your share of the business, too. The whole works if you want it.
I never wanted anyone but you, Harry.
I must have been crazy, the things I've been doing. Like a crazy dream, like it wasn't really me. Could you ever understand what went on inside me? Could you try to understand? Do you think you could, Ruth?
Yes, I could try.
Baby. Hey, did you hear what I said? Don't cry. Please, don't cry.
Oh, let me, Harry. Please let me.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Ida Lupino with Elliot Lewis.
So long, Mr. Wilcox. See you in 2 days, officially.
Bye, young fella, and happy. Oh, no point in my wishing him Happy New Year. But to you folks listening, let me and Autolite's 96,000 dealers extend hearty wishes for a very prosperous 1950. From Autolite, makers of Autolite resistor spark plugs and over 400 other products for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original equipment on many makes of America's cars, batteries, spark plugs, generators, coils, distributors, starting motors, and bullseye sealed beam headlights. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday for Suspense, Danny Kaye will be our star. The play is called I Never Met the Dead Man. And it is, as we say,
a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Bullet is an original radio play by Larry Marcus. Ida Lupino appeared through the courtesy of Filmmakers Incorporated, producers of Never Fear, soon to be released. In the coming weeks, you will hear such stars as Robert Taylor, William Powell, and Ozzie and Harriet Nelson. And don't forget, next Thursday, same time, Autolite will present Suspense, starring Danny Kaye.
You can buy Autolite resistor or regular spark plugs, Autolite stay-full batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.